Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome I am so excited to the Fluke and Box Battlegrounds Classic Constructed event. This is one of the first Battlegrounds, the first one that I've ever commentated and one of the first that we're going to see. My name is Matt Bramwood, and I am super excited to be bringing you all of the rounds this, I'll say weekend, but this Saturday. It's going to be such a great time. Chat, thank you so much for joining me. We're going to have some pretty interesting decks. I originally thought, I'm going to be so honest, this was a Silver Age event, but instead it's actually Classic Constructed, which I know everyone here loves. We're going to be doing a little bit of everything today. I'm going to be trying to coordinate stream, commentate, and do a whole bunch of stuff. And a really important thing to note is that they've already told me wrong what decks we're going to be having on broadcast. So let me see if I can figure that one out for you. But first of all, chat, how are we doing? What's going on? What are our metagame expectations now? Just to talk a little bit about the event as well. I know for a fact that I believe we hit 80 players for a Battlegrounds as well, which is pretty exciting. You know, pretty large numbers for an event. So it means we're going to have plenty of flesh and blood rounds to go through. I'm going to be guiding you through each of them. I apologize if I randomly just like go a bit quiet for a second. I'm recovering from a cold, so I have a bit of a cough. So if I need to, I'll just mute my microphone and we'll go from there. Players I do see sleeving up, and I originally thought it was what the decks are. Yeah, they've changed them on me. So let's just take a quick moment just to organize this one, chat. We're going to be having Fang as one of the two decks. I think from what I can see, going up against Pleiades. Now, the Pleiades decks that we've seen previously are definitely decks where, you know, they've been pretty fatigue slanted. That's been the sort of thing where it's a lot to do with fatigue, but we've also seen a bit of a transition away from that, actually. We've actually seen a little bit more of these, I guess, designed the way that the deck was supposed to be running. We've seen a little bit more of, yeah, just like using the auras and stuff like that. So I'm very interested to see what version we have. And we'll see how we go. Now, you're just going to have to bear with me for a second, chat, while I organize some stream stuff. But tell me, chat, currently, you know, we're into Omens, which is super exciting. What are you guys playing at home? I currently am very happy because my main deck, of course, being Gravy Bones currently, is really, really strong, which is awesome, and I think it's a really good pick for a lot of things. So I'm curious, what are you guys currently playing? We now have access. Now, I have access to the deck lists, but I'm not going to be sharing a lot of those things. But I'm interested to see sort of once the players start what they're doing. Now, on the right, we're going to be having, let's have a look. Doesn't tell me who the player is. That's great. Yeah, Eric Hugh on Pleiades. Eric who? Going up against the player on the left, which is going to be Daniel Ward. Now, let's talk a little bit about both of these decks in just a moment. I'm going to transition us through so you guys can actually see what I am seeing as well. So, Fang as a deck definitely got some new tools, which is super interesting. The main one being, of course, the Dynasty Diadem, that headpiece that means that the frailty tokens can't be destroyed by your opponent, which is super important. See the players getting ready. Daniel Ward versus Eric Hugh, as well as just kind of pivoting. This Draco Fire package seems super consistent. Obviously, for those of you who don't play a lot of Fang, they are just trying to get online very quickly with Fang's hero ability. Oh, that's also not correct. Sorry, chat. Let me fix that. We don't have a timer, is one thing. So the players will have their own timers. Alright, sorry. Also, coordinating on the back end as well makes this a little bit interesting. Trying to also organize to make sure that we have life totals, chat. Alrighty, so having a bit of a read as these players shuffle up. What are you guys playing at home? Reinar from Sigma or DOS. Always, we love to swing some brutes going around. Brocilio is Kano 2 and I'm in love. I am going to be pivoting towards Brocilio 2 myself. And then Marilyn and Chugrum, I love that as well. I don't know what this capture device is, so we're going to just ignore that one. Now we'll see, having a bit of a look at what our Pleiades player is presented, we are seeing the Miller's Grindstone, which does sort of indicate to us that they want to be...
How many cards are presenting? 60. Oh, cool. I'm on 63.
Okay, so that's important to hear. So Eric, who asked at the start, how many are you presenting? So 60 flat for Daniel, and Eric's presenting 63. When you hear that from your opponent, you generally assume, maybe this guy is trying to fatigue me.
If you stand up, I think it's on your side.
Yeah, and taking a bit of a look at the equipment as well. Importantly, we are seeing that all-important new piece of equipment coming across for Fang, Dynasty Diadem, meaning that Pleiades can't actually remove. Just let me know about audio levels as well, guys. How many... Yeah, if that's one of the scariest things that you can ever hear from your opponents. How many cards in deck at the start of the game? So Fang needs to string together these ginormous turns to get over the fatigue from Pleiades as the fist bump is declared. And we are into game number 1, round number 1 here of the Battlegrounds presented by Fluke and Box. I am super, super excited. Let's see, Pleiades is going to be starting first. Daniel won the die roll. We're just going to, swing hammer. And it's important as well. Swinging hammer does a couple of things, right? You would assume that if you are Pleiades, and on the side of Eric, that he doesn't have many physical attacks, meaning that every time you connect with the Miller's Grindstone, you're likely milling away a card. So even though it's often not, you don't want to give your opponent a chance to filter, particularly with a deck like Fang, just attacking with the Millers here does exactly what the Pleiades deck, if it's a fatigue strategy, wants to do, which is ripping away cards. And we'll see immediately the block declared. Valiant Dynamo's probably going to be super important as well. And the pass back immediately coming through from Eric. And Daniel sets up for the first major turn of the game. We are seeing a pretty standard for Fang as well, the double Obsidian Fire Vein. Such just incredible toolbox for this Fang deck, and really I think this deck has so much legs. It's an interesting sort of deck choice to pick, but I know Fang lovers love it. And just immediately starting off Obsidian Firebane and just double blocks immediately. And importantly, you are going to see the game plan sort of revealed, and you hear a bit of a chuckle as that Fiddler's Green is going to be presented here as well. Glint the Quicksilver going to be the choice of reaction, a card that we've seen all the way back from Welcome to Wraith, and just once again showing its head, getting the replies because, hey, Draco Fire over the top as well. Try to see if we can get over, and it's going to be interesting as well. We're going to, for those of you who haven't seen this card before, Draco Fire, your next Draconic attack this turn gets +2 and costs 1 less to play. It is an instant as well, so it's going to do it so he doesn't break the chain, and we are going to see the second attack coming through, 9 coming over the top, but a staunch response being played, 2 damage leaking through. And we're going to see a fealty mark coming through as well. And, it does seem like a lot of cards come in for just 2 damage, but it does turn Fanger online. Eric has nothing in hand, and importantly, the Dynamos. I don't know how important they're going to be in the long term of the game, but it's going to be curious as well. Eric, a really important thing if you are ever playing a fatigue deck like Eric is as well making your decisions quickly. See just the pass back coming through. Once again, and I love this sort of just from the Fang. It's one, when you front load a whole bunch of, once again, the repeat turn again. So yeah, attacking with just the dagger with plenty of cards at hands means it's really difficult for the Pleiades player to actually know. And it can kind of play this game of just trying not to. A second copy of Glint in the pitch zone here as well. So all 3 Glints are accounted for. So knowing now for Eric that he doesn't have to play around that, it's going to be that first usage of the beautiful version of Rampart of the Ram's Head. See a new card coming across, I believe. Is that Sworn Vengeance? Yeah, might be. Yeah, sorry, not a new card. So it is just Sworn Vengeance. So +3 on hit mark again.
This dagger?
Oh, no, sorry. It's a little bit hard to see. I actually think, Long Whisker Loyalty. For issue Conic Chain Link, so he controls 2. So he's giving an addition, attack with a dagger again. Oasis Respite's going to come across as well.
So that fully
for that second pump, I believe, is just a scar tissue. So it wants to give the mark. So it does have the mark already. And the most important thing for those of you who have not played a bunch of Fang before is you want to get to the really important 3 fealties. Because once you're able to swing daggers with impunity, it does just mean... Oh, we'll see again. Oasis Respite alongside a Fiddler's Green. So the life total for Pleiades go in the direction it doesn't want to go. Now just taking a bit of a moment here just to consider. And no, just once again, Miller's Grindstone pitching with the Ripple Away. Ripple Away super important. Now I'm actually curious. Let me have a quick read. Folks can't be... Yeah. So Ripple Away can actually be used depending on the... You know, I was thinking about it. Fang doesn't really use any action cards to create fealty. So it's less important here. We'll see why it's just getting pitched away. That card can be super important into some decks that create a lot of tokens. We'll see just to start us off as well. One of the few attacks, I believe, yeah, Oath of Loyalty coming across. Cheeky 0 for 4 go again. Does have, of course, only Draconic actions can now be played for the rest of the turn. Fang doesn't really care. We'll see, just presenting some blocks and taking a bit of a look at the top of the deck as this happens. Now, probably my assumption would be there's a lot of clashing cards inside of the Pleiades deck as well. So knowing the top card. Now just taking a moment as well. Looks like a tough smash up was the card.
You're going to go up go again and create a fealty. Second chain link.
Also, no box being declared here as well, removing the mark. I believe, yeah, second fealty online now. Oh, no, it's a third fealty, actually, because was given the on-hit effect of creating one as well. So the Fang hero ability alongside a second on-hit effect now. And this is where it gets real scary, because, in particular, it's consistent now. The dynastic diadem means that he will have all 3 of these forever now. Now pass back, and once again, Miller's Grindstone. Able to keep an arsenal this time for the side of Eric Hu. Now just taking a moment. Once again, yeah, maybe it actually is important with these, because every time that Miller's Grindstone is being presented, it's obviously 4. So just being able to go Valiant Dynamos plus a card's pretty good for the side of Fang. And again, just trying to consider, how do I push damage? How do I get through this mountain of equipment? And you can see as well for the side of Eric, using the Arcanite Skull Cap. Actually going to use a fealty here to activate Savor Bloodshed. Interesting. 5 damage going to come across though. So Savor Bloodshed, I do believe, was actually technically, yeah. So because of the fealty, was also able to just like make this Draconic. I'm not 100% sure why. Blocking 7, the third copy for the Pleiades player of Tough Smash Up going to be used to block as well. 7 damage. And Savor Bloodshed, one of the more important cards for this Fang deck to try and push this damage across. So 7 coming through. And yeah, just blocked out. Card is placed to the bottom and drawn back up. So has gone down in fealty to allow this to happen. And overpitching, an important card to see there being overpitched as well. It does look like it is that copy of Clash of Bravado. Now, usually would be very important to remove the fealties, because fealties I do believe are auras, but instead just got to place it to the bottom. Pitch as well. Pretty good in that respect. And now pass back. Importantly, no Dynamos available that time, so Braveforge is going to get in front. Draco Fire going to start us off, and now there is 2 in the graveyard here, which means at the start of turn, you can actually banish 2 Draco Fires to gain a resource, which is, yeah, you hear him signified as well. So Draco Fire. So this attack is going to get +2, so it is going to be that Lava Vein Loyalty. Coming in for 4, because also a Draconic card has been played. Another 3 coming across, and cards being spent. Importantly, the Draco Fire was used, so obviously in that regard, but doesn't really matter, because wants to have the 2 copies in the graveyard if he needs the resources as well. Importantly as well, the third fealty was created. Now a Miller's Grindstone coming across. Eric finally blow his starting life total, but, you know, we've seen already a couple. And importantly, actually going to be blocking with the diadem. Now, it does control 3 or more fealties, which means that it is going to block for free. It is a temper piece of equipment that starts with 1, but gets a +1 when it has 3.
1 hit on this next attack, additional attack. Yep, it's through.
Interesting. Okay, that's a... What card is that? So +3 to the next attack, and on hit does make a fealty, and says it can attack again. Just coming across with the blocks here.
Go up to 6. So 7.
Yeah, so 7 coming across, but the beautiful Fateful Sins, the promo one's coming across.
Yeah,
5 + 4, so 9 being blocked with. The second dagger, once again, free from the fealty. No blocks being declared. Has a confidence token for the side of Eric as well. So maybe wants to take an opportunity to finally send a little bit of damage.
+2. And also...
Here we go, though. Lyath, Vynn, Loyalty.
So this will be...
So picking...
and an additional attack in this dagger here.
Interesting. Okay, so +2, an additional attack as well. Sorry, Long Whisker Loyalty. Lava Van Loyalty. They're all loyal. +2 and can attack an additional time with that dagger, and it is just going to be a swing through. Damage being declared, and we have seen already actually a peek at the hand for Eric, who it is, yeah, a copy a copy of Heart of Fandor. Actually gaining a life here to swing across this Miller's Grindstone. And I can confirm as well that we have 80 players today for our Battlegrounds, which is a huge number. So thank you to everyone over in Sydney for coming across. Actually going to let it hit here just to be able to keep the full hand. Relentless Pursuit to mark the opponent here into a Save of Bloodshed. On hit mark alongside as well. Clearing up the combat chain. +7 for this dagger. So this is so much damage. Yeah, on hit, as you hear, on hit, remark alongside draw a card. This is so much damage coming across from the first dagger. Still has a card in Arsenal. I do believe has a card in hand.
8.
Yeah, so 8.
+3 +1 base.
Yeah, +3 +4. Now, importantly as well, didn't want to use the fealty to make one of them draconic, so it is just going to be 8 because the Obsidian 5 does not get the buff. Taking a moment now just to line the block. Does look like it's 9. And over the top as well. 3 damage coming in once again. Yes, so Save of Bloodshed is still online. Doesn't mark him, but that I do believe is the 3rd copy of Draco Fire. So that's going to be 4 damage coming across. Arcanite Skullcap getting reached for, and the Fridge is getting involved. And once again, another Save of Bloodshed turn for Daniel, which just doesn't amass to anything. Eric, very happy to see 2 of those cards in the bin already, and still keeps a card to be able to swing the Miller's Grindstone. So if you are on the side of Eric, who you are very happy with how the game is currently turning up. And importantly as well, it isn't... This is a really interesting point, though, which is that Pleiades, the game plan is to run you out of cards and then just fatigue you by hitting you with Grindstone over again, right? But if Daniel can get the life total that forces Eric to block, he doesn't need any cards to actually swing these daggers every single turn. And now we go up to the 4th fealty as well. A point of damage leaking across and the mark being hit. And we'll see a chain ender here as well. I haven't. Yeah, this is interesting as well. For the Drakai, singular, you know, a card that we don't see all the time in these Fang lists, but just a 0 for 4. If it hits a marked hero, you create a fealty. So a really good way of sort of threatening 2 as well. We are going to see some damage finally actually leaking across. So 31 plays 40. And Fang's job is just to get it to the point to force every single turn a block from Eric. Because these daggers, like I said, you don't need to pitch to them. So it isn't as, I guess, worthy of a concession if you have no cards in deck, which sometimes does actually happen. The pass back, and we'll see another copy of Fate Foreseen. Righteous Cleansing in their hand as well. And Fang doing what Fang does. Obsidian Firebane, 4 cards in hand. What are you going to do? Clash going to come across. Cranial is going to make a confidence token as well as a toughness here. Now just consideration. So +2. So swinging for 4. Clashing once again. Probably one of the most important clash cards that we've seen in a long time. Test of Iron Grip. Other player discards a card on a clash win. And importantly, most of the reactions you can't actually play. Now just taking it back, and that's an important card, Test of Iron Grip, just to sort of force things out. And we see a toughness is still there, not buffing anything. Miller's Grindstone, 1, yeah, so yeah, beautiful. I love that as well. Going to actually cash in and use the opportunity to overcrowd it. Blocks for 2, but with a fealty and toughness, you're going to clean up that Miller's Grindstone perfectly. And now we'll see the toughness is going to be present. And a consideration from Daniel Ward. Yeah, so +1. It's not tough enough. Only a singular +1 is going to come through. And once again, Obsidian Firebane. Command and Conquer going to be placed in front. Does block for 4. Hopping over the top once again, but importantly gives it go again, meaning that the second Obsidian Firebane can come through. Gonna pitch. Interesting. I didn't know they were on that. In the palm of your hand's going to actually be flashed out here. So draw a card. 2 suspense counters on it. 1 resource floating. So it makes sense. Pitch a blue. Can activate the Rampart if he needs to as well. Oasis Respite in hand. So probably going to save it for that. No blocks being declared. Now just consideration. Do you pull the trigger from the side of Fang? Has a resource floating and knows now. If you're on the side of Daniel, you know that he could have activated a Rampart. So you likely Oasis Respite going to be the play. And we're going to see the power card, Long Whisker Loyalty once again.
I hit mark. +2. We'll go again.
Yeah, so going to be mark on hit +2. And yeah, the Oasis Respite being played in this instance as well, but has pumped over and pumps over again as well. See here, Fire and Brimstone, I believe, was that one there. No, sorry, not Fire and Brimstone. Blistering, just a Blistering Blade. +2, and if you control 2 or more, you get +3. So just a 0 for 3. We'll see activating Pleiades to remove the counter just to draw an additional card. Sometimes you forget Pleiades does actually have a hero ability and a piece of text just for the Miller's Grindstone once again. So for those of you who maybe aren't as aware, you can tap Pleiades to remove a suspense counter and then sort of put a suspense counter on an aura for you. But importantly, just wanted to remove the suspense counter to actually draw up a card. Is there a meta breakdown? There will be. We're currently in the process of trying to coordinate that one for us. We make best. Good to see ya. And once again, Command and Conquer being pitched here. So a card out of hand, so it's got to feel pretty good if you are on the side of Daniel. +3 coming over the top.
Yes, 1 additional attack. Strict 1 off the fealty, so this goes to 2 go again, draw a card.
So 3 go again, draw a card going to be coming across with that attack reaction.
Break the chain.
Manually breaking.
I gotta run. You sure gonna break the chain?
I love this. Just the sportsmanship as well.
Yeah, I will break the chain.
So yeah, Daniel manually breaks the chain here, and Eric is actually saying, hey, if you do that, I'm going to be out of block with this again. Daniel playing incredibly quick. It's really difficult for me to catch what cards he's actually doing. And yeah, we're just going to see, because of that, it's going to block for 4 immediately. With the Rampart just coming across. Doesn't even need to commit the card here. And what's that card in hand? It does look like, yeah, just another blue. And once again, the perfect, exactly what you want to be doing if you're the side of Eric here. Just play it out. Miller's Grindstone, and yeah, just ripping through the deck. We can't actually get a good look at what Daniel's deck looks like here.
Yep.
Coming across once again. Sworn Vengeance, just +3 on hit mark. So just a nice front pop here. So this is going to be for 4. Clash for confidence here. Eric probably doesn't care too much about a confidence, to be honest. Because it's usually just being played on a mellow. Miller's Grindstone. But here we go, though. Pumping over the top. Miller's Grindstone. Target attack gets +3. And when it hits, mark the hero. No reaction's going to come across. And 5 damage finally going to come through. Marking on hit as well. 31 plays 40. And once again, we're going to see For the Drakai going to come across. On hit, once again, makes a mark.
Just take one. Yeah, I took them. Yeah, no marked.
Yeah, so take 1. And yeah, it's just on hit. It's going to create another fealty token. So we're at the point now we have 6, so you can start actually actively using them, which doesn't sound like much, but it does mean you can actually make some of these warrior-specific cards into Draconic, which sometimes Fang does care about. You know, we've already seen cards coming across all like that Oath of Loyalty, which does care about the fact that you have it. 40 plays 30 though, and Eric, plenty of deck left, and Daniel running out of these power cards. Another Relentless Pursuit going to start it off. And that's the 3rd copy of Savor Bloodshed. Now, importantly as well, Savor Bloodshed, I don't know if he's on Remembrance in this deck, but I don't actually think you can pull it back anyway. So this is the 3rd copy. Has to get something done, but he's playing into a toughness token as well. Ooh, Overcrowded is just going to just eke it out as well. Winning a clash with an Overcrowded probably feels pretty good. Looking for 5 here as well. Hunt's End going to be over the top, so +4 on dagger attack action, but Staunch Response is going to come across as well. Hunt's End, one of the more powerful cards that we've seen. If you have 3 or more, it's just a 0 for 4, but we are going to... You hear the clash as well. 0 classic, but it is going to once again just pass back. Not a singular card drawn off a Savor Bloodshed this entire game, and I'm going to tell you right now, chat, there's no way for him to be able to do it again because that was the 3rd copy. Miller's Grindstone coming across, and now Daniel 30 life to eke through, but also knows that Eric has a copy of Heart of Fendel in the deck and probably is going to cycle through it pretty quickly. Another toughness token for Eric here. Blocking across. Perforate's going to be pitched for. One of the few attacks, actually, that we do see being pitched for in this deck. We see so many 0 for X's, but does want to give it an additional attack. For those who don't know, it's a 1 cost. You may attack the addition with target dagger an additional time that costs you 1 less to activate, draw a card. So you have to pitch for it, but it does replace itself. Yeah, using the Perforate. Staunch Response going to come out as well on that 2nd dagger. Decides to end it, but still leaking through 5 damage. So finally getting some across. But the thing is that Eric isn't even using all his cards every single turn. You know, he could have more proactively blocked, but decides, you know, I've got some life to play with. You're out of power cards here. Sink Below going to be the card coming from Arsenal, but Remembrance going to come through as well. And that's why no additional blocks, because once we had to swing the Miller's Grindstone every single turn, alongside just using that Remembrance, just to shuffle in some of these power cards. I saw a Command and Conquer as well as a Clash card. The deck actually looking pretty low for Eric here. So I'm curious.
Way cleaner than I thought. Can I borrow a Remembrance?
You hear Daniel asking to borrow a Remembrance. Sadly, Daniel, that's not how that one works. See the pitch card and the draw, it's coming through.
Crazy.
Interestingly as well, has actually returned some Clash cards. Super important. Speaking of Heart of Fendel, has been drawn up here. I think this is the 2nd or maybe, yeah, the 2nd copy of Oath of Loyalty being coming across. Pitching Heart to activate Rampart. Gaining a life. That's 2 life gained off of the Heart of Fendel already. Looking for it. Also finally using that piece of equipment as well. So boots to the board. You can pay 3 to make that many toughness tokens. Hey, guess what? He has 2 floating off the Heart of Fendel. Now, no blocks being declared off the dagger as well. So is this the time to push? 3 cards in hand. Ooh.
8,
Ooh.
9 with an extra 1 hit.
I'll take 9.
9 damage being linked across. You see it taking 9. Hunt's End is going to finally find the right part, as well as the Smolder Steel. When this hits a Harrow, deal a damage to them as well. So it's 16 all
And here we are.
cards, but 40 plays 16. That's not much life to play with. And like we said before, so many fealties available to be able to start chipping away, even if he has no cards in deck. But no, instead has no cards in deck. The fist bump is being declared. There's so much deck left available, and we'll hear the players talk it out.
I think you probably had it when you managed to get the you managed to buy FAB out of here. Sorry. Right at the start of the game, it got me on the discard from FNB.
Oh yeah, the test of armor. Yeah, that was the siege.
Yeah, that was massive because the game plan was essentially
this one. Yeah,
it was the one discard. Yeah, well, literally the whole idea is throw that in Arsenal and just wait for 2 long biscuits and some Huntsman. Right line.
That's unlucky.
Are you kidding me? Right.
No.
That was perfect. No, well played. That was a good game.
Yeah.
It feels weird to concede, but
Yeah, but I would say it is indeed a favored budget.
We hear the players talking it out a little bit there. You hear actually super interesting from the side of Daniel, which is that his game plan was to use the card Fire and Brimstone, park it in Arsenal for as long as possible, and then find a bunch of go again enablers. For those who don't know, Fire and Brimstone costs 2, but costs 1 less for each Draconic Chain Link you control. And then daggers you control get +1, and you may attack with each of them an additional time this turn. So we've seen a lot of effects like this in the past as well, just where people are able just to chain together these ginormous turns. And that was the whole thing he was playing for, but just wasn't able to get there. And I think it was actually the Test of Iron Grip found the card early and just put it in the bin. So unlucky for the side of Daniel, but really well played from the side of Eric Hugh, just able to chain it together and do exactly what Pleiades wants to do, block you out, run you out of cards. And you saw the deck difference when Daniel hit 0. Yes, he presented 3 additional cards, but that was not 3. There was so much deck left as well. The Remembrance shuffling back in, just all the power cards that in day we are seeing Pleiades. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some more of these fatigues. We're seeing these really aggressive decks. Fang Fi having a resurgence as well, alongside all these newer Cilio decks, which I hope we get to see a little bit on, but these spell-based Cilios. But I'm curious to see. But as well, Gravy can generally prey on these decks pretty hard. So it's going to be interesting to see. But chat, we're going to take a bit of a break and we're going to be back for round number 2 very soon.
Like the amount of fealty I have that game is pretty crazy. But that's sort of it's not how I tend to go in these days, because I'll just sort of always leave like 1 damage and get the beautiful marker, which is actually ideal. That's the perfect play because it stops me from setting up a save. But I think once games online and fealty, you might have perfectly and they can let me clear the marks with 1 damage. You don't want to be marked in the turn because then I'll just play Sanos.
That makes sense.
Yeah. So you played that very well. Dynamite's gave me amazing value though. I'm very happy with that.
I'm going to best two of this deck.
Well, it's hilarious actually. Garden Post is actually the same as your chance. I had the exact same effect.
Yeah,
We both just walked forward.
it's basically the same.
Oh, he does great. So who are you scared? Who are the matchups you're really not looking forward to today?
I was at Gravy. Gravy is the worst match.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it depends on my luck.
There's a weird resurgence of Gravy recently,
Uh-huh.
competitively, but a lot of people I don't know are playing Gravy and gotten out of it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
They just don't look like Gravy.
I think yeah, he's just a strange deck, I feel. But I definitely see that he's doing well in the group. I mean, Guardians is like
Yeah. I would say it's pretty good against me.
oh, it's amazing. And, I mean, all the Guardians are amazing, right? Like he just spends like two or three turns just building up a full state, and then he just eats over. Eric.
Eric.
We know what time it is.
Let's bring it back. I feel like we're playing a pretty fast game.
Oh yeah, we got pretty well into each other's flukes with that attack.
Flip fly and attack, yeah.
So where do you usually play?
Huh?
Where do you usually play?
Play at Town Hall.
Oh right, so you play Ruby again.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice. I'm up CrossFit, so PA up that way.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, it took me like around 2 hours to find it. Yeah, it's pretty fast.
Not that far for us, but like we're on the same coast.
Yeah. Technically, yes.
And I'm excited to see how you go today.
Thanks, Nick.
Fingers crossed you don't get to slow matchups.
Yeah, I would say time is my biggest opponent.
Yeah.
But I would try to dodge on the Fang, on the Fire and Gravy. Yeah, Fire and Gravy is like, Gravy is still doable, I think. Fire is just normal.
Fly's just basically just waiting to see Phoenix and it's just front later. Like there's nothing you can do about it. Like you lock your hands and keep throws 10 excess.
Yeah, it goes too wide.
Yeah, like I can have some luck in Fang against Fly if I get online quick enough and I just hit.
Oh, so your plan is just to race it.
I mean, I've got good defensive value, but like, it's not you have to link the line, so every attack is so it's like you can't block it all within the game. So you just have to kill it. Yeah, and Fang gets really nice value out of those 3 fancies. Instead of going pumps, so you can just block one card and
yeah, eventually you got two extra value every speed.
yeah, he pushes a lot past for me. I know it was really well timed on your V-React side of things because it was like usually V-Reacts are like the best damage to play because what I get to Guardian like I'm trying to beat like 3 damage on it.
Yeah.
And then it's like stolen my god. Perfect. No, you played that really well, man. That was a great game.
I was lucky enough to see all of them, like, on like top 2/3 of my deck.
Yeah. The only way, well, we both had average. We had Iron Flames, you had that. I would say F&B probably was in. Because if I get the F&B at the end, like, let's just see about it. It's just insane. I guess it's better.
Cool.
Oh, I was going to say, Guardian players would really not be looking forward to Mastery Pack.
No.
Donkey and,
Oh, that's so bad. What was it called?
that's fine. You can block me out if you want. I'll just take a card or your ass.
Football discard card. That's so bad. Yeah, so I'm considering
Warrior's
switch
getting,
to Huntsman.
well, Warrior's getting weirdly complex, isn't it? It's Mastery Pack. Like, we've got attack confused now. Donkeys and all the rest. Full box discard card. Jesus. saw you back here in the creek. That was my friend.
Thanks, man. You took the luck, man.
That's what it means.
I guess not.
Thank you. Yeah, I ended the game before last week. It's good game, boss.
Discovery Houston, press to ATO.
Liftoff of mission 41B, the first flight of the orbit of Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. every core computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are still just finishing up round number 1 right now, but I wanted to take a bit of an opportunity just for us to hang out, have a bit of a moment, and just sort of see what's going on. But also, importantly, I wanted to show you guys this. This is our metagame breakdown that we're seeing, and as you can see, kind of like we've been seeing for the past while, our meta is incredibly diverse. So taking a bit of a look, the most represented hero being Fi, second of which being Rhino, Marionette coming in with Jarl at 5 heroes, Dio still being presented, Fang, Kassai, newer, old Acilio being there, Ziggy on 4, Katsu 3, Puffin 3, 3 Victors, 3 Vincent, 2 Huntsman, 2 Dorinthia, only 2 Gravy, which is kind of crazy to me. 2 Ira, 2 Underhanded Cheat. I love RKO. 2 Leviah, 2 Pleiades, 2 Valda, 1 of the new Aurora, Cindra, Lyath, Marlet, Prism, Bolton, and Toughnut, as well as a few other players that we don't see. So a really, really diverse metagame coming through, and it sort of just shows, even though we had Omens come out, it's not really been, I guess, as format warping as some people were sort of worried about. I know Lightning in general is an incredibly fast and sometimes very polarizing talent, but we are seeing that it is finding a really nice place. And I want to talk a little bit about Acilio as well, because for those of you who've been playing for a while, you know Acilio is a deck that really just plays the card Gone in a flash as many times as possible, but it really has changed into this, I guess, a little bit more Kano-esque combo deck, where it's being able to like leverage some of the really incredible lightning cards alongside of its abilities just to kind of be consistent using that filtering effect. Now, we are seeing a lot of people, this idea kind of came from Acilio 2, Brocilio coming out, but then people finding that Acilio 1 kind of does it a little bit more consistently, and going back to that shell as well. But it's really interesting to see how these decks are evolving, and what we're going through. Chat, tell me right now, what are you playing? What are you on? And what's a deck that you think is going to become really prevalent and sort of rise to the occasion? Because if you don't know, currently New Zealand National Championships is going on, Australia Nats is in 2 weeks, and this is kind of a pretty good spotlight of our Sydney side and what they're sort of considering and what they think is good, or maybe they're hiding stuff for Nationals, and that's a big thing to consider. Importantly as well, Nationals does have sealed, well, not sealed, limited. They're having draft there. There is 3 rounds of draft, which is going to be presented as well. So it's interesting to see how that evolves. So we're guaranteed to see some of these, we're going to guarantee to see these new heroes, just maybe not in the capacity that you originally thought. But which is fine. But yeah, we're going to be able to see Acilio, Ziggy, and of course, Aurora, who has returned. Max being the best deck is definitely a take. I versed Max as a local Max where I play as well. He's quite good. But I think the deck can just lose to Gravy as well. But hey, in general, Mech is a really strong class. And as well, interestingly, I want to see how Teklo goes. I think the Teklo Vossen deck is a really fascinating piece of Flesh and Blood. It doesn't do what most decks want to be doing, and I find it really interesting. But we'll see. And we have plenty of Flesh and Blood left to go because of, I don't know how many rounds we're actually going to have. I have a feeling we might have like 8 rounds before top 8. Trying to think. No, maybe 6. 6, 7, or 8 rounds, I think, is going to be sort of where we're looking at for the day. So plenty of Flesh and Blood to be going around. It's going to be quite a long day for other rounds. So get yourself a coffee. I myself got a coffee during the break as well, which is why we took a little bit of that break. And we are going to see sort of what is going on and where people are playing at. Now, I think there has been a bit of a time extension, so we might cut back to a little bit of a break. I'm going to leave it up so you guys can see sort of what's going on with this. We'll take a short little break once again. Sorry, guys. I thought people were going to jump back in a little bit quicker, but we're going to sort of see what's going on. And while we do that, I'm going to get a lozenge. So get yourself a coffee. We'll be back real soon.
Oh, good to get Jones on. I stole my wife's mat.
That just wants Jake on player 2. So I'm just telling you which one is other side. We want you guys to switch.
What were you saying? Melissa Cook.
That's not good fun. Take the location, but if one of you can see the phone is there, just that's from Matt, so.
Oh god, I'll use mine. I've got a 10-hour car ride on the way. So. Lyath, right?
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back for round number 2 for Fluke and Boxer's Battlegrounds here out of his has game store, and we have a doozy for you. We have Calling Jakarta winner. That's right, you heard me. Calling Jakarta winner Jake McCormack on Kassai going up against Jonathan Crane on Vynn set, a deck that was an absolute rampage for a period of time. That has fallen off a little bit, but still an incredibly complicated and an incredibly powerful deck. But we are going to see how this Kassai deck has adjusted as of recently, and I am super excited to jump into this one for you.
Yeah, that's great.
Odds or evens?
Evens, please. I'm gonna go first.
Alrighty. Jake does look like he is going to be going first in this one as well. Kassai, a deck that doesn't actually mind going first. It is weird. You don't want to give Vincent a chance to filter, but putting cards in the graveyard can be super important. And we're going to see the players shuffling up, taking a little bit of time here just to sort of get themselves situated and ready. Now, Kassai, as we've seen, just kind of wants to play that value game and really just wants to just try and leverage the gold. And we've already seen in some of the reveals for Mastery Pack Warrior that this deck is going to get some more support. So Jake, being able to navigate himself to a calling win in Jakarta is getting his deck improved upon very, very soon. Now, on the flip side, talking a little bit about Vynn as well, this is an incredibly disruptive, incredibly powerful, and incredibly interesting deck, as the deck has multiple different ways of being able to leverage essentially various game plans, and it's going to be curious to see what is the plan. Are they going to be looking to try an OTK Jake? Because Jake's deck on Kassai kind of does want to play the value game. So is it the sort of thing going to be where Jake actually... we're here as well. Just people driving, Melbourne players coming from Canberra as well. But yeah, Jake does he actually want to try and fatigue him, Jonathan? And it's going to be interesting to see where this goes. But thank you guys so much for joining us. This is round number 2. Plenty of flesh and blood left to play throughout the day. And already we can take a little bit of a look at what's being presented.
The amount of like perfect cards that are in my
yeah, so Diuretic Carapace for the side of Vynn just wants to have that additional blocking value, as well as the Grasp of the Arknight. So not looking for the Vexing Coolhound bailout, and also presented Grimoire of the Fell Song.
No, you're all good. I know.
So usually we see Grimoire of the Haunt, which is the one that makes the Spellbound Aegis for the big OTK plan.
Yeah.
So maybe instead just opting just to try and tempo it out. Because Kassai is a deck full of reds and yellows, so it doesn't block out rune chants as efficiently. Now, having a bit of a look from what we've seen from Jake in the past, there is a few blues that do come through, but I'm curious to see how this goes. Another interesting point, actually, to rescinding Carapace as well. These Kassai decks have been running this high currency, which is remove the energy counters and create gold from your opponent. So maybe he isn't bringing Tunic because he doesn't want to give the opportunity just to Jake to find some free gold and kind of get that train going.
It would be...
Yeah, it's all good. Just a rough down.
Yeah, majority of my sideboard is just equipment for...
Yeah, you're all good.
Yeah, so interesting. We hear at the start of the game, Jake actually asking Jonathan, how many cards in your deck? And it's one of these things where, is it going to be the OTK plan? And Jake has to identify this pretty quickly. Now, it is generally pretty easy to find out, but if he opens up a hand of a bunch of these power cards, he may not want to actually use them immediately. He's going to start off attacking though. Red Slice and Dice being presented. And does actually opt to pass here, I think. Yeah, so Red Slice and Dice being placed in the bin and then just passes. So wants to get filter a little bit, doesn't want to let the Vynn deck filter, more importantly, I think.
I'll put anything that's got any use there.
Yeah, here we go. So Deathly Whale is going to be banished initially off of the Vynn trigger. It's going to start off with the singular rune chant. So again, Deathly Whale, it does have blood debt, so we sometimes see when they're going for this OTK. Oh, and immediately going to start off with the Deadwood Dirge. So 3 rune charts available, so Deathly Whale can be presented here.
And then Deathly Whale
Yeah, so immediately Jake now knows, okay, I'm not getting OTK'd. So the 3 and 6 coming through. Plenty of equipment, though, being presented. So, like we've sort of seen, Vexing Crown often is the arm choice for these Vynn decks. Going to pitch to all the rune charts and is actually just going to block it out. So it doesn't want to give the rune chart on the back end as well, because it didn't activate Vynn means no rune charts being declared, which means that this sort of Jake identifies, you know what, I'm going to make it so it's really hard for Jonathan to attack me next turn. The draw up here. A singular rune shot. Oh, it just does it again. So it's just going to do the exact same thing. So it's the mandatory rune shot, 3 and 6, an absolute repeat of the previous turn. Glad this time the Jakes is going to have just a blue card to pitch to the rune shots. Six coming across, agility being made, and interesting though is going to be taken on the chin being presented. So it is technically just a 2-block, but that agility token can be really impactful for the Kassai deck. If you're looking over at the side of Jake McCormack's equipment as well, we do see Grains of the Blood Spill alongside Brave Force Braces, the classic Valiant Dynamo, and in the headpiece, it is the alternate beautiful art of that Nalrune hood. We're just going to see pitching away, Hot Streak is going to come across, Cole being blocked with here, and then finally the Centauri Saber as well. So Jake finally getting a bit of offense on the board. Once again though, Jake kind of prioritizing just the fact that he doesn't want to let the snowball of Vincent happen. So blocks out all of the damage on the previous turn, just so then this way he can actually go through. And just sort of doesn't let the snowball happening. Taking a bit of time here, and yeah, just going to block it out. But this is a really favorable trade for Jake as well. Jake's deck isn't afraid of blocking, but can also convert those big hands as well really consistently because of the hero ability, just to threaten the gold generation. Yeah, that's a second cull being presented, so one's already in banishment. He can just cull it kind of whenever at this point, assuming damage comes across. The third copy of Deadwood Dirge being presented, so that's all 3 out of the deck, and the cull's just going to be played. Not as an instant, so just forcing a banish, and does look like a trot along being banished across for Jake McCormack. Bit of a setup turn here, and this is where the Kassai deck can start to push. And speaking of pushing, that's a really great way of starting it off. Red Slice and Dice into the Kassai hero ability as well. Kind of incentivizing. Vincent took a setup turn, but now Jake's going to try and punish as quickly as possible.
3 no.
3 no-go again, he says. I wonder if that's actually going to be no-go again after playing Slice and Dice. 3 being blocked. Eloquent Eulogy, I believe, is the card blocking there. So doesn't really want to put any emphasis on those Eloquence tokens, or at least not as much in this matchup. And here we go. So Hot Streak there did actually get go again as an attack action card. Did block it, so kind of again Jake has some information. Knowing that, well, if he didn't have if he had a non-attack that could block, probably would have placed that in front. So knows the hand likely chock full of attacks, or more importantly, has cards like Succumb to Temptation in hand where he really wants to sort of just leverage it on the next turn. But no, he's actually just going to present. And we'll see, so blocking it, using the Grasp of the Arknight alongside, again, another attack action card. But importantly, that Deep Recesses of Existence. And because it's the Centauri Saber, buffs it up to 6, so a damage will actually leak through, makes a gold. And now, I wonder if just kind of forgot about the Centauri, or just kind of admitting, I want to save life in this instance as well.
Banish, Widespread Destruction, you got a full rechance.
Widespread Destruction being the banish here. So it was able to get up to that 4. So 4 and 6. Importantly, Widespread Destruction. On life loss, they lose the Arsenal. Now, we've actually seen Jake keep this Arsenal card for a decent period of time here. And yes, 6 damage leaking across. Does have plenty of equipment to block with, including those Valiant Dynamos, but 4 rune chants is a little bit awkward to deal with. No, just going to take the rune chance. Opts to give the Arsenal, but might have actually played around this. Oh, it's important. We actually no damage has come through yet, but I'll get the life totals moved for you. Yeah, it's going to be the sync below. So really smart here is actually going to play the sync from Arsenal. Parrot parked there for a while, so takes the damage, but it's going to lose, but isn't going to lose anything in this instance because was able to get the value off for that. So this is just vanilla damage now. Here we go. So just passing it back, and now just taking a bit of an opportunity just to attack back. And I'm looking.
He just said he can't see it. So yeah,
Thank you. So yeah, 39 plays 35. I'm looking for what this card is. Is it Provoke? No. It's a little bit hard to tell. Might be draw swords, yeah. So it looks like it was a draw sword. So these swords are going to come in. Draw swords, and then as well, Unsheathed is going to be on the Centauri Saber. So just pumping it up. No, yes, wow. So draw swords, Outland Skirmish, Unsheathed. So this is coming in for 3, 6, 9, go again. Well, sorry, +9 go again, but it's a Centauri Saber, so 11. If you block with an attack action card, it's going to be 12. So this is a lot of damage being presented here. Sadly, it doesn't look like the Kassai ability was activated. And now the consideration for the side of Jonathan Crane. How do you want to block this? Consideration here, and it's one of those things where the Vynn deck doesn't actually mind blocking. There are so many instances where you just kind of like make rune chants and pass, or like you already have the rune gate rune chants, which is definitely, you know, one of those more interesting things, but doesn't have any rune chants available. And again, we said it before, doesn't have the bailout of the cool hand plus the grimoire. So 33, so a bunch of damage going to leak across. As I don't know what the white card is. Copper's going to be made off of the Outland Skirmish. Had go again immediately from Unsheath. He's going to activate Grains as well just to draw a card. And looks like, yeah, he's just going to pass. Oh, no, he's going to actually pitch the Glint Brave Forge here. Swing the Hot Streak coming in for just 3 damage, but plenty of damage is already leaked across, and 2 cards already blocked with for the side of Insert. And now, it is just damage. But you've already committed to blocking a little bit on this turn, so it depends on what the context of the arsenal in hand is for the side of Jonathan. And this is why the Vynn deck can be so complicated, because you have to weigh up, like, what do I have? Is it worth setting up? No, it's just going to take the 3 in this instance. No one hits present. I have no idea what that token is that he's just made. My assumption is that, yes, it's another activation of Grain's Ball on here. So it has 2 resources of an extra, so it can actually crack the gold. Have 5 cards in hand if he wants to really just try and pressure. But it's actually found some really good defensive options for the side of Jake McCormick here. I think it was 2 defense reactions. 6 and 2 damage coming across. Widespread Ruin is the card here. Now, on damage, this rips a card from the top of the deck, so less important. And importantly, one of these things with the Vynn trigger is the fact that all of these Rune Gate cards are often symmetrical, so both players who have taken damage. And it is more often, Widespread Ruin wants to be set up where if you've taken some damage on this turn, you want to banish a card to almost draw a card, but we haven't seen the ability to activate the Vynn ability as of yet, because we've seen no non-attacks being played, really, or at least no shadow ones anyway. We're going to see Shelter being played for its alternative mode. So discarded for instant, so it's going to prevent 2 of the rune chants which are there, and it still has a prevention floating. 6 damage present, so it can actually clean this up. Yeah, so he can actually clean this up with a defense reaction. And yeah, so blocking 5 here. Obs to leak your damage, and again, it is just going to be a card off the top. So The Widespread Ruin's going to trigger the card off the top. Nothing particularly interesting. It's another one of those taken on the chin. So it is a strong card, don't get me wrong. But, yeah. But it's a little annoying into Rune Chance anyway. You kind of have to wait for them to resolve. So, if you're the side of Jake, it's better than losing something like Tropodani if that's in the deck, Blood in the Hands or whatever. And we'll see the 2 Vigors will pop, so activated the gold immediately. Kind of like I was saying before, just has the ability, use the 2 Vigor tokens, pop the gold, and then swing the swords for free. It's this entire Saber just coming in for 2. Currently no go again, but the fact that Jake blocked with the go again enabler does give off a little bit of information.
Reactions.
We are going to see... Ooh, coming across immediately. So Blade Flurry, going to be the first reaction, followed up by that Blood Follows Blade to make a Centauri Sellsword, but also gives the card go again. Centauri Sellswords, incredibly powerful. Grain's going to be activated here as well. Now the Sellsword will be able to attack in because a sword has been attacked with. This does naturally have go again, so 3 go again. Kind of like giving yourself another sword. Mordred Tide is going to be used to block here, so realize this doesn't really have the opportunity for that big setup, and then followed once again by the Hot Streak. Passing to reactions. It's going to be reduced to rune chance. This never feels good. Having to pitch to reduce to rune chance. And to activate the Grimoire as well. Importantly, that Succumb to Temptation is the card being blocked with. So Jake, breathing a sigh of relief, doesn't need to play around that for a little while. And I wouldn't be surprised, depending on the context of Jonathan's hand, if he wants to just kill the Sellsword here. But that's one of the things as well, kind of like with Gravy. If you're taking your damage to kill Sellswords and stuff like that, you're not killing the opponent. And currently 35 to 26 in favor of Jake McCormack. Yeah, it was just a pass back. Banished a card that didn't really matter. Over pitching, so that is actually going to be Shelter from the Storm. Alongside a blue card, going to pitch through. Currently no go again. Attacking in for 5. So I believe that was a draw swords? Maybe not, I'm not sure. It looks kind of like draw swords. It's kind of hard to tell based on our camera angle, you know?
Let's go again.
A bit of a look just to see what else it could
I don't let
be.
you read those cards because they're on box up.
Alright, so Provoke being read here. So I'm going to read it to you guys. If you're attacking with a weapon this chain link, the defending hero reveals a card from their hand. If it's an action card, add it to the chain link defending. Otherwise, they discard it. Yeah, so essentially with this card, you want to, if you can, you want to prevent an attack action card. It forces a block, but really interestingly as well, and I love this with Hot Streak here. The thing with it is that because of how Hot Streak reads, it essentially just says, you give me go again or discard a card that's important. And so forces it out. The Sellsword attacks through, takes 3, and then the Centauri Saber as well. That's such cool tech. If I could pick any hero to come back to CC, who is it? You know it's not Chain. You know what I'm saying. Icelander. 100% of the time. Icelander is the deck, and it's my favorite deck of all time, yeah, so you know that. But second would be Chain. I love Chain. But anyway, Kassai bleeding damage once again. We are going to see a Rune Gate card being banished. Beseech the Demigod going to come across. +3 coming across, and it is finally going to be that widespread destruction. So immediately takes her through Rune Chance, 9 damage. This one attacks the Arsenal, but we've seen already Jake's only Arsenal cards that are defensive or can be played out thus far. Hasn't put any of those power cards. So once again, vanilla damage, and right now with the life lead that Jake has, doesn't care too much about that.
It's gonna be one. Better reacts.
So again, what just presents the Valiant Dynamo uses the sink
31.
below and just plays around these destructions. It's kind of like when you're versing Grave, you just don't arsehole unless you can play it in response to the bow, because it's so backbreaking to lose these cards to these arsenal disruption pieces. 27 plays 21, but Jake has a full hand, was able to filter, still has a gold and a sellsword present. Whenever the sellsword is there, it's so much additional damage. Draw swords once again, over pitching to it, but guess what? All the swords are now free. Oh, slice and dice followed by unsheath as well. Kassai activation as well. Now this is important. Yeah, he's placed them sideways, so those are actually banished. Because technically, when you play a non-attack and it resolves, so it's like goes to the graveyard, but just representing what's actually buffing it up for our sake here at home. So this entire table coming in for 8 on the everything okay. Already has go again, and so just forcing these awkward blocks, because every attack you block with bumps it up. And we're going to start reaching for some more equipment here. So crown going to be placed and immediately crowning it away. So it looks like just wants to sort of shape the hand. Realizes for the side of Jonathan Crane, he needs to find an ability to turn the corner. Currently 6 damage is leaking through for the side of Jonathan Crane. Again, you have to remember, Jack has the resource for the sellsword. Sink below coming across now, so 6 on 8. Still 2 damage leaking. And another gold being presented here, so Jake able to recreate that gold now. Using the resource just to swing the sellsword. Now the sellsword I do believe is an attack, so this does not break the chain. Not that it's relevant here, but play is just actually cleaning it up for our sake, just for a little bit. Just for a little bit of clarity. So 3 more damage being threatened, and then Hot Streak can be swung because, again, a card was drawn for the side of Jake McCormick this turn. Now, Jonathan sort of doing the math here, knows 5 damage at least. Total. If he takes it, but taking 5, go to 14. Yeah, 6 dropping to 16. And I think an important thing to also remember is just the fact that blood debt does happen. Oh, and it is 5 off of the... I forgot, and you can actually see Jonathan relenting a little bit there because we forgot about the card that was played first. He has Slice and Dice. Because of the red one, it gets +3, and yeah, he's just going to block it all out. And he's going to be that last block on the Grasp of the Arknight here. So still has a Carapace block, as well as Creepers if he needs it. Yeah, just knows that you eventually get to a point where you can't swing weapon if you're too low, and all of the cards sitting in your blood debt. If you can't get them out, you're going to start slowly chipping away.
Take the rune chance to place it.
Oh, sorry, doesn't play the rune chant. Oh, yeah, oh, fair. Sorry.
Yeah, so Flail going to come across, so costs a life. On the hit, make a rune charm, but hey, guess what? Valiant Dynamo is pretty good at blocking Flail. Now, if you're on the side of Jake, you know that the hand must have been awkward, didn't have any ways of getting anything out, and so gonna draw a card off the gold, 1 resource floating here, and now the world is the oyster for Jake McCormick. 4 cards in hand, a card drawn, probably has enough to also reactivate Kassai, threaten more gold, and once again, that sellsword has gotten, what, 9 damage minimum thus far? Hot Streak, gonna be the play. Here we are. Coming across, Beseech, Hot Streak. He's going to have go again, I think. I'm not 100% sure, maybe not, but the fact that Blade Flurry was presented does make me think, no, just going to play Blade Flurry for value, get some damage across, sink, interestingly enough, Sigil of Solace being played. The reason that card's in the deck, obviously gaining 3 life is pretty good, but also the ability just to be able to activate Kassai more consistently is probably the main reason why it's in the deck. And just taking a bit of time. Passing it back over.
Shadow puppetry, you got one?
So actually banishing the Shadow Puppetry for Jonathan Crane here. Finally finds a Malefic Incantation. A card that is usually in the Vincent decks one of the things that make it churn. And is actually going to just play out a card from Arsenal. It looks like... Yeah, so AB1 to remove the Rune Chant. I think this is a Deathly Whale. Yeah, blocking 2 and then Fate Foreseen coming across, so eating up all of the damage once again, so isn't actually able to get anything here. So this Deathly Whale usually being used to refund the Rune Chants, but Jake identifies, you know what, hey, I'll block it out. I don't mind. I'm not going to give you any additional Rune Chants in these instances, you know what? I'll just take it. We're going to see just activating. So blocking with a blue as well as the Vigor. Actually cracked the copper. So it realizes doesn't need Blood on her hands to win this game. You see Hot Streak into a Blade Runner coming across. So finally, he's going to be able to give the goal again manually here. Hey, guess what? Sellsword's going to be paid with Tropple Darny being pitched as well. So it's only 1 resource floating. So he's going to create another gold on the back end. So set up for next turn. Centauri Saver coming across for 2 once again. And we are seeing one of the Malefics were actually blocked with for Jonathan Crane. Couldn't find these cards early enough, and as a result, the life disparity, 29 plays 11 here. Now just has to consider, how do I win this game? How do I chain together damage? But doesn't have the time to do big setup turns because Jake is hammering the pressure with this singular sellsword that's available. Yeah, so just reading, making sure it's like, how does this get pumped again? I don't remember. Always takes some time to re-identify things. Particularly on in this kind of more aggro matchup, you have so much time. Just remember to like look things over, kind of feel it out again. Yeah, taking 3. Taking 5 here because of the Blade Runner gave it +2, of course. So 29 plays 6, but likes the hand. At least likes what's left of it. So it needs to banish initially. But look at the hand for Jake McCormack. Actually found a shelter from the storm. Widespread Ruin once again being played across, but Jake, I don't think he cares. If he likes the hand, doesn't need to do anything here. He's going to shelter the discard. That eats up all the Rune Chants. Still has 1 prevention floating. Once again, can block with the Valiant Dynamos and has the defense reaction again. The perfect answer alongside the shelter prevention. 6 will be prevented, so it doesn't even rip a card off the top. Kept the entire hand, and Jake just has the answers every single time. The only cards being parked in that arsenal, just shutting down the offense for the side of Jonathan Crane. And now gold going to be cracked once again by pitching across that glint. We've seen this one before. Draw it up, a single card, single resource floating. Hey, that's enough for a sellsword. And now the front pumps start coming. Outland Skirmish to give +3 and threaten some copper on hit. And the hot streak's going to come across. And you know what? You need to block this. So technically you can go to 1, but then you're in blocking range. So the sellsword almost guaranteed to have go again. I wouldn't be surprised if Jake also has an enabler in the hand as well. Now if you're Vincent, you have to think, do I give up the creepers? Do I give up the carapace? How do I get back in this game? Now luckily, did have a singular copy of Malefic Incantation on the battlefield. which means that he does have at least a rune chant to be able to threaten with. But now just takes a little bit of moment of consideration here. How do I get through this? Reduce the rune chant, so a great answer, alongside a sink below in response to that Blade Runner. So a little bit of reprieve. Doesn't give it the go again. And yeah, an Arsenal pass here for the side of Jake. So doesn't have a gold or a way of drawing cards naturally. But you know what? 6 life. Double D reacts for the side of Jonathan Crane. Can he string something together? 29 life. A long disparity to go through. But if there's a deck that can do it, Red Morph's guy is going to be the play from Jonathan Crane. 3 and 6 on hit, make 3 rune chants from that Red Morph's guys here as well. So on the back end, the last counter from Malefic Incantation will present 1. This does also have go again. So it's going to take the rune chants, and then yes, if he's going to block in this instance, he's going to block it up because this represents 9 damage essentially. Still has the Grains of the Blood Spill as well. Now, interesting and importantly, wasn't able to refund the Valiant Dynamos.
Yeah, it's yellow.
Ah, okay, interesting. So, didn't realize it was yellow, so did overblock that one by 1, and just the pass back. Couldn't use the Morphs, guys. Didn't want to use the life to try and swing with the flail here. So agility's going to pop, so whatever happens now, this first attack, the hot streak's going to have go again. And yeah, interesting. This is important. So swinging with the sellsword for the Centauri Saber with the guaranteed go again. Block this one out. Sonata Galaxy again. We're finally seeing the ways of actually, for the side of Jonathan, we're finally seeing the ways to have able to shoot it up and found some of those those setup pieces. And another card in the arsenal. I wonder, if you're on the side of Jonathan, do you assume it's a D-React at this point? Or is Jake actually just playing the long game? Knows that there's no more ways of actually attacking the arsenal, so maybe put something other than a defense reaction in now. The draw up from Jonathan Crane. Slice and dice. Ooh, into the unsheath. Kassai activation as well. Unsheath it for those of you. +3, and if it's greater than twice its base, it gets go again. Hey, guess what? It's a great way. Not sure what that last card that's being played is actually here. Is it Blood on her Hands? It is. So it's actually just playing the Blood on her Hands out to be able to discard it to gain the Kassai ability. 6 go again on hit, make a gold. That's super smart here. Doesn't have any copper, but it hasn't prioritized it. So it's just using it for the yellow card in bin. If you don't know, you can destroy any number. Now, any number. 0 is a number. Go to reactions here. Sellsword coming in for 3, not a lot. And now suddenly we're in this almost damage to fatigue situation. Where it kind of forces Jonathan to present the hand at return. Hot streak available and can be swung. But again, if you're not going to block, you're not going to block the Sellsword. Just going to just decide to block it all out. Hot streak coming in for 2. No, it's 5 actually because of the slice and dice. Oh, no, it's not a red slice and dice. So 4, so going to take 1 damage here, go to 5, and importantly, make a gold token. Does manage to keep the creepers up to sort of, if he can turn the corner, but Jake probably sitting pretty with that gold. There's a card in Arsenal once again. We didn't see a reaction, so likely is actually going to be, once again, that defense reaction, that defensive piece. Jonathan has a mandatory banish, has no cards in hand, so he's unable to do anything. Passes back. I believe it's actually 26 plays 5. So once again, a draw swords. Yeah, there it is. Doesn't need to make another cell sword. We actually saw it pitched away the Bloodflow's blade, and is going to be the first time we've seen it. Spoils of War being played. +2 and go again on hit make copper. Probably feels a little bit bad for spending out those blood in her hands, but I don't think you need a combo turn if you're Jake McCormack at this point to seal this game up. This is going to be for 4. Looking for... Oh, no, sorry, as well. Had the draw swords as well, so it goes to 3. Double blocking makes the copper. Now this is every time it hits. Pitching a glint again. The sellsword coming across has to block with something here, but as well knows there's a hot streak coming on the back end as well, so At this point, Jake can kind of just force cards consistently as long as he has the ability to have go again. And if there's one thing Kassai can do, it's go again. Jake just in control of the game. Gonna manually close the chain here as well. Just came in with a game plan that's very consistent. Gonna activate Brave Forge and swing in the hot streak this time. Coming in for 3 damage is gonna force the block. Taking 1, goes to 2. Now, luckily for the side of Jonathan Crane, doesn't have any blood debt or anything along those lines. Has, yeah, he's going to pay for a Vigor as well off of the hit, and then 4 copper available. So if he does draw the blood in her hands, does have the ability now to actually do a lot. But just hot streak, attacking easily too. Guess what? You have to block it. And the question is, how much do you overblock by? I think at this point, it's kind of hard to play around stuff. So you kind of just present the number and then hope they don't have anything to go over the top if you want any chance of winning. Shadow Puppetry blocking too. Jake taking a moment of consideration. Pitches into the backside and is actually going to rip a card here once again by this interesting Provoke tech. He's going to present a card now. Importantly, and this is important actually, is actually presenting a Machinations of Domination, which is a non-attack card. So it's discarded here, but it does mean that he does not get the go again with the hot streak. So, oh, maybe he was it not a Machinations? Might have been a Deep Recess of Existence then. So the Sellsword is going to come across, and importantly, Jake's actually ripped a card. So as a result, this last attack, as we close the chain, taking over consideration, the Centauri Saber, 1 card left in hand. He's going to pump it, doesn't pump it up. Sigil, he breathed a sigh of relief for the side of Jonathan Crane. I thought that was the end of the game right there, but no, just gaining some life. But again, the only cards we're seeing Jake Arsenal, cards that can be played when the Arsenal's being threatened.
Yeah, I'm like looking at like, yeah, hang on. It's like, how have I been dealt 3 exactly? That seems very...
I think we actually forgot to gain some life over the first Sigil as well. The draw back up now, pass back from Jonathan. We talk about fatigue by damage. Obviously, Jake is using cards, but at the end of the day, does have a weapon that doesn't cost life. Hot streak, once again, for 2. And kind of, Jake at this point asking whatever he needs to. Knows for a fact it's unlikely that Jonathan's going to be able to threaten the Arsenal again. Unless Jake absolutely bricks the hand. This is the thing. Didn't have the cool hands to be able to bail him out of some of these situations, but also needed to actually have the grasp of the Arknight. Hot streak, give and go again because of block with Eloquent Eulogy. The Sellsword for 3 coming across, demanding a card. This is kind of the easiest of all the attacks to block because you can't give a reaction to it. Moment of contemplation for Jonathan Crane. Again, it's going to be that Machinations coming across. And then, interesting, just you can see has excess cards using the blue hit and run just for a +1 here. Knows that Jonathan's deck is full of 2 blocks and trying to force it out. And speaking of those 2 blocks, is actually going to block across here with the creepers because the pump does actually come through. Has to hope this is not a blood debt card that's getting banished. It's going to be a Funeral Moon, but he can actually play it out. Yeah, so he's just going to play out the Funeral Moon, gain a resource. Now, importantly, does go up to 4 Rune Chants, so if he can keep a card once again, there is a gold to bail Jake out, and that's a great way to start off a turn as well. Spoils of War being presented.
Very. There is no 3 on this dice. Crack Copper. Yeah, I don't know. That's great. Crack Copper.
Yeah, it's just going to actually pop one of the copper here. Has excess blues, and we're fine. Oh my god, what are we looking at from the side of Jake McCormack? Plays off 2 sharpened senses. Weapon gets your weapon attacks get +2 now. They're greater than the base, they get go again. So 2 sharpened senses coming across alongside of Spoils of War. So now plenty of attacks to come through.
Yep.
Taking 1. one remaining here. Sellsword's going to come across. You have to remember that the hot streak is going to be able to be played. Already has a +2, and it is going to be 4 damage coming across. No blocks available, and that's going to be the fist bump extended. Jake McCormack showing that same consistency that he used to win the calling very recently, able to close up this game for round number 2. Really well played by both players. Vynn just couldn't get anything started. Wasn't able to find the cards in the right order. Wasn't able to find those setup cards initially, and as a result, Jacob pounced and came all the way through. And sort of talking a little bit about the Kassai deck as well. Just a really consistent value deck. Having a bit of read of the chat here as well. Dear Mamada, good to see you. I would pick Kassai to come back. The moment she goes, she should come back. I agree. The deck is very strong and very good. Sick cast play. Incredible stuff coming through from the side of Jacob McCormack. People want Viscera brought back. Once I did say I wanted Icelander to come back. I know that's probably a hot take because I know a lot of people don't like Icelander, but you know what? I love the deck. The deck is the best. So thank you guys so much for hanging out with us. That was round number 2. If you were just joining us, here's a little bit of a look at our meta breakdown. We were saying a little bit about it. It is, once again, a wide open meta, and we're not seeing as much Gravy representation. So one of those things where Gravy, obviously a very strong deck, but does fall a little bit to these hyper aggressive ninjas that we are seeing kind of make a little bit of a resurgence. We have New Zealand National Championships going on right now, and we've seen that the most represented deck from NZ is actually Cindra, which is kind of crazy. Waiting for the return of my Ice Babe. Sage is fine for the time being. I'm right there with you, Chips. I will aim. Fair. Yeah, look, Icelander is definitely one of my favorite decks of all time. In any TCG, to be honest with you. It's probably my favorite Fab deck of all time, second to Chain. Secondly, then being Chain. But that was round number 2, ladies and gentlemen. Plenty of Flesh and Blood left to go. Like I said, 83 people here for this Battlegrounds. So plenty of Fab. We are going to also have a top 8 cut, so do not go anywhere. Go get a snack. Go get something to drink. I'm going to take a little bit of a break myself, and then we'll be right back in just a little bit.
Yeah, I was thinking it might include.
Any rice was on the ground. And good. Like I'm using the and then he calls questions to I just really See that file. Sarah's best friend. Sarah's best friend. Can you take the guy?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Round number 3 of the Flesh and Blood Battlegrounds presented by Fluke and Box, and we have a doozy for you. We definitely have a game where, if you've got other stuff to do, but you're like, oh, I got 10 minutes. This is probably one of those games because we have an unbelievably aggressive matchup going up against each other. We have Thomas Dowling.
Reported like you usually do, but Matt would be if you say the that's what it is.
Sorry. Just making sure I'm spelling his name. Yeah. Thomas Dowling on Dash.io going up against Alessandro Pena on Fi. They messed me up.
I was mentally preparing myself for Bravely, but it is not. No, I told you.
Let me swap real quick.
Yeah. Me.
Is Fi. And you heard you heard Thomas as well. Cool. They don't have life totals for us, but that's okay. I'll try to keep track on your behalf, guys. Thomas will be going first as well.
Round 3 has started. You have 55 minutes.
Now, for those of you who don't...
announcements briefly.
Oh,
You
hang
can
on.
pick up your tournament packs from John and the front desk whenever you like. And on-demand drafts will begin starting. But
Interesting. Okay, so for those of you who don't know a little bit of lore about Thomas Dowling as well, when Dash.io was announced, he played in a calling and went undefeated except for his only loss in that calling was the grand finals on Dash.io, really showing the world how powerful this deck is. Alessandro Pena will be on Fi, a deck that we've seen like kind of ebb and flow in and out of the meta throughout, but it has come back in a really interesting way. Looks like it's on the Searing Emberblade plan, so it doesn't have Kodachis in the sideboard or anything like that. And importantly to note, both of these players have access to Boots of Omus Ward, the new legendary generics. So you've been dealt Arcane, it gets +1. It gets +1 block, but importantly as well, has one with temper, and then you can tap it, your hero, and destroy the boots to prevent the next damage that would be prevailed. So it kind of blocks for 2. Interestingly as well, for the side of Thomas, Lyath Gauntlet is the generic equipment, so +2 for the next 2 attack. So definitely going to be an interesting sort of decisions that we're making. But if there's one thing that we are expecting in this matchup, is that it's going to go quick. Players are going to be fighting tooth and nail very hard the whole time. Well, Thomas does actually have the life totals for us, which is good. Wonderful.
Oh, you've done it. Okay.
So we can actually see, which is great. Thomas, a friend of mine. A little bit of a fun fact for those of you. The last calling I ever played in...
Free advertising for Macca's.
You hear talking about the advertiser. But yeah, Thomas, the last calling I actually played in, which was the world premiere calling for Uprising.
I mean,
That's how long it's been since I played a calling. We were on a team. It was myself and our friend Phil.
I just played this match.
And we were playing on a team blitz calling, which was a lot of fun. So shout out to Thomas, a good friend of mine. But we'll see into fire as well.
That's a thing.
Very curious to see how this matchup actually goes. I do think it's going to be interesting. Both decks very explosive, and it's really going to be on who finds their power cards first. Thomas has opted to go first because Dasho does need a little bit more setup, but if it can get there, can just absolutely dumpster on quite literally anything. All right, we'll see as we look at the equipment being presented for the side of both players. It does look like, yeah, pretty standard. Fi does have access to Mask of Momentum in his sideboard, but Mask of the Pouncing Lynx alongside Tiger Stripe, Shuko, Flamescale Furnace, and of course, Dragon Scaler Fight Path. For the side of Thomas Dowling, Cogworks Tinkerings, Crown of Providence, Teklo Foundry Heart, alongside of the Adaptive Plating. But the perfect start for the side of Thomas Dowling, the double item start, is exactly how you want to be looking if you are on his side. Finds not only one of the most powerful cards in his deck, being the Cerebellum Processor, but also the Teklo Core to set it up. So 2 counters on the weapon, has a card for Arsenal. We are going to see starting off Ignite. Sorry, not Ignite, but it's actually going to be Rise from the Ashes, returning that Phoenix Flame and giving +3 to the next attack for the side of Fire. I can imagine not much blocking, but ooh, we see a flash of another power card. It does look like an Art of Phoenix War going to be pitched for with Ignite. Going to discard the Phoenix Flame. Draw. What does he find? So for those of you who don't know, one of the more powerful cards we've seen, you have to discard a Phoenix Flame to play it, but all your Draconic attacks get +1 and you draw 2 cards. Shades of Art of War from back in the day. Beautiful art on this card as well, and immediately starting it off. You want to talk about these decks being aggressive. This is a great way to start that process. We'll see though. Taking a little bit of time to consider now. +7. This is kind of scary. When your opponent comes in for with a Ronin Renegade for 7, plenty of cards left in hand as well. Did have to pitch the Spreading Flames, play the Art of War. Sorry, I'm going to call it Art of War, but it's the Art of Phoenix War. Ronin Renegade for 4 coming in now, buffed up by the +1. No blocks were declared by Thomas, and thank God they've got the life totals because my math is not this quick. Now, only a singular card left in hand for the side of Alessandro, so that card is important to note. I think from what I saw, it is one of the Salt in the Wounds, which, don't get me wrong, is a very powerful card, but doesn't get the buff. It's going to puff it. And this is one of these things with these aggro matchups, right? When you learn Flesh and Blood, you learn that you want to save your equipment for later in the game. It's later in the game already. When you have an aggressive matchup like this, every turn is later in the game. These decks are capable of presenting your entire life total every single turn with the right situations. And yeah, and I like this decision. It's actually going to pitch away the Salt in the Wound here. It's one of the key cards. There's a reason why most of these decks run 1 or like 2 or 1 copies, is because Mask of the Pouncing Lynx can actually be used to go find it. So it's going to pitch it away. Instead, just going to attack with the Emblem for 3.
Smaller dice, or
There's no. There's no.
Oh, I will sort that out. Yeah, that is very odd.
Maybe he's.
Coming in for 3.
Just don't put that in.
Try to make my job easier for me. So Thomas was filtering with that Crown of Providence as well. You have to remember with Dasho, if you look over every single time, you can see that they've put the life totals upside down, but that's fine. You can see that he can look at the top card of the deck at any time. And then, yeah, just going to return and then send in the Phoenix Flame for 2. Cogworks Tinkerings is going to be presented. So this is almost all of Thomas's equipment being presented here. But importantly as well, off of an Art of Phoenix War, definitely could be scarier. And Thomas did not block with the card, so has a 5-card hand, and importantly as well, Alessandro does not have an Arsenal card here. The start of turn, everything's going to tick.
Two resources.
So Thomas can sort of be in the situation now where he doesn't need to pitch for a lot of his hand. Takes a bit of a look at the top though. Ideally would like to find an item off the top so he can celebrate him with impunity. That's a good way to start though. I believe that is a red boom grenade as well, so every single attack scary. Zipper hit.
Boost 5 go again.
Heist coming across. Yeah, 5 go again. On hit, deal 4 as well. This is a lot of damage, and one thing Fire doesn't really want to do, it's block with his hand. So we are going to see damage just being swung for the fences here.
Reactions.
Oh, hang on. Reactions being called for. Thomas taking consideration. Now, with these mech decks, they very frequently, unless it's Puffin, of course, they don't run reactions. So maybe it's something off the top like an item. A second boom grenade, perhaps?
Still take 5 then 4.
Never mind, not going to actually do anything in this instance. So 9 damage immediately leaks across here. Boom grenade popping off. Manually breaking the chain for the side here. Ooh,
Bias update.
bias update coming through.
This comes into play.
Okay, so incredibly smart sequencing here. So it's going to be bias update. Looked at the top card and you thought as well, did consider actually playing that card off the top, but instead bias updating it into play, meaning it doesn't use the action point. Because of this, is going to gain an additional action point by cranking, because he boosts it using the Cerebellum Processor. Really smart sequencing here, because now can activate the Cerebellum Processor when he finds a card he wants to draw. 4 and then 3 damage coming across once again. Sprocket Rocket getting buffed up, and suddenly the life totals being thrown back and forward, and Thomas still has a card in hand and also essentially has another card available here off the Cerebellum Processor when he wants it. Tekla Foundry Hard, but as well also has access to another way of actually gaining an action point should he choose to. Probably going to find another Cerebellum Processor in this instance as well, just to set himself up using the Spark of Genius. Also will draw a card in this instance as well. Now, this is a really interesting fact for those of you who may not be so familiar. Never mind the red protocol, just to insulate himself. He's going to shuffle and then draw. You can't look before the draw, technically, because it is during the resolution of a card. This card resolves the whole way. So it says anytime, but there are some stipulations to that as well. But 26 plays 24.
Draw.
And now a consideration for Thomas here is drawn the card, looked at the top. Now, has 2 action points, also has the ability to return cards from his graveyard. Tekla Foundry Heart here. Now, this does 2 things. It gains him some resources, but importantly, resets the top of the deck and takes another peek. Considering what does he want to draw? One thing with Dash is there are so many lines to this deck. Just needs to figure out which one is appropriate for this situation. 2 action points available, so regardless, at absolute minimum can shoot twice, but no. Cerebellum Processor will be activated. Goes down to 1 action point here. So now has 2 cards in hand once again, already after presenting and dealing 16 points of damage. Plenty left in the tank. You have to remember that backup process is also available, even if these cards are just resource cards. Taking a
I haven't
moment.
tapped you. I don't think I've used it either. I played this from hand. You haven't used it.
Yeah, now considering, yeah, hasn't activated the Dio ability.
Yeah.
That's important as well, because now Thomas needs to sort of consider.
Oh, yeah. I'm so sorry. Oh, yeah.
Are we going symmetrical? Or so, Yeah. You're right, I guess.
Thomas just mapping it out as well. So it's one of these things, right, where these games are often very fast
Thank you.
in regards to the amount of turns being played. But each turn often takes a little longer than your average kind of slower game. And we'll see here the pistol being coming across. This uses the last action point. Most likely there is an item on the top here. So yeah, activate Dio here just to bring it out. Another boom grenade. This is the third boom grenade that we've seen cranked. So returning the action point. And now we'll see. Oh. Another boom grenade. So this is the fourth boom grenade we've seen this turn. 0 to 60. 0 for 4. Also, once again, threatening the boom grenade coming across. Action point left as well. And likely will pitch it, or he can actually close the chain and play this again. So this is actually at minimum, depending on what color the card in hand is. This is another 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 damage for the side of Thomas Dowling, on the assumption that Alessandro does not block. Now, he still has some equipment left available, but in general, you don't want to be blocking with your ninja equipment anywhere near as much as you do on the side of a mech. You're actually going to initially see the block here. And then just 2 damage going to come across once again. So yeah. So it doesn't really mind too much about threatening the grenade because, importantly, he got a block out. And that's like the big thing. He actually forced a block from the side of the fire deck. And as we said before, didn't have an arsenal. So this is probably just going to be a card into an arsenal pass. 26 plays 20, and Thomas still sits on an arsenal card here. But Warmonger's Diplomacy is actually going to be the choice for the side of Alessandro. So going to kind of change up how Thomas does things. Now, Thomas does have an opportunity to respond if he finds an item off the top here, but instead of actually presenting damage, Fire opting for a little bit of a more controlling route. And you wouldn't think this sort of messes up a traditional mech like the original Dash, but this can actually have pretty large implications into Dasho, who likes to play both items and attack at the same time. A bit of consideration for Thomas here. More often than not, you snap call war in a lot of instances, but if Thomas's hand is just full of setup cards, he might also be inclined to just call peace and then just set up for the next turn. It doesn't feel great, but it is an option available to him. Yeah, nothing has been decided as of yet, Thomas. Just sort of considering the plays.
Sorry.
It's really impactful Warmonger as well because it's on that second Tekla core turn. Yeah, just calling war. Also, fire calling war as well. It's kind of one-sided for the fire deck. The fire deck does play a couple of non-attacks, but they're not super important.
The Tekla dies, I have 2 resources.
Thomas losing all of his all of his setup items now. 2 resources floating. War was called, so we are going to see damage still presented. Ice boosting away another boom grenade.
Booms, Tekla.
Could have technically flushed it out on the other turn, but maybe just has the offensive output in hand anyway, despite the fact he's under Warmongers here. And you know, it is definitely impactful for the side of Alessandro to present it like this and like sort of slow it down. It is still a lot of damage that could potentially come across him. 26 plays 20, plenty of life available for Thomas on this next turn, depending on what's found. And importantly as well, I have to check one thing. No, never mind. I was going to say, Art of Phoenix War is an instant, so is unaffected. Okay. Some blocks being lined up, and interestingly, he's going to line up all of it. So Flame Scale Furnace alongside the Tiger Stripe Shuko. And as well as the Dragon Scaler Flight Path. A second copy of Heist is going to come in. Now, the important thing to know about Heist as well is I do believe, and I may be wrong, yeah, you may put an item from your Banish Zone. So plenty of items in the Banish Zone. Maybe that's why I didn't want to destroy the Boom Grenade. But because of this 5 damage coming across, and then it does play out an item which can gain an action point, or he can leave the counter on there, I wouldn't be surprised. And it gets around Warmongers because it's not playing the card, it's pulling a card through. We'll see, what does he decide? Echo Core looks like it's going to be. Yeah, and Thomas just checking. You got 5? It's definitely not a good place to be. But the Teklo Core was in the Banish Zone here. And again, it does not really matter too much. Soup Up going to be the next play as well. It does have Go again because all of those items at the start were removed. And then just 2 damage coming across. So despite the fact that he was under Warmonger's Diplomacy, dropping to 9, and that is 9 by the way. 26 plays 9, 5 cards available for Alessandro though. This is go time for the deck. He needs to be able to find some big pop-off turn in this instance. He honestly needs to be able to threaten Thomas's life total here. Good start though. Vanilla 3, but it does start that chain of red draconic attacks with the Ronin Renegade. And yeah, immediately he's going to pop the mask. Considering as well, this is one of the like really challenging things with these ninja decks is when do you pop Mask of the Pouncing Limbs? Because ideally you want to pop it as late as possible so you don't give away information. So some decks, like sometimes the main 2 choices are either Lava Burst. Yeah, he is going to activate it. So Lava Burst or that Salt in the Wound that we saw pitched away. But if you fetch Salt in the Wound, you can it kind of gives away information about should I be more aggressively blocking or like what does it look like, whereas versus if you look at a card like Lava Burst, you kind of can math it out a little bit easier. Now it's consideration of what is he getting. Those of you at home wondering, should I those of you at home, if I want to play this deck, the fire deck, the number 1 thing to remember, make sure you put your Phoenix Flame in the graveyard, because it's not a must, it's a May ability. And if you don't, and you start playing the game sometimes, you just don't have a Phoenix Flame. And he actually, interestingly, gets an Ignite here. So Ignite, for those who don't know, is a 0 for 2. When it attacks, your next Draconic card costs 1 less to play or activate. So it means that he has a card in hand that costs something that he doesn't want to pay for. And importantly, a card that is Draconic is this Art of Phoenix War. Unlikely that that's what's going to be played, because we would have probably seen it pitched for at the very start. Now, moment of contemplation for Alessandro, sorry. I did, yeah, sorry, I spelled it. There is supposed to be an R there. Apologies, Alessandro. And this is what I was talking about. This is turn 3 of the game. But players just needing to squeak every little point of damage out ASAP. You're going to see that Ignite now. And if you are on the side of Thomas, you're probably pretty happy to see the Ignite. Or terrified knowing that there are other things in hand. Lava, Vayne, Loyal. No. Is that one Lava, Vayne, Loyalty? I've called like 4 different cards that I love evading loyalty. Now, this is Flamecall Awakening. So yeah, so now a 0 for 3, fetch a second Phoenix Flame. So Alessandro, I think, has identified that he couldn't threaten the full 26 on this turn. So he's opting to set up a second Phoenix Flame here. I'm going to activate in resolution. Oh my god, he actually does have it. So he's going to pitch using the new Phoenix Flame to discard the Phoenix Flame he's activated for an Art of Phoenix War. Now, definitely a good play in regards to the consistency, but he's lost out on 3 damage by playing it now. So it's going to be interesting to see if playing this as a bit of a trap card later on in the chain link ends up coming back to bite him. Now, he did need a way, as we've seen, so the Ignite to come this, we didn't have to pitch, because it must be a full red hand, so wanted to be able to have a Phoenix Flame to pitch away. So we'll see, what's he drawn off the top? And is it enough? Has 3 cards in hand. Importantly, actually, I saw a bit of a glimpse there. One of the cards is Rise from the Ashes, which he cannot play. That is a dead card in his hand due to the fact that he's under Warmonger's Diplomacy. You have to remember that he did call war here, so isn't able to play non-attack action cards on this turn. Chain being closed as well. I'm unsure if he actually can play this. There might be a judge call. I'm not sure. Now, the other thing...
3 cards? Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see if this is called out, but this is 8 damage coming across. Blaze Headlong doesn't care about chain links, it just cares... Just cares about a red card has been played. Now, 3 cards, one of which is a Phoenix Flame. Mistakes happen, one of these things where, like I said, the players take a lot of time on their turns, you kind of forget which turns you're on now. And now we're going to see Rising Resentment for 4. 9 plays 9. There's 1 unknown card in Alessandro's hand for Thomas Dowling, but does still have plenty of cards in hand. Has 3 block off his equipment as well. And yeah, he's actually just going to block here using one of the blues. It's important to see that that blue zipper hit comes across. The Phoenix Flame for 2 now. And I think the scariest card that you can actually see if you're in Tom's seat is Salt in the Wound here. And no, it's actually just going to be fished away. So the Searing Emberblade for 3. Ignite does not equal 7. And so, yeah, and that's all. So passing it back, was able to present a lot of damage, but Tom definitely has plenty of damage he can dish out himself. Remember, the Tekla Core is available, and you have to remember with these Dash.io decks, they have more information than you. They know the top of the deck all the time.
6 down, 2 resources.
2 resources available.
Play Vynn Grenade.
Vynn Grenade cranking out here. Zipper hit for 5 here, and now suddenly all of these attacks do demand blocks because 5 plus 4, that's enough damage to take your life. So no equipment block left available. So it is going to, Thomas is going to demand cards every single time, which we will now see.
Break the chain of Spark.
Spark of Genius coming across now as well. But regardless, Tom's going to be happy with this instance. He's already ripped 2 cards away. Gonna get something crankable, yeah. Backup protocol here. Because he can present another breakpoint with this Boom Grenade. Has plenty of stuff available.
Draw.
And that Spark of Genius as well is the reason why Thomas was umming and ahhing on the previous turn, because it is such a powerful card. Dash.io activation still available as well. I think has drawn up some blues. Tekla Foundry Heart once again. Probably not. Probably not for the resources, just to clear the top of the deck.
Full go again.
We'll go again, but no blocks available at hand. Alessandra extends the fist bump, and Thomas Dowling goes to 3-0 in round number 3. Great stuff coming in from
being
Thomas.
that setup, turn 0 was just too great.
Yeah, Thomas also talking about it. His setup in turn 0 was the reason why he thinks that that game was won. As my
Glad we had
webcam
Talfik to
fails
test
up.
this matchup 50 times over.
We didn't need to test it that much to figure that out.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Bear with me for a second here, chat.
We bashed it over and over, and it's like, man, we win 60% when we win the die roll.
Yeah.
But we lose 80% when we don't.
Yeah.
See the players talking about the game once again. As I try and wait for my webcam to reset. But ladies and gentlemen, that was round number 3. Now, I have heard in the background that was a quick game, but there is a bit of a time extension that has actually happened from one of our back tables. So we're going to take this as an opportunity for a break. I am going to get myself another lozenge and have a bit of a rest. Hope you guys are having a great day thus far. That was round number 3 of the Battlegrounds for the Fluke and Block, presented by Fluke and Box, and we will be back very, very soon. Do not go anywhere.
Yeah.
All right, let's go again.
Yes, I think so.
That's fine.
It was yellow, I would have taken it out.
Players, that is time in the round! Oh my god!
That's like this one.
You're table two? Oh, got me too. Okay. What?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Thank you for hanging out for a little bit. We had a bit of a time extension in our previous round, but we are looking at round number 3. Sorry, round number 4 of our event here for the Battlegrounds for Fluke and Box. We are looking towards the undefeated bracket, and we are seeing another Fang Drakaya Blades going up against another Fatigue deck, but this time on the vein of Arachne Huntsman. One of the decks that was definitely showing up when we were looking at it. In a previous event, specifically the Calling Sydney, had a really good showing there. It kind of fell off a little bit, but you know, definitely we are looking at some of these aggressive decks.
You're back both.
We are looking at a lot more of these aggressive decks, and we are going to now see it actually coming through. I'm also trying to fix my webcam as we're kind of going through this as well, so just bear with me on that one.
You want Fang?
Here we are, though, players getting themselves set up. Tell me, what do you guys think of these fatigue decks? I really like Huntsman, like a lot. I think the deck is really cool. I think it takes a lot of skill. And it attacks from a very different angle, which I like.
Your choice.
And you go get first.
Sure.
And he's gonna go for
Alright, sorry about that. I'm hoping that I have fixed it, but we shall see. Worst fails, I'll restart the stream a little bit later on, but it is fine. I don't like losing my shit to 100. Yeah. Look, it's definitely one of those cards that is terrifying. And it's definitely got more and more tools as time's gone on. Hunter or Hunted, of course, the premier card, but we've also seen things like Coercive Tendency, and then even more recently, Unmake the Underlings is a blue card that really can just... It forces you as a Gravy player, as someone who does play Gravy myself, it forces you to play in a different way, because you know you can't stockpile allies in the graveyard. It definitely is scary. It's not game breaking, but it definitely requires respect, which I'm a big fan of. See players prepping themselves and getting ready. You guys are having a great day like I am as well. Andy Pham versus Liam Norton. We've talked a little bit about Fang, and it definitely is complicated the way that you have to navigate these fatigue matchups. And I'm curious to see how this actually goes for Fang. But it definitely feels Arachne favored, at least from a theory perspective for me. Yeah, I think you heard it there actually in the background as well. He said the word sellswords. Definitely, it's the sort of situation where I think the only way that you can beat this is creating a bunch of sellswords and proactively attacking with a whole bunch and sort of setting up these big combo turns. We didn't see that previously, but we'll see if it comes through here. Once again, thank you all for joining me here. This is, of course, the Battlegrounds, you know, this new version of event where you can get PTIs without needing to attend the World Tour. If there is one around you, please get to it. This one, of course, presented by Fluke with their physicals, brand new physical store. Super excited. If you've never been there, I highly recommend getting over there ASAP. Players still taking a moment to consider and just shuffle themselves up. Now you are also going to see, we've seen a little bit of people peering at the top of the deck, specifically Dash.io from Thomas Dowling on the previous round, but we're going to see a little bit more of it in a slightly different sense, where we'll have our Arachne player actually reaching across and looking.
He said you're going second, right? Yes. Yeah. All right. Lots of fun. See on the other side.
Here we are. We'll have a bit of a look at the equipment being presented. And it's kind of what we expected from the side of Arachne. Importantly, Graven Gloves. We'll keep a bit of a count about how much that actually ends up blocking throughout this game. Just so impactful. And one of the reasons why this Huntsman deck has become prevalent, alongside Scale Peeler, Mask of Perdition, and interestingly enough, though, we're actually looking at the quick dodge flexes. On the side of Fang, once again, it is the... Oh, actually, no, we're looking at the Kabuto of Imperial Authority. So when this defends to the end of turn, opponents can attack with weapons, usually used in a Warrior Mirror more so. But in this instance, it is the sort of thing where weapons being attacked with Arachne can be important. Might not necessarily be as backbreaking as versus other warriors, but still feels very strong. And as well, Huntsman doesn't really have a way of breaking anything anyway. But immediately off the start, we're going to see one of the more premier cards to actually attack with early. Leave No Witnesses. Leave No Witnesses being deployed, immediate blocks, but then this sort of gives a bit of information of what kind of deck we're looking at. Is here cut to the chase being there, and it's going to be banishing, and this is why Cindra's going to gain some life and then pass. And then also on the end of turn, we are going to see that pledge fealty, Draconic Instant, just to make a fealty token. Now, it's really interesting, right? Because you attack with Leave No Witnesses when they have no arsenal, but putting it in there does turn on every single codex you have for the rest of the game. So that first one, while it looks like it doesn't get as much value, still made a silver, still ripped a card, and also still dealt some damage, and as well can then buy it back later on. A pass back now. Plenty of Fang in the room, actually, which I find quite interesting. It's definitely a curious deck. Now, consideration here. How do we navigate the initial part? Because as we said before, Fang as a deck is quite strong, but in particular, once it's able to get those 3 fealties online. Obsidian Firebane will be the first attack coming across, and a lot of blocking likely going to be seen here. I wouldn't be surprised if the Graven Gloves get out, because we're sitting on a silver anyway. We want to build as much as possible. And having a bit of a look actually at the list, from what I can see, Quick Dodge Flexes being the only boots available for this Arachne deck, with the exception, of course, of Arcane Barrier. So it doesn't actually want to be on any more buybacks, but it does have the Musketeer Edition instead. Double pumps coming through, so 6 damage across. Mark on hit as well. As it looks like Blistering Blade being 1. So this one is just +2. Alongside, I think that's a yellow Scar Tissue as well. So +2 on hit mark. So 6 damage. Bringing it in. It's going to be the Frailty Trap as well. Perfect answer in this instance. So it's actually going to be a 0 for 4. So it's technically a 0 for 3, but it's going to pump down. It's actually going to quick dodge immediately here. Unmake the Underling is going to be there. 5 on 5. The Frailty as well does kind of disincentivize the attacking with the second one, because already just reducing it, and that Frailty Trap's super important, but no, it's still going to press it across. Does have access to another quick dodge activation as well.
No blocks, any reactions?
See over the top as well.
Quick dodge.
Quick dodging again. 1 damage will leak through, but importantly doesn't have the on hit to mark, so a little less important in that instance.
I think straight off the mess already.
And we'll just see, taking a brief moment to pass back. 42 plays 38. A singular point of damage leaked across, but is it the second fealty? Now we'll see the Nerve Scalpel going to start. Now this is really interesting and really quite smart. So the Nerve Scalpel is usually brought in with Flick Knives because it makes reactions do 1 less. But Fang as a deck, most of its cards are reactions, so they're actually fine bringing this in now. Just because then, even if it becomes more impactful than something like the Scale Peeler. Sack the Shifty.
Just looking for base go again.
Yeah, exactly. So sack the Shifty, base go again looking for. Once, ideally, we do actually want to create a silver here because it allows us to buy back Graven Gloves for the side of Arachne. No blocks being declared. We'll see if there's a defense reaction, but still a card available for Arachne, regardless of what it is, likely being parked in the arsenal. There's not many misses for your arsenal in this Arachne deck. One of them, I will say, sometimes is the Shred, but it looks like... I'd be curious to see how much Shred we're even on these days, because there's so many just good cards. Banishing the top card, the Quick Dodge. It's interesting as well. So Ops, I believe that was actually... it might have been a Pledge Fealty, like the alternate art. I'm not 100% sure. It's either a Hunt the Hunted. Hunt the Hunter, sorry.
He's online.
But here we go, activating, has the third, and you hear the exclamation as well of he's online, which means that this Firebane coming in for free.
Supposedly. I don't even have it. All these Guardian guys. No blocks, any reacts. I do have a react.
Asking for reacts, taking up to 6, and hit, yeah, you hear it here. This is probably one of the more important cards we see to get over these fatigue decks, is that Hunt's End. Just a 0 for 4. So much damage being presented with Hunt's End. Only available when you have 3 fealty. Speaking of 0 for 4s, here's another one yourself. Fate Foreseen. The reason why it goes up to 6, by the way, because it's a draconic reaction. So the Obsidian Firebane does actually get its initial buff as well as the go again.
No boss any reacts.
Here we go. Another way of creating a fealty. Gonna be Sink Below. I love those Sink Belows. They're, I think, my favorite. They're so pretty. Of course, with Las Vegas coming up, Fate Foreseen promos will be available, I do believe. 34 plays 40. Importantly enough, though, for the side of Arachne, we haven't been able to get that second silver yet. So no buybacks have been available yet. For the side of Andy. This is sort of where you consider why the Nerve Scalpel here. Sorry, why not the Nerve Scalpel? And like, there's a variety of reasons. Sometimes this doesn't actually matter too much. And just trying to be efficient. But if you're on the defending side, you have to think why. Overcrowded going to be the choice here. So it's actually going to be for 3 because of the fealty.
Oh, no.
Yeah. There we go. Reaches for the Valiant Dynamos, but no, they're actually buffs up the Nerve Scalpel. Here we go. Command and Conquer being the choice now. 6 damage coming across that beautiful Fallout Command and Conquer. 6 damage coming across, but a Sigil being played out of Arsenal. Command and Conquer not really targeting anything. Yeah, we're just trying to insulate from the damage, so those Valiant Dynamos being presented. 2 damage leaking across, and now we'll see. It's one of those cards where it doesn't really attack like the deck like the contract cards do. But it is still quite powerful because it does force blocks a lot of the time. But as we said before, Frailty is online, so this Fang deck does become significantly more efficient and a lot scarier. Gonna see a block being reached for here. The good thing versus Fang is in general you're not too worried about reprise, the number one being Glint the Quicksilver. And I'm curious as well if our Fang player has brought Blunted in, Searing Gaze with reactions, so it's just +2. 1 damage to leak. Liam.
I will choose.
What card is it? Oh, it's a Warmonger. So Liam presenting Warmonger's Diplomacy here. Now, not a huge amount of hits, but still does actually hit a codex that's available for the side of Andy. So it definitely has impact in the sense it's not that he knew that. Persuasive Prognosis, going to block with. Here's the Nerve Scalpel. Like I was saying, if Blunton's in the deck, these attacks with the daggers can be a little bit scary. Speaking thereof, Blunton will be presented. You hear him even exclaim, good card. And has 2 power cards in hand. What does he actually discard? He's going to discard the Leave No Witnesses. Can't actually get it back. Gain the life and then just Arsenal the Codex. Really well-timed Blunted in this instance. That's one of the more powerful cards that the Warrior class has gotten. For those of you who don't know, when it defends an attack, a weapon attack, the person who attacks discards a card. So very strong. Bit of a fight.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, bit of a fight show. Pretending to be fire here is we're actually seeing, I believe that's Oath of Loyalty coming across.
Any reactions? I'll take 1. I was marking again.
Yeah, we go. So the markers received, a fealty comes across. So 5 fealty available now. So pretty much any card at this point in the deck is going to be considered draconic. Once again, 1 with the Obsidian Firebane.
What's right?
We're seeing that traditional Arachne kind of gameplay where we are just kind of trying to block out and minimize damage, but Searing Gaze coming across, so +2 and on hit marks because it's the second Draconic Chain Link. In case you're wondering as well, Fealty can actually be cracked to make these reactions happening. Mark coming across. Ooh, and interesting though. Hunter or hunted in the hand. You want to talk about disrupting. Doesn't opt to actually use it. Smoldering Steel coming across. So +1 and on hit takes the damage. Also does have the effect of when it's in your graveyard, you can banish it to not make any frostbites. Which I think is a broken card and I think should be banned, but I am also an Icelander enjoyer, so perhaps maybe take what I say with a little bit of grain of salt. This is going to be a good sign. Bit of a sigh of relief if you're Liam, as you are seeing Hunter or Hunted be pitched across, but that's 2 resources floating and there's a card in Arsenal. I wonder what kind of plays you can do with that. 36 to 35 though, life totals nice and even. Fang at this point though just has so many ways of consistently going online quickly. I swear the deck is always online at this point.
Any response?
No
response coming through, so the codex coming through. I think he does actually have, I was going to say, does have the tech that overcrowded in the arsenal. Command and Conquer is available, but as we know, it does have ambush. Does have to discard a card at least, but isn't as backbreaking as it normally would be. Hey, look at that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so for 4. Taking 2 here, so really valuable. This card in particular, pretty. Yeah. This card in particular, just like always, is a 3 block. Because of the fealty in the Fang decks. That's why I can kind of use it really effectively. Andy, being a gentleman there, allowing him to block. Ooh, block with the Valid Dados, but save a bloodshed. Look at this Obsidian 5-8 coming for 5. Juice though. Down to 4. Could have technically made a 5 by the fealty as well if he chose to, but opting just to save him just in case. Importantly, Ripple Away not found early enough in the hands to deny some of these tokens, but again, they're going to get there regardless.
What's that?
Oscar Paradishon actually being presented in this instance as well. Glint the Quicksilver being presented. You want to block me out? Well, how about I get to draw an extra card, even if you ripped one away from me?
It's good again. Different from him. I asked him good again because it's Draconic anyway. Yes. Yeah.
We got the second Obsidian 5. And remember, on hit with any of these daggers, a draw card is available because of the Save of Bloodshed. The first one that we're seeing.
Screen's going to be going crazy.
This is coming in for 0 here because, again, remember, he is frail. Plenty of cards left in hand, though. The stream talking about it. No box being presented. Once again, though, we're seeing another copy. Yeah, we'll see coming across. Hunt's End. Also, because it's Draconic buffing it up, a card is drawn, but instead, not just going to Arsenal. 31 plays 33, but there's one thing that this Arachne deck does. It is resilient. Also has the ability to draw, gain a bunch of life if required as well. Scalpel being pressed across. Do we have the second copy of Blunted in hand? Stopping the turn completely.
I'll pass.
Yeah, we'll just see the pass. Nothing came across, and suddenly, once again, just no value. But in general, even if they run through, there's only one left. Not actually sure what card that is. It's kind of hard to tell. It might be. I don't think it's for the Kassai. I have a feeling that is a weird oath of loyalty. And here we go, finally, the big bad. Hunter or hunted being presented. Leave it off.
Joker fire. So where do you get the search?
Oh no!
Deck Arsenal in hand. So I'll roll your hand and Arsenal.
I don't know if you heard that. Draco Fire was the card found on the top there, so he's actually able to rip them away. And importantly, they're all put into the banish zone, so can't even activate them from the graveyard. What a terrifying rip with the Hunter or Hunted. Able to rip one from a hand as well, so actually had one in hand available in this instance. Put it in the graveyard. Now, didn't play it in response because you don't know what's on top, but that's all of them being presented. And suddenly, that's what you want for your Hunter or Hunted. 3 cards to get ripped. Regardless, that's super strong. But not only is it 3 cards, it's 3 important cards as well. And if you're on the side of Andy, you are so happy in this instance. Save a bloodshed. Knows there's no other cards in hand, but 5 available card in Arsenal here as well, though. So might still have the ability to pump over the top and draw a card. But even so, the deck damage has been done already. Trading 1 card for 4, essentially? That's crazy.
Yeah, block 6. Good to think.
6 blocking, make it. Oh,
yep.
Yep. Draconic Glint. Giving it go again, draw a card. Does he find the reaction off the top? Doesn't matter though, because he does have access to another blade if he needs it. This gives it go again, and importantly, it doesn't look like there's any cards in hand for Andy. So regardless, he's going to be able to guarantee. What's he found? I think he's found a Long Whisker Loyalty here. Might have found the perfect opportunity to pump some damage through. Currently controls 1 Draconic Chain Link as the only thing. Yeah, declining, but now here we go. Long Whisker Loyalty is going to be the 2nd Draconic Chain Link now. And here it is, Long Whisker Loyalty coming over the top. Raven Gloves finally being presented. +2 and on hit mark. Doesn't have any go again enablers, so he's, yeah, so marked again, another fealty to replace one being used. Save a bloodshed being present. What does he draw off the top? Doesn't matter, goes straight in the arsenal. And that's a lot of damage. No cards left in hand as well for Andy, so was able to rip 3 of the most important cards out of his deck. These kind of new toolbox cards in the Draco Fire. But just has to pass it back now.
Start turn, I'll buy back.
But has enough silver to buy back these Graven Gloves. That's the first buyback, Chad. Write that one down. Gonna pass back immediately. Another copy of Save a Bloodshed to come across. As the Obsidian Firebang cracks through for 5 points of damage. Graven Gloves are available, so definitely has a lot of defensive options, but it's super hard to play around these Fang decks when they just get to go, cool, I'm going to attack you and leave cards in hand. Particularly once they're online. Because if you overblock the first one, they just don't do anything, and then they pump the second one instead. So kind of a catch-22 situation when Save a Bloodshed is on the table. There's back-to-back Bloodshed turns as well.
Block 9.
Yeah, blocking for 9 here on the initial 5. But we've seen already some cards that got over the top.
Yep.
Bumping up here by +2.
coming in for one.
And the second 5-8 coming in for 1. Still has cards and has well a card in Arsenal. Blocking for 5 here, so the Graven Gloves getting back on duty. Can rebuy them immediately as well. This is why this card is so powerful. 2 cards left in hand for the side of Liam Norton.
I don't enjoy the one time. Get them playing.
Considering where this goes. 28 plays 33. I thought it was still close, but again, when you're up on Life versus Arachne in the first cycle of the game, you're feeling pretty good about your chances. But we've seen this deck, as we've seen, just turtle up and force inefficient turns. It has 3 cards remaining. Liam Norton unable to convert.
So I get the draw down.
Start turn. I'll buy back.
Buying back the gloves again and then passing it back. This is the power of Graven Gloves, just being able to constantly recycle, reshuffle, and reload that hand. Codex of Frailty being drawn up for the side of Andy Pham in this instance. Course of Tendencies as well. Taking a moment now just to consider. Knows for a fact that at least 2 of the cards in hand did not do very much on the previous turn.
You go again, mate.
Currently, yes.
Go again. Discarding the trapdoor. He's going to find the Frailty Trap most likely. If he has another one available in deck, and that's going to be once again a 0 for 4, but also makes the other attack less enticing.
Frailty with trigger.
Gave it go again as well.
0. Oh, sorry. Yeah, 3. 3. Yeah. You're good. You're good.
Trying to figure out what that card is for you, chat. Up the String Blade. I don't think it's a firm loyalty. I'm not 100% sure, but a 3-block coming across. Still has, but look at the defensive aspects from the hand. He's able to finally find a Blistering Blade here.
That should be good. Yeah.
So blocking for 3, 7 damage coming across. Again, Blistering Blade pumps for 3, but also because it's Draconic. And then a Warmonger's Diplomacy at the end as well was holding the Codex of Frailty and just once again perfectly timed.
Yeah, I'll just. I'm gonna play out a Cindra. Yeah.
You see, was finally able to convert the full hand here.
Last time I
Removing
was
some
trying to play that out of Arsenal.
Oh, yeah.
That first one for the draw.
Converting as well, just being able to remove those cards that were clogging up the hand previously. Dagger for 1 coming across, and now we're going to see, is the respect being given? Does he block, or did he just decide, you know what? The way he was playing, I think it's a Codex. And Codex is a card that is like incredibly powerful, but also, if you're looking for it, can be kind of easy to ascertain. And go again. Does look like the respect is going to be given. It is. Overcrowded going to be the block.
Arsenal pass.
An Arsenal pass. Maybe it just was a spare card. Doesn't want to risk clogging the hand up again. See, Eradicate has 2 defense reactions in the hand now. This is the thing though. We've seen a decent chunk of damage being splashed through into Arachne. But we've also not seen a huge amount of D-reacts. And the thing with a card like under the trapdoor is that you can remembrance it if you still have traps in your deck.
Sorry, it's supposed to be no longer marks, so you get a filter. This one, like,
Oh, there we go. So just, he forgot about the marks, so just kind of retroactively doing it. Less important now, but still nice to have. Fate for Seam will come across now, and a second copy. Can he find the 3rd Warmongers is the question. Has Shelter from the Storm in hand as well. No box being declared. And ooh, another time going off. Does he have a way of giving go again for this long whisker loyalty? He does.
Early out there, right?
So up to 4.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4.
And also attack additional time, which means there's likely a second reaction here. It's interesting. Do you pass on the assumption that it's glint? It looks a bit silly if you do, but he doesn't currently have go again. Hard defender from hand, so 4 damage. Being soaked up.
Is that right? Yes, yeah, different.
Maybe had go again in a different way that I'm not seeing.
Everyone's gonna be like, why would you do that?
Now, this is only for 1 because Long Whisker Loyalty says target dagger attack, not target dagger. So it doesn't keep its +2 retroactively. Now we'll see 2 cards in hand plus the Codex and Arsenal. It's going to be the Graven Gloves presented here. And yeah, just pass back. Once again, keeping cards, but we've seen already has a Shelter from the Storm in the Arsenal as well. So if he can find a way of being actually able to overpitch for this. But no, instead, looking at the top card, Shelter going to be present.
Start for 5.
Coming in for 5. One of the other big reasons when it's speaking to players like Dan Mackay as to why this deck suddenly started churning a little bit more. Excessive blood loss. Comes in for 5, banishing red cards, and then if you hit a red card off the top, you get to do it again. So kind of like bring out a Rebuy Graven Gloves on a singular card should it hit. 36 plays 24 in Liam's favor, however. Got plenty of game left.
You're good.
Let's see, 5 damage coming through. Those Valiant Dynamos alongside with the Arsenal defense reaction. Still has access to Codex though. And I think is opting to use this in a way where he only wants the Codex when there's no Arsenal. Cindra 5 and coming across for 1 again. I wonder if there's going to be a reaction activation. It's going to be just making it another draconic relation. Draconic reaction, sorry. Oasis Respite here.
Any further reactions? I'll say 1 and be marked.
Yeah, so going to take 1 here, but does actually gain the life back. So net 0. Not too bad. The second Firebane's going to come in.
No box.
Once again, no box being declared. Now getting to the point where we are looking more back towards. I think that's the 3rd copy of Long Whisker Loyalty as well. So 2 modes being selected. Has plenty of cards though, so I would likely be a way of giving this go again. I would assume. Oh, it does actually have go again, sorry.
I'll take 4.
Over here, 4 damage leaking through.
Trying to put into a grain skills. Yep.
Vigor on a hit, and we'll see what's the follow-up here. It's going to activate Brave Force. And then once again, 2 damage leaking across off the Brave Forge. Can attack it 1 more time because of the Long Whisker Loyalty. Had go again. So 2 damage. No cards available though, so we know it's just 2. Would love to have hit with the excessive bloodshed last turn to be able to buy back those Graven Gloves here for situations like this. But that is the 3rd copy of that card. And so knows for a fact now doesn't have to play around Long Whisker Loyalty anymore.
I'll take 2.
2 damage. So we look at the life total. 36 plays 18. But a big thing to remember if you're not used to the Huntsman deck is that this deck doesn't really mind about the life total too much. It wants to ruin your deck. You're going to see a double pitch here. Command and Conquer and Codex of Frailty being presented. Importantly, no Arsenal for the Fang player. Discarding for shelter as well. Sildra's going to gain 3 and then just pass. That's one of those things where it's these all-important defense reactions being used up from Liam's deck. Hasn't pulled the trigger on this codex in a long time. Besides, doesn't need it. Maybe didn't have the way of being able to play out the Command and Conquer like he wanted. Sitting Vybane once again. On the defensive side for Andy Pham has Oasis Respite as well. The defense reaction, I believe it's a shelter in hand.
No box.
Activation coming through. What's the card here? Is this Perforate? I believe this is Perforate. You can attack with an additional time with a dagger and cost you 1 less, and then draw a card. So, but it's a Draconic Perforate too. It's activated the fealty.
Yep, so draw 9 card.
With the Fealty Trap as well. A second draw will happen. First off the Perforate, second off of the replies for Glint the Quicksilver in response to the Fealty Trap.
So I think that box it all. And then 20.
So now coming in for 0.
Currently 0.
Currently doesn't have Go Again though, but if he can give it to Go Again.
Turning it into 1.
1 coming through.
I'll just cast shelter.
I see you again, just cutting the shelter, so you're going to block the 1. If it has Go Again, this first dagger can attack 1 additional time. Shelter from the Storm, showing its incredible versatility as a defense reaction. The reason why I need to buy some. Finally, 3 damage is coming through.
The perforate damage from this.
Did you need to pitch? Oh, I got. Did you need to pitch just to do this? No.
So he actually pitched the card, trying to maybe get rid of it, but yeah, not able to.
Exactly. Think
Think below coming across. All of these power cards though being used for the side of Fang. Deck not looking particularly healthy either. We'll try. Oh, actually, still a decent chunk there. Running towards the bottom.
Let's bottom that.
Bottom that. Slay the Scholars
Looking
coming
for non-attack
across.
actions.
Doing my job for me. Who has that card in Arsenal? And if you're on the side of Liam, he's starting to get worried. Has plenty of equipment block left too, though. Maybe wants to save that for a big turn. He's got to reach for the equipment.
You're gonna have enough life to deal with him. No.
Players starting to feel the fatigue a little bit too. And just considering at what point do you actually play out this codex for the side of Andy Pham. But a pass back has occurred. Now Liam taking a moment of contemplation. It's getting low. A card we haven't yet seen from either player is Remembrance. Ripple Away being used to block for 3. Frailty activation here now. Wants to make this
Gonna get into
another copy of Provoke coming across. Made draconic by the fealty.
You didn't need to pitch for this, right? Yeah, you got it.
Sorry, not Provoke, perforate. Can't read. So pitching for this does need to occur. This one does cost 1. A Warmonger's Diplomacy being pitched with here as well. So again, remember that this dagger attack, this dagger can attack again. Because it's draconic. Because of this Obsidian Firebane, we'll have it go again. This is sort of the benefit of having so many of these fields about. Is now down to 3. Taking a moment to consider where he wants to navigate from now. Has 2 more sword attacks, but is just going to pump on top of this sword here after no blocks. So 1 plus 4, so going for 6.
Take your take.
Yeah, so players just took a moment and he decided to actually put the Huntsman on the first attack here. Just what he does, he guarantees damage. Surgical extraction blocking, but I'm going to find a blistering blade to give it +3 because it's the second attack. Guess what? Also draconic, so let's go again. So 1 more attack now with the Firebane. No, but instead actually going to attack in with the Hunter. Attack with a red card, you mark them, doesn't need to be on hit. It's just vanilla damage. Persuasive Prognosis is going to join the blocking party.
Get a filthy.
Gonna play that one out. Doesn't want to actually swing with the dagger again.
Oh, yeah. I definitely feel like I've fallen into your web.
And you can hear it a little bit well. It feels like it's fallen into the web. And we are finally going to see the Codex actually being played out here. He opted to keep a card, so knows it probably is that point where he wants to identify Tunic counter available. And this is one of the reasons why this card is so powerful. All he wants to do is just rip the cards at this point. I'll leave that on top. Oh, that incentivizes blocking. Excessive blood loss.
If he hits a red on top, I banish 1 more time.
Looking for the double banish. 5. And when they get excited and excitedly say, "Ooh, I'll leave that one on top," you kind of probably consider blocking. But look at the deck size for the side of Liam Norton. And we talked about this before. One thing that the Arachne deck can do is it can struggle a little bit to close the game out in a quick fashion. And doesn't have a huge amount of life to play with for Andy. 14 life. In it versus the deck where even with no cards left in deck, he can still swing 2 damage a turn. So it's definitely not a race that Liam would be favored in. But it's definitely a race. Ponder going into the Arsenal is the fully blocked with. And once again, deck damage is all that we're looking for. Importantly, that frailty just causing problems. So good versus these weapon-centric decks. No Remembrance been spotted yet either. Obsidian 5A. Frailty. Yes, activates the Frailty to make this draconic.
I will start.
It looks like a scar tissue coming across. So when it hits
I'll
mark
play
them,
Frailty.
gonna play another Frailty trap. This is now blocking for 5 technically. Technically it's blocking for 3. With the double Frailty traps, that does reduce the damage significantly. And we're going to see if he wants to push here, if you're on the side of Liam, or if you want to try and attack with the second attack. Now, he can't actually keep giving these attacks Draconic because he's only got 3 left.
No blocks any reacts.
Coming across, the reaction's going to be here. Shelter from the storm present. And yeah, when you have 2 frailties, it kind of disincentivizes you from attacking with the daggers. And with that, the deck is gone for the side of Liam Norton. Ask for a deck count on the other side, and here we go. The daggers going to start to chip in for Liam Norton. Want to go again? Like I said before, though, there's a big mountain to climb in regards to ending the game. Persuasive prognosis here. Yeah, he's saying there's no relevant on here because you have no deck. That's a pretty scary place to be. Just a Nick coming across, though. So 6 damage is going to be present here. And this is what we need. He needs to actually get him down, start chipping away at the life total. Plenty of cards left available. A Shred in hand. Another under the trapdoor. Eradicate. And I didn't see the last card. And now just looking through the graveyard. What do I have left? How scared am I right now? 5 cards is the difference between Liam. Can those 5 cards somehow link to 14 damage? I do not know. Locking with Shred. See that chuckling coming through from Andy here. You kind of have to try and like do as much damage as possible in this instance. But I don't know if 14's feasible versus a deck that blocks so well.
Yeah, burn cards. Yeah, burn cards to keep your fealty alive as well.
The other thing as well, we sort of discussed it a little bit before, talking about Graven Gloves. He hasn't really been able to buy them back too much, and it hasn't mattered. Scar Tissue. To give +3. But he can't afford to burn the Frailty. But he's going to do it anyway. So it's Draconic, so this is going to be a +4 now. So 5 damage. 2 will leak across and mark them as well. It's a mark, so we'll be able to buy back. But no, the Frailty trap again! Blocks it all out. Doesn't even have a way of rebuying it. Now has to pitch for this second dagger. 3 cards available in hand.
You're right.
You have to pitch for this one.
No blocks. No reaction.
Let's see here, just no blocks, no reactions. The feeling settling in for Liam, like the insurmountable comeback is unavailable here. Just so funny when you consider it looks like he is so far ahead. Under the trapdoor, Liam blocked with. He's actually going to defend with the headpiece potentially. I mean, he can't attack with the other dagger for this singular turn. You know, so he's going to take the one. And Eradicate's going to come forward. Now, this usually has a terrifying on hit of ripping across cards for damage. But there's no deck left. Once again, we'll go back to 5. And I like this from Liam, though. He's trying to fatigue his opponent. Yeah, it reveals he has to pitch for it because he only has 2 fealty. And it's important to note here, right, that he's trying to fatigue him by damage because Arachne cannot, like, Arachne has to have a card left in deck to swing. You see, he just attacks with 1, passes, trying to keep as much in hand. Trying to amount this comeback.
Rude.
We'll finally catch the headpiece in. 5 damage. Again, would usually leak. You don't have to block this one. But he's actually just got to present the blocks. Doesn't actually do anything in this instance.
Every time I'm gonna do
2 copy of Smokeouts with the last 2 cards there. Defense reactions that mark the attacking hero. Doesn't matter though. The Smokeouts were all that's left. Overcrowded being attacked with here on offense, and the concession is given as Andy Pham. It looked a bit scary for a little bit there, tanking damage left, right, and center, but Fang ran out of deck. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have had a fantastic first 4 rounds. 7 rounds will be before we cut to a top 8, and I'd love to show you my face right now. However, my webcam is not working. So I don't really know how to fix that one. We'll give it a go. We'll take a quick moment just to once again have a bit of a look and see. This is what our day has looked like thus far. This is what we have
What's
been
your
looking at.
other matches so far today?
Let's see.
Young, Victor, and Marianne.
Let's see. Plenty of differences when it comes to what people are presenting here. Fire being the most represented. So Fang, I think, does actually combat fire quite well. The deck doesn't block very well and can just start pumping the damage through. But these fatigue decks causing the Fang deck a lot of problems. We are going to take another short break, ladies and gentlemen. And we'll be back after that for round number 5.
So much of damage, yeah, that's like,
Yeah.
that's what happens when you don't always they react, so we didn't even attack. Swinging in the web.
Right, cheers for the game. Look for the rest of the day.
Yeah, me too, man. Did you get all your tokens back?
Yeah, if I was thinking
No. I lost.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to round number 5 of the Battlegrounds Classic Constructed, hosted by Fluke and Box. My name is Matt Bramwood, bringing you all the action all day. I still can't fix my webcam, but that's fine because we don't need to see me when we have two calling champions going head-to-head. Sam Sutherland and Jake McCormick. Jake McCormick, we've seen already on stream, playing Kassai, going up against Sam Sutherland on a deck that we kind of, if he was on anything different, we'd all be a bit shocked. That's right, Dash IO.
I'm gonna go first. Yeah, double check it. You should definitely double check that if you don't know. So you guys have dice. to represent so that we can tell Matt who's going topics. That's what
That's fun.
you
I
guys can, I put a 1 in front of me. I hope this is helpful. 1. Yeah, that makes sense. Are you going? Jake's going first? Yeah.
they're trying to communicate with me, and I appreciate that.
That
but-
was like, can you change your fucking sleeves, you crap? Because basically, you can like from across the Atlantic, bro.
So Jake McCormack will be going first in this matchup. We saw Kassai definitely wanted to try and go first as much as he can. Sam Sutherland will be going second, and I think it's one of those things where Kassai, we saw him already trying to filter into the bin, but mainly just doesn't want to give Dash.io the ability to have that great setup that we've already seen on broadcast once today. Chat, how are you guys doing? You guys having a good time as well? Thank you so much for joining me today. You guys are keeping me keeping me company throughout the day. I'm having a good time, and I hope you guys are too. Out of Sydney, I for one am casting out of my bedroom, so I am not actually there in Sydney. I'm casting from my home in wonderful Adelaide, which is a good time. Just taking some moments just for the players to sideboard.
That new fucking slide card is so. What? Oh, yeah. The whole deck changes to the back up. It's fucked. That's ridiculous. Yeah.
Players just sort of considering.
The build of the deck is now the best build, which is really interesting. Thank you. You can't spoil. Yeah. And you just play for 0 cost. It's just Cheerios, but every hand is what counts. Yeah. That makes sense. It's like Dio without needing to hit. Yeah.
Just listening to what they're having to say.
She's not getting there because I'm winning the Pro Tour. Yeah. But I think that would be the ultimate troll to close out the fucking match. Yeah.
Two top players just sort of having conversations. Always interesting to listen and hear what they have to say.
I don't know, you gotta start feeling the same thing. Dio's pretty close to going. Yeah, but I'll have shit, I think. I Ziggy to most. I think there's a good chance I have Ziggy to work on too. I can see that deck being really problematic at worst. When people get a little bit better at it. Yeah. Yeah, when I first built the deck, I'm like, alright, I want to chuck all the Spectra in and link in the Spectra. It's just like not good. Yeah. And then you just play all the ward shit and they can't deal with it if they're spent anyway. It's the same as having Spectra, and you just have a little bit of strength. Can't deal with it. I'm not gonna lie, I was like really not interested in the deck until I saw people playing Not in a Flash in it. I'm like, it's such value. Every embodiment just like converts to. Why is that card $100 now? Because it makes an embodiment convert for 4. Why wasn't it printed in fucking potential action point to 4 damage? Like, surely that should have been a reprint in the expansion slot. That would have been like so face off, right? But James Light said no. Yeah. I want my piece.
Yeah, talking about the card gone in the flash. We've
I
seen.
hope there's no
We can hear
Oh
them.
no.
It's quite funny.
Just add it up to my list, man.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting as well. We see cards like God in a Flash. It's, you know, it's not being used in the traditional way, but just the value over all of these decks is certainly interesting. Seeing these players shuffle up and take some time as well, guys. While they are shuffling, we'll take a little bit of a look once again. This is our metagame breakdown for the day. I'm saying Dash.io, one of the more represented decks alongside Kassai in that 4 slot, but our most represented deck being 7 and being 5 is kind of crazy to me considering how wide open this meta is as well. Just players not afraid to bring the things that they love.
I think I could probably fit a CC and a Sage deck in single sleeve. Yeah. She's kind of lit for dual format. Booming grey Nettie bottom. Oh yeah, I said I did like guy.
Just Dylan, can for some reason.
Oh, I don't know, guys, why that has gone off of the page.
Why is Luke doing it?
Hang on, let me try and fix that. Here we go. Our players are finally ready to jump in. We'll have a bit of a look at the equipment setup for both players. Once again, we're seeing kind of what we expected from the side of Jake McCormack. Curiously, though, if that headpiece... Is he presenting the Kabuto? I believe he is presenting the Kabuto here, so just sort of stopping the ability for Sam to build up a bunch of action points and then just machine gun with the weapon. So interesting. On the other side, Sam using a card that we've seen him present a lot, but not many other decks, the Braces of Belief. The next attack you get plus X for X3 minus the pitch value of the revealed card. Really strong when you know the card on top of your deck. I'm sorry, for whatever reason, the stream table audio has gone a bit strange. I'll see if I can fix that up for you. I don't really know what's happened there. Sorry, chat. It's just going to be my voice we're playing with. And Kassai attacking immediately. Glint the Quicksilver. Because there was a card block from hand. And this is something we see Sam present a lot as well. The Hyper Scrappers. You're going to see the Blade Runner. There's plenty of damage. You have to remember as well that Jake McCormack did opt to go first. This is turn 0 damage leaking through. Hot Streak coming here. It's really interesting as well. You also want to go first if you're the Kassai deck because... Oh my god, I don't know what's going on with the audio. You do want to go first as the Kassai deck. Even if it's just because you have to remember that this Dash.io deck does have a lot of items. So it might end up being that a lot of the cards... in hand might not block. But no, he's able to clean it up. So 5 damage does leak through. Jake's going to feel pretty good about that. Has also set himself up with a Vigor token here as well. Now passing back over to Sam Sutherland. In case you are wondering as well, the card he is obviously presenting just a singular weapon. The one we've seen time and time again, the Symbiosis shot. The consideration here for the players is we've said it time and time again, this Dash.io deck definitely has a lot you have to consider every single turn. Sam, a meticulous player as well, really wants to make sure that every single point of value can be eked out. If you are a Dash.io player yourself or you're looking to learn the deck, well, it's definitely an interesting time to be buying into it, but it is a deck where it is worth just to go through all of your lines every single time just to make sure you know exactly what is happening. So an interesting hand for the side of Sam Sutherland. We see a Cerebellum Processor in the hand. But it's actually going to get pitched away. As looks like we're actually setting up here. I'm not 100% sure what that card is. It looks like an alternate art of something. Might be actually that might be the Plasma mainline now that I'm thinking about it. So the fact that it's a Plasma mainline kind of means that Sam wants to play this a little bit more methodically. But in the time that I'm trying to figure out what the card is, look over on this side for Jake McCormack, able to keep an entire hand and suddenly vomits it out onto the table. We see Outland Skirmish alongside a Slice and Dice, Followed up, I believe, yeah, with the tech that we've seen Provoke coming through after no blocks were declared. And it's likely that Sam has to present a card. He doesn't really want to block with. Plasma Mainline is there. Has drawn up another Cerebellum Processor. If he doesn't want to give this go again, he can actually present that technically, but it would be discard, and I think the Sam sort of identified he needs to be able to have these ginormous combo turns that we've seen his deck do time and time again. Now, it's obviously a little bit harder than it used to be. Yeah, it's going to be the soup up going to be presented. 4 damage will leak across alongside a couple of copper pieces, and as well, because it is an attack action, the hot streak does have go again now. Meaning that, yeah, the Centauri Saber is going to be coming for 5, I believe, off of the Slice and Dice as well. Yeah, just decides, you know what, I'm going to take the damage. This one here less enticing, and I think if ideally Sam wouldn't have blocked at all. Once again, though, oh, I was going to say Cerebellum Processor being pitched, but able to find another one. That's pretty good as well. My assumption is this is happening on his turn now. He does have the Plasma Mainliners, so can give it an extra counter. Yeah, so he cranks it to remove the counter to gain the second action point, but then uses the Plasma Mainline to give it another counter. Plasma Mainline, an interesting piece of tech that we saw to fight some of these fatigue decks. So yeah, the Cerebellum Processor should have 2 counters on it now. One was cranked, but then as well able to get it back. So we'll have 3 turns of the Cerebellum Processor, which is definitely very good. Has pitched 2 away though, so knows now he only has that one, but his deck does have plenty of ways of shuffling. Now we're going to see 0 to 60 boosting away. A card that we didn't see from the side of Thomas Dowling, but a card nonetheless has been a staple of Mechanologist for a long time. Pulse Wave Harpoon. We see as well the beautiful just 0 to 60 with the alternate art where it just says boost. Knows reactions are going to come through. Fate Foreseen from Arsenal will cleanly block that one all out. Activation of the Cerebellum Processor. Card is drawn. We're now going to look across and see Fender Bender. So +1 for each piece of equipment defending it, which kind of makes Valiant Dynamos unreasonable to use here because its own ability negates the Valiant Dynamo block anyway. Is that a Fender Bender? Maybe not. Might be a Med-X then. I was going to say. Otherwise that doesn't make sense, but it looks like a Med-X. Those cards kind of difficult to tell the difference, and now we're going to see Outpace being played. No equipment this time. Oh, and actually, we kind of miss it because Sam did it so quickly. BIOS update first into the Outpace and boosting. Once again, we've seen it a couple of times this tournament thus far. Teklo Core being brought in off of the boost, which is as good as it gets. This one here is a lot of damage, but it is just vanilla. Taken on the chin will be used purely for the sake of getting an agility token, making this next turn a little bit easier for the side of Jake McCormick. Plenty of damage has come across, and again, an important thing to note is that this is 3 turns of Teklo Core because of the Cerebellum Processor. Now we'll see this hot streak is coming across, does naturally have go again. And a piece of tech that we've not actually seen be usable yet on stream, but really strong, is that high current currency being pitched away. Into decks with Tunic, it makes it so scary to be sitting at those 2 Tunic counters. 2 gold for essentially free is incredible in a deck that has so much go again. seeing just a pause. Sam obviously is playing a deck that is very, very aggressive, but does also, based on the fact that we're seeing cerebellum processes and putting an emphasis on this plasma mainline, maybe is a little less afraid to be blocking early to try and set up one big turn that kind of just throws the whole game out of whack. I see a Crown of Providence being blocked with here, though. So just wants to instead, now that the agility token did give it immediate go again, a singular card available for the side of Jake, and a Centauri Saber here now is present. Yeah, just gonna shore up some of this damage and throw the equipment in front, you know, like we sort of said before. With these games, it is kind of like the mid game of something that's a little bit slower when we are playing these two aggressive decks. We are going to see some tick downs here. Decided not to actually allow the plasma mainline. Curiously enough, the plasma mainline didn't actually give the cerebellum processor the boost that we thought it was. Zipper hit being played, that beautiful tournament pack zipper hit as well. Beautiful full art coming across. The full block coming out. Teklo Foundry Heart will then go back to 2 resources, breaking the chain, but Sam probably digging for the item so he's able to draw a card. There's plenty of items available in the deck as well. We'll see coming across. What card is that? That one might be the Fender Bender. Yeah, I believe that one is actually Fender Bender, which is immediately being shored up. I'm seeing just really efficient play from the side of Jay McCormack, kind of nursing this life lead, trying to pull it away as big as possible, because he also knows that Sam's deck does get munched through because of all the boosting as well. Sam trying to take a moment, probably peeked at the top and considering what does he want to do. Can he draw the card? Is there an item? This is sort of like every single time a game action happens, you'll see them checking the top and you'll be like, is that necessary? Yes, because this deck, in order to win games with this deck, you have to eke out every single detail as well. Activation of the cerebellum processor is trying to dig for the item perhaps, but actually does have the boots available to regain the action point if need be as well. Gonna close the chain, but yes, has actually activated his one-time bailout here. That, of course, being Achilles Accelerators, present ever since Arcane Rising, and still probably the best option available. And Teklo Pounder is going to be played now, and I do believe this is most likely what we're actually waiting for when it comes to the Plasma mainline. Just wants to set up, because the Kassai deck, as I said before, is not afraid to block. So Sam kind of needs to treat it almost like a fatigue matchup, where he needs to set up these big sort of board states now, and finally finds a Teklo Pounder. He's going to use the mainline to actually pump the Pounder up, so 4 counters available. So that's going to be 8 damage across the game, but it ends up being a little bit more than that when you take into account Boom Grenades, and also plays a Teklo Core as well. Then just Arsenal, so a big setup turn here for the side of Sam Sutherland. Now the pass back coming through. Now I need to read exactly how this works, because it's definitely interesting with Unsheathed. Yeah, so it's on attack if it has double its base, which the Centauri Saber does. It has a base of 2 and gets +3, so greater than twice its base. So maybe it doesn't have going currently. I gotta double check. I'm sort of checking graveyards now, just considering what power cards have we seen, what do they have access to. So I'm taking a moment to consider where he sort of sits in this gameplay, right? And you have to sort of, and what I mean by that is that he's got plenty of life to play with, and he still has plenty of items that he can deploy. And these are not like necessarily renewable. If that makes sense. Like there's a lot of these that, yeah, so it didn't have the go again, but it was still plenty of damage. And so just kind of considering, do I have to pull the trigger now? So the first Celebrate processor will go. We're going to gain 4 resources here. I know it's kind of hard to see on his dice. The Tekla Pounder sitting at 4 as well. We'll see the first big attack of the game, this red, oh, it might be a blue throttle actually. So 4, 5, so it's still coming in for 6 though. Yeah, rips 2 cards from hand, so only 2 available yet for the side of Jake. Sam's kind of decided at this point it is go time a little bit. Hasn't activated the braces yet, but also doesn't need to. We are yet to see a boom grenade for the side of Sam Sutherland though. Gonna manually close the chain here. Play out a backup protocol in red, which he will crank and then immediately use. So it's just getting back something powerful. And what has he actually dug for here? He has plenty available, but I believe it's a Med-X. So threatening to place another item out of the hand onto the arena. Is it going to force some equipment here? Brave Wolf Breaches are going to get across, as well as the Sands of Grain Spill. Great. Sorry, my brain just stopped working for a moment there. Chad, what's that card called? Grains of Blood Spill. I was like 90% of the way there. Now just pass back again, perhaps? Sam continuing to equip more and more things. And I was just going to plant a boom grenade. Cranked as well to gain another action point. So sitting at 2 action points here. Remember though, this is interesting. The Kabuto or Imperial Authority is available for Kassai if he's worried about just getting machine gunned by this pistol this turn. So there's plenty to think about. Important to note though, Dash IO has been activated here. So can't kind of cheese him out a little bit. And yeah, just that the pause that we saw there was actually a consideration to see whether or not he adds another counter to this boom grenade, which he does decide to do using that plasma mainline. 0 for 4 coming in once again, shored up by yet another of these defense reactions. Oh, and actually, yeah, he's actually going to use the Kabuto, it looked like. So Sam had plenty of action points, but nowhere to use them. Really smart stuff, because it is a little bit hard for Dash IO to get above 2 additional action points. Was able to do so in this instance, and now just once again, just take 5. 16 plays 33. Sam looks like, you know, if you were to look at just the life total, looks like he's down a quite significant margin, but I will say his deck can be unbelievably explosive. Now, he hasn't been able to find a Spark of Genius, I don't believe, which means he's not been able to recycle the 2 processes that we know on the bottom of his deck. 14 plays 33. Still a decent chunk of equipment available as well, if we're talking about Jake McCormick's side, but I've seen Sam do some pretty wild things with this deck before. Zip Hit's going to be the play room, but also has a boom grenade looming, and also using the Tekla Pounder. Alright, we're also able to fix up the audio, which is good. So you guys can hear the players discuss amongst themselves. This is a really scary proposition. Want to talk about the way that Dash.io comes back? No blocks. Boom grenade's going to come through. So suddenly a giant chunk of that lead cut away with one singular attack. Pocket zipper hits now coming through. Ooh, and interesting. Off of the boost as well, importantly, was actually able to find the Fast and Furious.
Frank, right? So you can't like.
Yeah, I can't put it on me.
That would be fun.
Yeah, but I can instant something else basically.
Yeah, so it puts a trigger on the stack to add a counter to something with Crank, but nothing there has Crank. It would be really powerful. And this is where you start to get a little bit worried if you're Sam Sutherland. Because there's no blocks. Tekla Foundry Heart's going to come through. Finally found the item. One away. So you can actually, in response to the trigger from Fast and Furious, flash something out off the top using Dash.io's ability. Like something like this as well. So continuing the setup. I don't think Sam's actually had to pitch a card this entire game. All 3 Tekla cores are present. Still 2 cards in hand and a card in arsenal. Talking about Fast and Furious as well. Here's going to be one on offense. This is only 3 because nothing's been cranked as of yet. And there's no tricky stuff at the top of Dash.io as well. Jack McCormack must have found something here because, yeah, he's just opting not to take the damage. Just to take the damage. Oh, and the Hyper Scrapper coming through towards the end as well here.
No.
A card that you haven't seen very much.
Shit.
It's just shit.
It's just bad.
No resources floating.
Yeah, I got to manage 2 items.
I got 12.
Yeah, we hear it as well.
Fucking love picking it.
2 items are going to
I'm
get
not going to
banished
lie
as
to you,
well.
man. That shit's pretty stinky.
Now the thing with Hyper Scrapper as well. The thing, if you didn't know about it, the reason why it puts these items inside the banish zone is so then all of his on like heist has a lot more targets as well, and it's also really good into these like defensive decks.
14.
Or it was on 15, but it took now 12. On 18.
3 from the. Oh yeah, you are 18.
18, 15, 12.
Yeah, you got 4 cards. Yes.
Yeah,
I
we'll
don't know
see.
what's gonna happen.
12 plays 14, and we're seeing. I'm not sure what's going to happen. Draw Swords will start us off with, and manages to find a pretty powerful card off the top. Was able to find the red slice and dice here. Yeah, so 11. Next one is +5 here. Plenty of damage. And also still has a card available in hand. So Sam can't just kind of take the damage and present 1. He's probably feeling somewhat afraid of what could be presented. Once again, though, ooh, double item in the hand for Sam Sutherland as well. Plenty of setup, but nowhere to go. 14 plays 12. Jake just tanked a bunch of damage to set this turn up, though. I think he's trying to get to the point where it's going to start forcing cards from Sam.
Well, I'm all for the support.
There's a dice on my bust. There is not.
Yeah, the demi.
This is 3, 6, 9.
Yeah,
Sorry, 9.
9 and 5.
Oh, I'm fucking up the map.
Yeah.
So 9 damage here. The players doing the math a little bit just to make sure.
I'm also
That,
good.
14. This one's Everyone's 6.
so doing the math here. Sam doesn't have any blocks available from his equipment either, so has to give cards. So 9 takes 3. He blocks with 2 cards, followed up by 5.
That's like an own
7.
lane.
I think he only has 1 blocking card in hand.
What 3? Yeah, so I think 6.
Blade Runner coming through as well.
This is 8.
This is going to come in for 8.
Yes.
As a way of guaranteeing the go again. No, it does actually have 1 block left on the Tekla Foundry Heart. Yeah, it goes to 1 using the last piece of equipment block. I think he was actually priced into this. I don't know if he had any additional blocking cards in hand. He has a heist and 2 items.
Like this.
He's going to crank in a boom grenade. Trying to potentially steal the game. Activation. Don't know what he found off the top. My assumption is it's going to be a red card. So Braces of Belief, if you haven't played this before, reveal the top card of your deck. The next attack action card, you get X, where X is 3 minus the pitch value of the revealed card. So +2 here. And also, does look like he has... Yeah, look at this. Really interesting. So BIOS update as well. So much damage being pumped across. In particular, because Outpace means that he cannot block with equipment. So Sam is forcing them out of here. So what is this? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Plus the boom grenade. 10, 11, 12, 13. So this is going to require cards, but specifically
I do like to block some.
a card. Right? And then he can shoot the pistol as well. So Sam puts himself to 1, but puts himself in a position where he can potentially steal it and also knows the top card. Now, the only shame that this is the fact that Jake also knows the top card. So can't bluff something like a like another boom grenade here.
Last card is also red boom grenade. This one? Yeah.
Counting out the deck considers, do I have to look to fatigue in this instance? 1 life obviously is not a lot to play with, but Sam has seen a lot of items and a lot of mech cards blocked for 3.
How many heists? I don't even know if you're playing them.
Ask about heists. Interesting.
I don't think you've played one team. After all, Sam Sutherland once told me. Best card in my fucking deck. Sam Sutherland once told me that the more duos you play, the worse it's flashing by the
So yeah, Heist is the card that he is worried about. Outpace as well is obviously terrifying. So it is actually attacking for 11.
3, 2, 1.
Oh, I forgot about the Teklo Pounder as well.
This left.
Players just considering some additional information here.
Yeah, that's the tech one should be on 1 and the other one should be 9. I'm pretty sure there was 2 in 1 faster.
Just considering how many resources actually
I don't know, but I remember looking and seeing 2 in 1. Because this left putting the counter on it. Yeah. I just did this, right? I finished on this goofy thing. That came off of, yeah, it was this turn. The turn I played fast. The fast was for 3. Okay. Yeah, maybe it's still on 10.
Yeah, so we'll see here. Just sort of considering if he should have 3 resources floating or just the 1, if that Teklo core should be there. But regardless, this is still 11 damage coming through. Cannot be blocked with the equipment, so going to force cards because there's also threatening this boom grenade here. And has to consider, is it worth full blocking here? Because this boom grenade will go away. But it's kind of hard to tell, but I do believe it's red. So kind of has to shore up a lot of this damage. Has a sink in hand. And you see it.
Like, I think you're actually like 0% to win this game if there's any card from this. That card is like crazy.
And you hear him even saying it. 0% to win if this is not Outpace.
6, 9.
So he's going to opt to take 9 here.
11, 5. Yep, no reacts.
Taking 9, goes to 3. I think there's a sink below in hand as well. Sam still has a card in hand. He's going to close the chain. Get a Foundry Heart here. Goes back up to 4. Looks at the top. Finds another boom grenade. Importantly, though, can get the action point so he can shoot the dagger twice. Just consider it. Yeah, and this is one of the hardest decisions. Do you crank this boom grenade?
Sam's ass, bro.
Oh,
Oh.
I'm a whole ass goon.
Finds, and it just shows it. It says my hand is ass, bro. And interestingly enough, this actually leaves Jake with a sink in hand. This is just 2.
You know spot?
No, it's going to give it go again. Has to. It's going to block with twice. Heist will be blocked with. Yeah, and it is a sink below in the arsenal here. Finds another one. Is double. Oh my god. Sam put himself in a position to win the game and drew a hand of quite literally 5 items in 2 turns. Finally finds some action, but doesn't have a huge amount. And this is super interesting as well because he has found the Spark of Genius, but can't afford to just send the 1. Might have to put himself in a position of, if I Spark of Genius here and you don't have a way of giving go again or killing me, I win the game. But I don't know if he wins the game.
I didn't
Like,
even see the card.
Oh, it's
I think I saw yellow.
Yes, it's yellow. Iron Song response.
Jake has plenty in regards to the reactions here. Sam clawed his way back. Does actually have 2 non-attacks that he can put in front of this, though. So if Sam puts both of these in front, he does not die to the Blade Flurry in hand. Pumps it to 4. And does have an attack to then swing back at if he doesn't have another way of giving going. We know that there's 2 sinks in hand. Well, 1 in hand, 1 in arsenal.
1, 2, 3. You're in 6.
I'm on 3. Oh wait. Yes, I'm on 6. Sort of.
And Sam just considering how he wins again. Now, he does have 3 Techlo Pounders. So any 1 card play is good. Yeah, and this is the interesting thing as well.
Yeah, like.
Okay, no, he did have a way of giving go again as well. So yeah, it's the sort of thing where he had to double block here, but then needed. Yeah, he didn't have any other way of actually gaining and blocking it out as well. So Sam navigating a really complicated game. Looked like he was out for most of the game, but then was able just to find the ways of actually navigating himself back into it. But then just drew item after item after item. What a crazy game in round number 5. Definitely still in contention for top 8 as both these players were 4-0 going into the round. But what an incredible game by both of these players. Reason you can see why they have both got calling wins under their belt. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us at the Battlegrounds here at Fluke and Box for Classic Constructed. We'll be back after a short little break for round number 6. My name has been Matt Bramwood, and do not go anywhere.
It's like actually a 10 resource, and it's like. Oh wait, I should not be showing this to stream.
Every turn I have the cause, I just draw like a balloon I can't use. Yeah, scrapper.
It turns out there's a downside to having 7 resources at the start of the turn.
And I had to like scam at a weird point to make sure the scrapper was not remaining in my hand. And that meant I just
Isn't like Trebuchet the only player? Is Trebuchet, it's like Blue Throttle and Trebuchet, right? There's like the 2 police that don't suck.
Yeah, I mean, you've got Vellum and
Yeah, actually. No. You had no claws because they were all on the table already.
I think I should have blocked with this. I gave Boundary to a second thing so you can get it bigger. So just give this. Station higher. Just get it out of the deck.
I think possibly, but then I also might have just pivoted earlier. I think
It doesn't really change.
yeah.
Because what ended up happening was I pitched a blue to Boundary and had 3 float into turn.
Good YouTube channel.
Like,
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like I feel like unless you actually use 6 resources,
yeah.
maybe.
I didn't have any items in bid because it was scrap.
Yeah,
Which is like
pretty awful.
usually bad. Not really. It is an option.
I got that.
Yeah. Dex said no.
Me and Sam's deck enter aggressive negotiations before every match, and
Yeah.
whoever wins, wins.
Yeah.
Sam has no agency.
It's just
Yeah. Sam will play it perfectly, however he can decide, and then me and Sam Stack have like a quick row about a discussion. You win the next two, and then you'll beat me in top 8. Like go for real. What did I say at the start of it? It's just like, did you win? Wait, never mind. Well played. I can't believe he didn't tell me. He went to Grand J on Friday too. He could have come. It's actually fine. Like, I was surprised by how pleasant the journey was. Because, like, you can stop as much as you want to. Like, it's actually pretty good.
The wrong representation. Wait, you said bread. Yay!
Battery 40%.
Those dice aren't big enough.
Players, you have 55 minutes starting now.
Yep.
Let's go in first.
We haven't decided. Yeah. Okay. I'll take it. I really don't want to decide on like first this one. The choice. I'll go first. Are we allowed to use our playmat? Are we able to use our playmat?
Direct playmat.
We also like to use direct playmat in. Yeah, it's fine.
Alex is going
Great. Yeah.
in the last round. If he brings it up, I would say it is for release, just so this is don't put on screen again.
Yeah. So, thank you. Time to find out how this matchup goes. I'll use my swipe for like jack. Is there more like thing we have to like tap on? No. Interesting. Both guards and their heroes. Yep. Yep.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Battlegrounds presented by Fluke and Box for CC. We have a doozy for us here today. We have, as already seen on stream once before, Andy Pham going up against Alexander Dobler on Lyath Goldmane. Now, as you don't know, I am a big Lyath enjoyer. I think Lyath is a really cool deck. I don't know how good it is, and I don't know what version of the deck that he is playing, but regardless, it is a sweet deck, and I'm very curious to see what's presented. We've seen already some versions of Lyath that are sort of fatigue-based, and if you want to talk about fatigue, Andy Pham is also back on Arachne Huntsman. So we're going to see what happens. I do believe Alex is going first. And we're going to see, is this going to be the fatigue matchup? And if that's the case, who's favored? And if not, we are going to see as well, is this Lyath deck going to be able to string together enough confidence to get them across?
Are you saying you're going? Cards are you presenting? 61.
61 cards. Just taking a moment, I'm just listening to see how many have been presented. 61 versus 60. So it's going to really depend on if Victor can find the pieces before they get ripped away. Now, it's going to be interesting with Lyath as well, because obviously Lyath does have the ability to draw, it like draws 5 cards. So I'm curious to see how this all goes. And what equipment we're presenting as well. I would be surprised. We have the Lion Claw Maul, which is the new weapon that we've seen.
Sorry, just making sure you're making stuff.
Players just taking a moment just to get themselves situated in the feature match area. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us here today. My name is Matt Bramwood, and I'd love to show you my face, but my camera is having issues, so I don't know what's going on. Yeah, we are going to see it. Two-Faced is going to be the choice, as well as the Chance. Oh, we might be in for a doozy. We're seeing Snapdragon Scalers usually means that they're not actually presenting the full fatigue version. We are going to see 5 cards. We could also tell as well that Alexander is a Lyath enjoyer, has the Marvel Lyath alongside of that Lyath playmat as well. And it's curious as well because this is our top table. Both these players are currently 5 and 0 coming into this round. So Lyath on a bit of a tear at the moment. A deck that I fell in love with the first time we ever saw it on stream. Of course, being the calling. Oh, gonna be making... yeah, gonna make 6 mites to start this one off. So 6 mites being presented immediately. And can also make a 7th one if he wants to just Lyath activation as well. Taking a bit of time. Oh, and it's going to be interesting. Leave them hanging is going to be the first aura of the day. So we are going to intimidate a card away. Might not necessarily attack into it, but is just going to be for essentially setting himself up. And it's going to be Arsenal here. And importantly, Terra Sunder is the card pitched away. So a card that is going to be important later on. We'll see, draws back up to 5. And again, it is important. Draws to 5.
Yes, that's pretty good. Cards in hand. Three cards in hand.
I'm not sure what we see. Attacking in here. This is a new card. I haven't seen this one, I don't think. It's either... Oh, no, sorry. Oh, it's the weapon. That's super interesting. He's actually presented Graven Coal. So for those of you who don't know, Graven Coal, you can buy back by 2 silver, meaning he's actually also brought the Flick Knives in. So wants to play this a little bit more aggressive, and we are going to immediately see no blocks being declared on the Graven Coal, and the Spider's Bite's going to be present as well. And Intimidation coming out from a second copy of one of the most terrifying cards, and the reason to play Lyath is Leave Him Hanging. An important thing to note is that this is now synced to the other Leave Them Hanging as well, right? So both of them will lose their counters at the same time. He's going to be willing to take it here, I believe. Remember, whatever happens, his next attack gets +6. So he's going to take the 1 and just passes it back. Maybe he actually ripped the only attack in the hand with that Intimidation. Now we're going to see 6 mites cracking here. And that card should be on the bottom from the pitch, but now we're going to see 6 mites. And what else does he have available? I didn't catch what the Arsenal card was.
Pretty good stuff for you, Stephanie. It is a pretty good start. It is a pretty good start.
This is one thing. Arachne's like good into, you know, like lots of attacks or that sort of thing. One big attack, if we have something like Dominate or Confidence, is definitely challenging to deal with. And we're going to see in the palm of your hand going to be played across. We've seen this one already once before, but it just draws a card. Trying to cycle through. Minnowism going to be played out as well.
So
Oh
this
my
is when this
god.
attacks Intimidate, and then if I control 3 or more auras, this is +3, and when this hits, destroy a Intimidate the card.
Yeah, so that card is battered, beaten, and broken. So it's a 0 for
13,
1,
yeah.
Intimidates them, but it gets +3 because of the
Yeah, so
auras.
these dice
So
aren't
it
big
comes
enough.
in for 13. So 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, including the 3 mites and the Minnowism. So this card will be destroyed. It's also 13 damage coming across. You have to remember as well on the next turn, we're going to have Leave Them Hangings coming off. So +8 to the next attack as well. And this is why Lyath can be so scary, just chaining together. Command & Conquer being prepared to block. And this is the sort of thing you have to set up these big turns, but also find confidence generators.
Reactions? No reactions. No reactions. Take a hit.
It's going to take 10 damage here.
Destroy your card.
And destroy the card. It was a frailty trap, so that is a defense reaction that has been destroyed. Has kept some cards here, though. Now, I would be curious to see, depending on how the hand is drawn up, because you want to be able to make use of these two, Leave Them Hanging as well. Now, important thing to note, Leave Them Hanging is next attack, so he can always just swing the hammer. But if he wants to, palm of the hand as well, he can actually use the arm pieces here, the attention grabbers as well. If he does want to sync these 3 auras removing together. Now, the thing with Lyath is obviously it doesn't defend the best because the cards are halved, but has the Lyath ability and also 5 cards in hand. And this is one of the scary things is that with Lyath, when you're set up, yeah, he's reaching for it as well. When you are actually set up as well, yeah, we're going to see. You don't actually need that many cards. Interestingly, he's actually going to block here using Cut a Long Story Short, which is one of the scarier cards in the Lyath deck, which is with Tower.
I'm blocking 7.
Blocking 7, playing around the +3, and also creates a Might token. We'll see now all of these synced up. So going to gain 3 life and then pass it across. Lyath has been activated as well.
Start of turn, all these triggers.
So +9 to the next thing.
Sounds good. Draw a card. Sorry, this year.
Also be drawing a card. This is a lot of resources that have been used for the palm of your hands, but plenty of damage has leaked across. We'll have a little bit of a look at the hand here. Can we get some more plus as well? Minnowism, okay. +12 to whatever it is. Terror Sunder being presented as well. And what's the card?
Spew Obscenities.
Ooh.
4, 8, 11, 12. 9, 12, 13, 15.
15.
On hit, create confidence by. So you discard every card. Yep. This is random, right? Or is it? No, you choose. Yeah.
Yeah, so 15 dominate on hit. Create a confidence and might, as well as discard 2 cards from hand. This is exactly what Lyath wants to be doing, and importantly as well, sets himself up with a confidence token for the following turn. Now, Dominate is obviously very powerful, but you know, doesn't get around things like equipment. But Confidence means only 2 cards can block, so it is terrifying in this instance as well. Now, plenty to consider here. But this is exactly what Lyath wants to do. Punch you 4 times in the face for 15 plus damage each time.
So now what? Let's react.
Passing to reactions here. Again, this is a lot of damage. Hunt. So, or hunted will be the defense reaction here. Pitching away the entire hand so he doesn't have to discard.
Huntsman. Top. I think on top. Resolves. Yeah. Razor reflex. Show me your hand.
Ooh, okay, yeah, so Razor Reflex. Now, the reason why, by the way, he asked for resolution is because there's a point where they've looked at the top of the card for Hunter or Hunted resolves, where you get to where you can try and like shuffle the deck if you're running Remembrance or something like that. But that is 3 copies of Razor Reflex have been ripped out, but still taking a lot of damage here. And importantly as well, there's a confidence token apparent, and the card that's going into Arsenal, we talked about it before, but cut a long story short. And also has the second D-React available too, but is going to pass back with nothing available here. The question is, how many pumps can we find for the Lyath deck?
I'm gonna get a minor confidence here.
Now the pass back over. And I actually love the addition of Spew Obscenities, to be honest. I myself, when I was playing the deck, I found that I didn't have enough way of consistently making confidence. And I think that's a really interesting way of doing so.
Pick up and attempt to move down.
So taking up the Tunic and Arsenal pass. Well, I'd say Arsenal pass, but no Arsenal card left. So 5 cards, plus also has a card in the Arsenal for a Lyath player. And now the pauses here just...
You looked at the deck. Yeah. I mean, like, yeah, just something to it. And then, like,
you hear it as well.
Pretty good so far.
This Lyath deck appears to have more front pumps than we anticipate. You know, often it's just like we want set up into things later, but it seems like from going through the deck list that I'm seeing here, there's actually a few more front pumps. Villainous Poses, Revolting Gestures, so +4, +3 as well. Really just to leverage his confidence token. I think Lyath here, considering whether or not he activates Lyath, just to get the additional Might token. So confidence in the Might pop, and we'll see how much damage can we pump this up to. Because we're going to cut a long story short. Base 3, essentially, because of the way that the card works alongside the Lyath ability. But it needs to be 13 for the tower to be effective, so... needs to find +10. Which sounds like a lot, but there are definitely ways of doing it. We've seen Minnowisms already prevalent within the deck, potentially some Nimbleisms. Razor Reflex is definitely one of the cards you would have loved to have seen. The other thing as well, though, is that Snapdragon Scale is on board, so it does have access to potentially go a little wide, should he need to. Particularly after the other way that he had of naturally gaining go again was removed.
No, you're good.
Yeah, players just taking a bit of time. You know, obviously you want to play pretty quickly when you're playing as Huntsman, but these decks both unbelievably complicated.
Vandalism. Ruins for 5.
Ooh, okay, so was able to find Minnowism, and then just coming in for 5 with the confidence. This sometimes happens as well. I believe it's a Goon Beatdown that he's attacking with as well. So it doesn't have the prevalent on hit as well. So just going to block 6 with the confidence here. Does have access to some cards, so Lyath to make the first. Concealed object to come across as well. So 3 goes to 8 and then can activate 9, 10. So it's also going to boot as well. So setting up for the next turn. So 4 mites available here. And because of and he knows there can't be any defense reactions in this instance as well because of the confidence token.
Yeah. I get booed.
Gonna have 4 of these here. So is able to convert something, but would have much rather a bigger attack with that confidence token. Leave him hanging has been found. Power play and
Are
eradicate.
you activating to make? Yes, I'll respond to you doing that.
Yeah, and we'll see the leave him hanging here. Can he rip it across?
We can roll on a dice for
50-50.
this. Yeah, we can roll dice.
Yeah, he's going to say, can you roll a dice for this one? Because it seems like it's going to be a front pump potentially. So leave them hanging is going to be intimidating. Thinking about the pitch here as well. This is the third copy, 2 steps ahead. Odds or evens.
Oh, you can roll for it.
Does he rip? And he's going to be the eradicate. But much, I will say, much scary, much less scary when you know that there's nothing else coming as well. So now has to consider how does he want to navigate this. Yeah, just pitch the blue. And this is why Rampart of the Ram's Head is so good in life, because your hero ability costs 2, meaning pitching a blue means you're essentially gaining enough. And that's why we've actually seen a prevalence of these fatigue Lyath decks as well. Just thinking, how much does he care? It is important. Eradicate does feel like the kind of card sometimes you can let hit, but you do not want to start letting them snowball Eradicates. It is very scary. And we'll see just the block coming through. We know for a fact that we have a big attack in the arsenal as well, so it doesn't need, so it can be a little bit frugal.
5 mics. Yep.
So 5 mites available because he was booed with the activation of Lyath. So +5, and then has a +4 on the back end as well. And it's tempting just to swing the hammer here, because he has blocked with a lot of these big, tall tower cards. So it's going to be 8. This is just 8 down. Oh, sorry, it's 11. So can't get that additional +2, and it's just going to declare some blocks. And yeah, it has to look now and see how many power cards do I have left. It's 20 plays 38, but again, definitely some scary stuff. Now, we'll have a guaranteed +4, and importantly as well, I don't know if you guys caught it, but a power play being parked in the arsenal, which essentially gets +5. Now we found the front pass. Persuasive Prognosis will be the crackback. A card that used to be even scarier. But if it hits, you banish the top card of their deck, and then you get to look at their hand and banish a card with the same thing. And here we go. An incredibly powerful card that we've not seen, and will kind of help Lyath a little bit. Is that Two-Face? They draw a card, you look at their hand, and you get to remove one. Just a nick, though, is going to pump it up to 6, and suddenly the coy play doesn't feel so good now.
So this all happens together, right? It all triggers, like, it all goes at once.
So when it hits, undecided which trigger goes first.
Oh, yeah. But I mean, this banish and then banish, same color. Yeah. It has to be from this effect, right? It can't be from that.
Aspects from this.
But you gain life from that.
Yeah. Okay, so just figuring out how the Just a Nick trigger works as well.
Damn, your turn would have been so shit if I intimidated these.
Awesome pass.
Yeah, just considering as well. Does he want
I mean,
to
I can't react, so
Yeah.
I think
take 5? So,
Perspective first.
yeah, so the Persuasive Pro
Top card.
yeah.
2 steps ahead, and it's going to be a blue.
What do you want to do?
I mean, okay, one, and then just the next finish.
And banish off the top again is another blue. So 3 blues being ripped.
That's 26.
Not too bad in the grand scheme of things. Would have liked the blue, though, because now the card from the arsenal does have the opportunity to bail him
Yeah,
out.
you gained them from the sigil.
I'll pass.
Triggers?
Now the pass back, so leaves
So
them
right
hanging.
gain up in here.
We'll remove. So +4 going to be prevalent. So it has 10 damage available. Oh, but the front pump as well.
Make a mic.
Villainous. No, not villainous pose. This is the revolting gesture, actually. Oh my god.
11, 14.
14 damage once again with another spew obscenities. And you hear the bruh coming across because he hasn't brought in the defensive suite of the Graven. So suddenly 14 damage going to come across. And I think the plan probably was that if this was Fatigue Goliath, that's why he has the Flick Knives. But as a result, he's definitely on the back foot here. And yeah, just look, lining the hand up.
And he has a remembrance. Okay, fine.
Yeah, and you hear that as well. And he has a
I
remembrance.
put in
So.
the remembrance after losing to my friend on Power Shop. Because he plays some fun. Okay, buddy, okay.
Just drops the hand.
Yep.
This is an important thing though. Drops the whole hand here. And needs to, and yeah, as a result, we get a confidence in a might. Now, technically could have blocked it all out, but would have had to give it up equipment. And it doesn't feel good when you know your opponent has remembrance as well. Now, this confident and might is important because we know that there's a big card in the arsenal as well.
That's fine.
Yeah, was just gonna pass it back. Needs to.
That's fine.
The reason why you sort of see pauses if he Lyaths just for the ability to create another might. The confidence might's gonna pop now. So confidence means you can only block with 2 cards. 2 non-block cards, sorry. Because the Arachne, generally speaking, does not run block cards. And now, it's one of these things where when you get left with the full hand, how do you convert? Another front pump will come through with the power play being pitched away.
Make a might. Yep.
One there is a villainous pose, so +4. So we're having +6 to whatever the attack might ends up being. And ooh, interestingly enough as well, bully tactics in the hand. But no, just instead gonna go for. Let's go for the power play, maybe saving the bully tactics to end the game with a big set of intimidation. So that's the first card that he's going to use to defend.
What am I doing?
Yeah, there we go. I was going to say, you probably don't want to block with a 1.
It's very confusing how many different things there are. Yeah.
Now, still has 2 cards in hand as well. I don't know if he's on pummels, and most of these decks are not, because a lot of your attacks do not cost anything. But this is one of the few pummel targets you do have.
Reactions?
Shred as well as probably a D-react here. So 6 coming across.
18, 6? Yeah.
18 plays 33. And yeah, just this is one thing with Lyath as well. Sometimes you just have too many cards. That's okay. He's going to pass it back now. Deck looking relatively healthy as well. Oh, and we are starting to see some of those important cards. I did actually.
Go again, right? Correct. Leave on top. That was me. Okay, you leaving on top, not taking from.
Yeah. I was gonna say I was like, that's not me taking forward. That's me saying it's okay for you to leave it on top. Players just making sure they're being clear to one another. Now, we have seen a Mocking Blow in the hand as well. Mocking Blow will boo automatically. No blocks being declared, 4 damage taken, and a singular card. And this is importantly just a singular card. You see the nimblism being eaten up there. Couple of mites. And we're going to see, does actually have a Terra Sunder in hand as well. But a Sadistic Scowl is going to start this one off. Oh, and because of the Sadistic Scowl, it has Intimidating as well. He does have a Bully Tactics, which means he can rip the entire hand. How much can he pump into this though? Can he? That's the scary thing. So +5 as well as an Intimidate. Bully Tactics does allow him to rip the entirety of the hand as well by paying 3 into it to Intimidate 3 times.
Sorry, 3 mites. That was like 4?
Yeah. It's like 3 mites for the next turn. Does he have a Minnowism?
Bully Tactics.
Bully Tactics, paying 3. So entire hand is gone right now.
Taking response.
And he has to consider, what do you want to do here? You hear, damn, he's good.
I don't have to pay until you decide to respond. Never something good. Damn, he's good.
So this is coming in for 8, 9, 10, I believe.
We get plus 6.
Oh, sorry. So it's 2, and buffed up by 5, 7, 8. Yeah, so it is 8. And you see a lot of consideration here. Now, the scary thing if you are Lyath is the fact that on the crackback you will have the entirety. Oasis Respite's going to be played.
Targeting. Game 1.
One card left in hand.
One card in hand. Yeah.
One in hand.
Pass priority.
Yeah. So you're at 90?
Correct.
So I'm just listening to the players as well. So it's Oasising in response to... Because you can do it while it's on the stack. And now he has to consider if he actually even wants to intimidate the card here. Probably is worthwhile because then you can Lyath activate as well. But yeah, but now it changes up what he's intimidating with. He has revealed a card, so he does know Terra Sunder's one.
The last card.
Yeah, so it's still going to intimidate it across.
Reactions. Owl snaps.
Oh, and the Snapdragons is going to come out as well. Going to use it for the quick dodge as well as the sync. But now that is all the cards, all the defensive value available, and you would we have to see a mocking blow as well. 5 damage will come across. Yeah, he's going to use the mask alongside the quick dodge as well,
Yes.
and is able to keep the Terra Sunder. And importantly, the quick dodge is gone alongside the defense reactions here.
I forgot you could speed between dodge and coding. That's a pretty good response.
Has +4 here. Doesn't really have the attacks though, and this is one of the problems with Lyath sometimes.
Sorry. I got. Oh yeah. Sorry. Yeah, I forgot your card.
I got things to do.
Yeah, just saying, I have intimidated cards.
Physical. Huntsman trigger.
Yeah, it is going to be Surgical Extraction, a card that we usually see at the end of games versus things like Warriors to force the last cards out.
What the hell?
But Surgical Extraction is going to come across in this instance.
No.
We are going to see some blocks coming through, as well as activating Lyath here, so it's going to clear it all up using Overcrowded alongside the Rampart of the Ram's Head. +5 is going to be what's presented now. And here's the problem, is that he has the ability to tear us under. It's probably just going to be the weapon, because the Mocking Blow, importantly... Yeah.
Coming for 8. I think this got 2.
Yeah, 8 dominate on hit discard 2. Nothing in Arsenal either, so this is definitely hitting. Doesn't have the equipment even to block it all out. Also gets booed on hit. This is why this new weapon is very strong. It's going to keep a Mocking Blow in the arsenal as well. Would have loved to have cashed the Mocking Blow in with the Terra Sunder, but it's actually only Guardian actions.
No reactions.
Takes 5, has to discard 2 cards here as well. You want to talk about deck damage? Has a proxy. Oh, it's a Remembrance proxy here coming through. Looks like it was given by a judge though. And discarding Remembrance feels pretty good if you're on the side of Lyath here. Leave no witnesses.
Leave that on top.
Another nimblism. One of the card he keeps seeing over and over again. Just leave no witnesses. Does have the 2-card clean block once again, assuming he has an attack action he wants to block with. 29 plays 12, and can he get over that little hump? That last 12 damage. It's like another mocking blow being lined up.
Nah, you good. You left on top, right? Yeah.
He left on top asking, so assumes it's a card that he wants to rip. Yeah. Just a classic. Block for 4 is a mocking blow though, which is a more important card.
Crack fast and fast.
Yeah, just crack the mask just so I can rebuy it on the next turn just to gain it. Now I should actually have a second might here from the weapon hitting, I think. That's okay. What a defensive hand from the side here of Arachne. Has found 3 defense reactions, including Hunter or Hunted, and the non-defense reaction card is from under the floorboards. That just passes. It's just going to set up. Yes, and this is the thing. 2 steps ahead is just going to be passing across, and there's a full hand of defense reactions. There is 0 threat on this turn.
Oh, so it sets up for the next turn. Yeah, that's why it's 2 steps ahead.
I love explaining that to people. That's why it's 2 steps ahead.
You're thinking, alright. You know, in Japanese, it's Sante Saki, which is 3 times ahead. Because apparently that's like the saying in Japanese. Fair enough. But it doesn't make sense with the card.
Now it's taking a moment again.
I'm gonna get punished right now, holy crap. Just like you know.
Yeah, he's like,
yeah,
I've been giga punished right now.
And I'm 2 steps ahead. He really is 2 steps ahead, holy shit.
The psychological damage between these 2 players definitely coming through. Alexander Dobler and Andy seems like they must play together. They are laughing a lot. And he just passes.
Yeah.
So it must be pretty obvious that he knows that the hand is full of defensive tools. The ultimate punish here would be just another set of setting up.
Get a read range. In the graveyard. There's a few more.
No, just taking a moment just to consider here. It's scary because, like, he could attack, but he doesn't really have a huge amount to attack with. So I would not be surprised to see a setup. We are going to see one of those front pumps we've been talking so much.
It isn't playing all the tunes. It's going to fly.
Yeah, revolting gesture. Attacking in. Comes for 5. Gonna block here and then just D-react again. Hunter or Hunted, and he's gonna use this to, he's gonna clear out some of these cards in hand. Yeah, look, just reveals the triple D-react, which is definitely scary. See, facing down confidence as well.
Leave it on top. Any response? No. Added beta and breaking. And yeah, Arsenal. Oh my god, I'm gonna die next
But here's the thing, right? Battered, Beaten, and Broken is definitely a card that we've seen.
No. Okay.
Yeah, so we've seen
I think there's one
in grave as well. I love the call. You just hear, I'm so dead next turn.
Yeah, that's fine. Yep.
In particular because he knows that he has just put 3 D-reacts on the bottom of the deck.
+9. +9, 13.
You can see the math of writing on the wall, but can he get the last little points of damage coming across? This game, it does seem like it's in one player's favor significantly, but can he get there is the question.
What do you react to? I love it. I'm assuming you're passing.
Yeah, let's go again.
Now we'll see. Because what does he draw as well? If he finds more front pumps, this game could just be over.
Kick up.
Now,
That's fine.
looking at the hand, was considering Lyath thing again. Does he draw a D-React? No, he draws a Sigil though. So it may not be dead. But so many holy crap! I'm sorry, okay. Wait, so +3 off the Nimbalism. +4 off the +3 off the Revolting Gesture. 2 Revolting Gestures, so +9. 10, 11, 12, +13. And it's going to be a
9, 13, 16 confidence.
with the Spew Obscenities as well. With confidence, and this is going to hit. So he's going to be able to have another confidence going to the turn. And this is just such a beautiful draw because he just changed his confidence turns and knows that so many D-Reacts hit the bottom of the deck. Doing the math. He's going to be able to gain 3 life though. Has to consider now, what can he do? He can block 6, take 10, go to 2, and then face another confidence and pray you find a defense reaction, I guess. But we'll go back up to 5. Yeah, just take a moment to consider how he blocks. He also knows that there's going to be a plot. There's going to be at least 5. Ooh.
No reactions.
Has somehow had another defense reaction.
Dying. Number 3.
My confidence. I will use this to make one more might with Lyath.
Yeah, so uses the tune, uses
That's what I'm trying to
the
do.
life because it will untap here, and now just trying to kill him.
Like rocking up in my arena.
Gonna have 9 damage, but does have does still have the ability to gain a life. Asking for the response, even though there's none left. Eradicate's gonna be
Yeah,
left.
go ahead. Got 2 cards in hand.
Bottom that.
Can I look at your deck? Your graveyard or your deck?
There is not many cards left. How many of these pumps are left? Eradicate could be the way. And he steals this game.
That's absolutely played away, not played on something.
Just contemplation and once again. 2 cards are in hand. He's gonna block with it. He's just gonna block for 4 and say, you know what? I can't play around these things anyway. He's trying to
You on top of you bottom, right?
Yeah,
bottom the card.
Analyzing block.
Just thinking about how he's gonna block here. Lyath generally doesn't have access to many defense reactions because they are halved and can't be Lyath. Dragdown being the only one that is sort of viable in the deck consistently, but it doesn't look like he's on any. Considering blocking as well. Is considering adding another card to blocking here.
Blocking with these 2 cards.
Activating Lyath as well. Mask. And we'll shred.
Yeah, I thought that might be the case.
Taking 3?
Yeah.
So 4 cards is going to be ripped. He's trying to just put himself in a position to win. Oh, and the Remembrance gets ripped as well, importantly.
And I'm dead.
Yep.
We've only seen one. Now having a look at the hand here. Does have a lot of damage, but once again, Terra Sunder needs to have a Guardian attack action to be relevant. Mocking Blow is going to come in for 10.
Coming for 10 with confidence.
Can also be buffed up to 11.
I think I might.
So it has a D-react in hand, so that's at least 4. I think. Is that a concealed object in hand? Has a sigil in the arsenal as well, though. I believe. Does have a Terra Sunder available too, so can set up to try and go for the kill in the next turn. It's not a huge amount of deck left. That's 3.
Reactions?
No reactions.
7. Sigil gained the 3 life. You're going to stay at 3, but it is... It's going to conceal object as well, so it drops to 2 after the interaction.
Yep. And then I'll take
Down to 2, but remember, he had a lot of his deck eradicated, and most importantly, he had the Remembrance removed as well. +5 in the arsenal. Importantly, Power Play is a card that can be torn asunder. Has Terra Sunder, has all the tools available, just needs to not die here. Dagger's going to come across.
I'll take 1.
Taking 1. What's the last card? It's going to be another copy of Eradicate here. But has the blues available. Needs to keep 2 blues alongside the tear, so I can actually just do it once again. Remember, Lyath draws 5. This could be it as well. Doesn't have a huge amount of equipment block available. Sitting at 2 life power play here. It's for Lyath. It's going to be +3, plus the Terra Sunder as well. Draws up. What does he find? Has found 2 defense reactions, but Terra Sunder leading as well into the power play. So this is going to be 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 dominate. Coming across, and is Lyath going to be continuing his run undefeated? Alexander Dobler bringing the non-fatigue version of a deck people just said is a fatigue machine. 2 life. Sorry, it is just +1, so it is only 10. Sort of considering. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
There's 2 ways out of this. I don't think I'm there yet, possibly.
What's he thinking? Does he have to try and dig and find shelter? So he can discard that as well?
Reactions? Yep.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, it's a sync blow. Does he find the shelter?
You got it.
He does not. He doesn't find the shelter. And the fist bump extended. What away from an Oasis Respite as well. You never look. Never look. The Oasis Respite would have kept him alive. And there is no cards left. There is so minimal left for the side of Alexander. And somehow, some way, through a fatigue deck, is able just to pump damage over the top. And just like that, Alexander Dobler pushes himself up to 6-0 with 1 round left to go, locking himself for that top 8. What a fantastic game from these players. Oh my goodness. Alexander Dobler showing some incredible gameplay here on Lyath. Ladies and gentlemen, there is one more round of Swiss before we cut to our top 8. We're going to take a short break. Do not go anywhere, as this is so exciting, as our top 8 is going to look incredibly dense. We'll be right back.
Good games. So I know what to do in our top 8. You do there.
I told you it's interesting.
It's the wrong loadout for me.
Yeah. Are you integrating? Just trying to watch that today.
I think fondly just now.
Yeah,
but
they find something.
okay, hang on, see, I have 3 minus in my sideboard person.
Okay.
It's just touch charm face. It's like with this kind of deck, I think that's been the only way you can win.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But it's good if you can get to the point where they have to drop cards, because then like every time they have to drop everything except the allies that they have, like your turns are just so bad.
Yeah.
So that's the point you want to get to.
Yeah, you think diamond map.
Yeah.
Salary right now.
Maybe it's like a contact issue or something like that.
I think it's just out of balance.
They plugged in. Bad matchups. My big brother, Prism, Gravy. Yeah. Victor and Gravy are not unwinnable, but they aren't good matchups.
Yeah. Because they clash and then
You just lose every clash.
yeah, you lose every clash.
And he can fatigue you as well.
Plus with Vado as well.
Yes, Clash of Bravado is really annoying when you have confidence.
Yeah.
Or even worse, two steps ahead. And then he just destroys you 2 steps ahead.
Thanks.
Do you have siblings?
As in,
Like brothers or sisters?
I don't know.
Elder brother?
Yeah.
Did he bully you as a kid?
Not really.
Okay.
Is that the similar feeling?
Yeah, no, that's live against Victor.
Yeah.
It's just getting bullied by your older brother.
Check for Cilio. Oh, you can do Sage. I'll shut it down.
Yeah, I mean, no tall tales and kind of long story short, fucked them up pretty bad. Oh, I hate Acilio. I have AV3 in my side.
Yeah. And you're not penalized for being anyway, so.
Yeah. I've been like working on this deck since Super Slam. Then I like kind of gave up on it after falling Sydney. Because I tried it at falling Sydney and I got kind of cool with this.
Yeah.
But now I have Two-Face and I have Ryan's Storm Wall.
We're so bad.
Ryan's Storm Wall is actually like huge.
Because you're not tied to like the restrictions of tight space as well.
Yeah, and you would lose before because your turns like in between your like big attacks would be so bad in Titan's Fist. But now they're actually okay. And you can pitch yellows to it, which is really nice.
Yeah.
Yellow
like 0 cost and cost as well.
you can pitch remembrance to it.
It's like
Thanks for the game.
likewise.
We're both locked, are we? We're both locked.
Yeah. And then I press the gravy. If he loses, I'm gone, man. I'm gone.
Yeah, no, neither of us want to fuck with the gravy.
It's quad as well.
Yeah.
I mean, I can get away with it. But it's hard to do. Still, it's very big stuff.
What's your butt playing Fran 70s pig?
That's why I was standing up. This is X1 points. Actually, X1.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are in the final round of Swiss for the Battlegrounds Classic Constructed, presented by Fluke and Box. My name is Matt Bramwood, and we have a doozy here for you. Quan Lee versus Ian Zong. Quan Lee, now we've seen this man many times before. Gravy is his specialty, and then Ian Zong on Cindra, a deck that likes to fight. Gravy. It's a deck that definitely does. A deck that, sorry. A matchup we've seen a lot before. It's obviously shaped and evolved over time, but I will say, generally speaking, it is pretty Cindra favored, particularly if they're on Mask of Momentum. Just because, obviously, it's the sort of thing where, yeah, it's definitely Cindra favored. But we shall see. And this, of course, is going to be playing for top 8. These players are both at 5 wins. I'm curious to see sort of where this goes. It's going to be interesting as well. Quan's take on Gravy Bones is always certainly interesting. Has some cool card choices, which I'm always a big fan of. So it'll be cool to see what he brings to the table. Seeing who's going to go first, I think in general, I think Gravy wants to go first, but we're not sure. Oh no, Cindra is going to go first. He wants to go from there. So yeah, Cindra versus Gravy, definitely matchups we've seen plenty of times before. This is our last round, ladies and gentlemen. Before we take a short break and cut into the top 8 of our tournament, we'll see what makes it through and what we're going to see what heroes, because we've seen so many different ones. I think we're guaranteed a Lyath in top 8, which is pretty cool. Here we are, though. Revealing, so Balance of Justice, Quick Dodge Flexes, Hook, and Dead Threads for Quan Lee, and pretty standard Mask of Momentum. So definitely very good into Gravy Bones. Mask of Momentum allows you, is really easy to proc when you actually hit the allies as well. So Quan's going to be looking at trying to present as much damage as possible without giving easy access to just drawing a bunch of additional cards. Balance of Justice is what's being presented as well. Cindra deck sometimes doesn't draw as much, but actually just going to be an arsenal from Cindra here. So just wants to set up, and Quan going to start off probably one of the better ways that you can, which is going to be Call to the Grave. Call to the Grave, going to be finding Chum. Chum, definitely, like, in general, if you're unsure of what you want, Chum is a great first choice, just particularly into a matchup like this. Dead Thread's being activated, pitching a balloon. Chum is going to come across for 4 here. Just a little bit of damage leaking through. Tip the Barkeep is being pitched. 4 damage coming across. Now, didn't actually activate the hook because didn't want to risk dry hooking in those instances. And a card will hit the arsenal. And now, the first real turn of the game for the Cindra side. Five cards available. I think How to Warmonger is available as well. Definitely a card you want to be playing into Gravy. Pain in the Backside will be the start, and I believe indicating attacking at Quan. So we're going to have a bit of a look, a little bit of a peek and see. The thing with Chum is it's always very interesting to see when you want to Chum, and we're going to start by immediately equipment blocking here. Maybe just sort of aware that, hey, he has the opportunity to draw cards. Looking at the hand as well, there seems to be a lot of allies here. Flicking the Kunai. It's been a while since we've seen Flick Knives in this regard, so it's going to be Chainlink 1 that has activated. Thank you for Master Momentum. Run Renegade 3 into Charm, into Blaze Headlong. So a card will be drawn, but that's 7 damage here. that is being prevalent. And yeah, this is an interesting thing as well. Was considering, do I actually activate Chum, just put a card into the bin because he doesn't have any gold yet. But the thing with Mask of Momentum, also important to note as well. Third or higher. So I believe, yeah, he did draw a card already. Taking a bit of a look. The singular copy of Throw Dagger that we often see. And we're going to pass 3 reactions through here as well. There's going to be Blood in the Water as well. Putting Sawbones. Oh, had the Sawbones Chum line if he was able to get both on the battlefield. But instead, no. Just going to create a fail mark as well. With that chain ender. Definitely a good turn. Was able to clear for Chum, but didn't present a huge amount of damage towards Quan. Golden Tipple being played. See, actually had the Fearless as well, so played around that by sending in the Blaze Headlong. There's going to be the Sawbones with a hook as well, so threatening a second gold on this turn, but this is free. And has another Sawbones in the bin as well. Trying to get the life totals up here for us, but 6 damage will come across. Another gold being presented. Quan has another Sawbones in the bin. Probably the assumption is that this Sawbones will end up dying, but you know, this matchup is generally speaking Cindra favor, but there's definitely ways that you can get out of it. Just clearing off the first ally, and then just, yeah, now has the opportunity to try and see. Now, an important card in the hand for Quan Lee based on timing, right? It's going to be the Sunken Treasure where he can block it and actually remove one of the kunais potentially, or force, you know, force pitching. Currently there's only 2 chain links and it is going to turn this around. Might have to pitch in response, which does nullify some of the turn. Because Cindra's ability is an instant speed ability. He's going to have to pitch into it here. So it is going to be, yeah, and then just flick into it as well. So technically, even though it's still in response or afterwards, Quan doesn't make any gold. Doesn't really care, though. Because that saved him, like, at least 3 life. Apologies. A little bit of a cough coming through from my end. And another chain ender of Hunt the Hunter coming through. So this will be for 5 and then more damage as well. And just immediately blocking with the Dead Threads as well. Decides, you know, I don't need it. So Dead Thread's going to be used. As well as that. From the look here is actually going to be the blood in the water. Now, Quan did look at the top and didn't burn the top card. Sometimes Gravy players will burn the top card even if it's not an ally. Cracking the gold here with Gravy, putting something in the bin. Looks like, yeah, I was going to say Portside Exchange was there. Wanted to dig for it. It's going to be Sawbones for 8 with a hook as well. So it doesn't get the full value off of the Prismatic Ley Line, but still wants to threaten. And is he going to look to block here on the Cindra side? Remove the gold-baited hook? Yeah, he is. He's going to remove the gold-baited hook, and that's going to be a bunch of damage. Sawbones, oh yeah, Sawbones shouldn't be gone.
Sorry.
Hey, there we go. 29 plays 37. That's why it's being so aggressive. Someone's going, does he draw the Fearless here? If he draws the Fearless, it is huge. No, doesn't go. So that's 2 Sawbones and a Chum gone. But here's the other thing as well, is that if Quan can actually threaten those daggers right now, that's a big way that he can actually look at kind of turning the corner. Has the life advantage pretty significantly. Don't know if he's actually on any of the cards that can do it, but we will see. Golden Tipple, putting a Rigor Mortis in. Rigor Mortis is just, you just think of Rigor Mortis as 6 damage, right? Because that card is so easily cleared by the Cindra player, but one's going to come across. Does have a gold available. Doesn't have a way of hooking. Here comes Call to the Grave. Might look for Chum again. Yeah, so just trying to play as many Chums as possible because Chum saves you so much life. Cindra obviously a very powerful deck, the most represented deck here this weekend as well. So definitely needed to be aware of it. Yeah, Chum's gonna come. He reached for the goal, thinking it was the hook. 4 damage coming across. Has a Rigor Mortis in the bin as well, so he has more damage being able to present. Also has a card in Arsenal. Considerations here. I'm just going to take the 4. Not threatening anything. It's just 4 damage. And now, first time cracking back with 4 cards in hand. I think Oath of Loyalty is the first card that we're going to be seeing here. Oath of Loyalty targeting Quans. This is going to be 4. Compass activation. Considering now when do you chum if you are. Right. And the thing with chum as well is that like... Yeah, so Sink Below is going to come through, just cleanly eat this one up after activating Compass, so he knew what he was drawing into. And Chum sometimes is a card that, like, you kind of don't need to activate because they have to deal with it anyway. Because sometimes if you Chum at the right time and the threat of it is there, it can completely ruin a turn. Ignite, going to leak 2 damage onto Chum. And this is where you don't activate Chum because you know that they've already committed to start trying to kill it. Fealty for Ravenous Rabble. Into the Chum, reveals a red, I think. Gonna activate in response, digging to see if he can find Fearless. But it is gonna activate Chum and put another Chum in the bin, and that's what I was talking about before. Sometimes you use it as a way of depositing the Chums. Now, Quan would have done that anyway. Like, he would have had to do it to put the allies in the bin. He did it in this instance right then, purely because he had the chance of drawing Fearless and just completely blowing him out. But
No, you haven't, because this was created from the 1 in 5.
Oh, yeah.
No.
Chum will go, making a Gold Kiss Rum, but importantly putting the blue there. Gonna attack with the Rigor Mortis for 6 now. And this is a really smart play here as well. Attacking with the Rigor Mortis, knows it's going to die, right? But he has access to a Gold Kiss Rum now, which does mean that on the next turn, he had to play and swing Chum and also probably play Sawbones as well, if he can find the blues for it. So, means he has that really scary Chum Sawbones lock. It is the 3rd copy of each, but is it enough to get there? Ignite will be the first one coming at Quan. This is the one sort of scary thing with Rigor Mortis is the fact that he can just like dagger and just kill it immediately. But here we go. Quick Dodge Flexes being activated. Seems like this is a good opportunity because he knows cards will be drawn. And it is a clean block on the Ignite. That is the first hit here. Killing the Rigor Mortis, but again, still has the ability to... He's going to have... Yeah, trying to find space. Still has the ability later to flick a dagger as well. One's going to take this damage here. So the next hit threatens the card draw. So the next 2, really. Alright, so for the dagger, because then you lose the ability to flick. The mark is also gone, importantly. Another 3, which makes these quick dodge flexes a little bit awkward here. Kind of talks about it. Gonna take it. Mask of Momentum. Just gonna trigger, but damage will leak forward. And Quan being,
This one. That hit and that hit.
yeah, Quan being very polite here and reminding, because Mask is a May ability, so I didn't actually have to remind him here, but Quan, absolute sportsmanship. Has drawn it as well. We'll discard, and this is again another piece of tech that we've seen recently. We saw it in Fang, now we're seeing it here. Draco Fire. So +2 and it costs 1 less. This is going to be a 3 damage kunai. But again, be able to gain a resource later on as well. And this is going to be 3. Moving it along. A little bit of damage coming through. Still pretty healthy for Quan as well. The last thing he wants to see. Oh, just 4. Just 4. A lot of Draco Fire. It's going to be a sink below here. Going to buy back at least the 1 dagger. Yeah, we'll actually sink. Access to 1 dagger and 3 fealty, so definitely he's going to be able to make things draconic for the rest of the game. Now Quan has drawn up here a Tropeldani. Here we got a Avasti being played. Doesn't have access to the dead thread, so may not actually be able to play at everything he wants to this turn. Trop. Yeah, it's just going to be the chum. Make a gold. Has a resource floating here. On hit, another gold as well. This is a consideration. How much gold do you want to give him? Yeah, it does have go again, but currently has no, well, has a singular resource available right now. Wishing he had access to the dead threads again. Yeah, we're just going to see the pass over. Damage has taken, a second gold available, and also the 3rd copy of Chum. And look at the life totals. 29 plays 14. This is a 4-card hand. Doesn't have access to those big things. And it's really scary if he is on. Yeah. Yeah, so here we go. Ravenous Rebel coming in for 4, choosing Quan. Realizes now needs to force Quan to actually activate Chum and needs to start pushing damage across. Here we go, Blood in the Water. Oh, and the Fiddler's Green tech as well. So it's going to gain 3 life. That's rad. So it activates Blood in the Water, rips the top card, and gains the life. Also means he's not drawing a Fiddler's Green next turn as well. Chum killed off here. And important to note as well, that is the 2nd copy of Draco Fire that's going to hit the bin, and then Lava Burst. But this is just 5. He technically can flight path it away and gain something if he did have access to another card, but just decides not to. And Quan's still relatively healthy, has a Sawbones available, and it's going to get to the point soon where he starts to rip. No, it's just blocked it out. Quan's going to pass back, doesn't have a way of getting a blue in the bin. Now we'll see. This is sort of where it can start to snowball. No allies on the field. Pain in the backside going to start us off with the offense. And importantly, it's actually a draconic pain in the backside because he activated a fealty. It's at the point of the game now where he can start to just proactively use these. Just to insulate himself. Has a blood-spattered vest as well. Has access to that Draco Fire whenever he chooses. Didn't activate on this turn because it has to be done at the start of turn. Here we go, Gold Shark. Oh, Loan Shark, sorry, I call it Gold Shark because it's all it does, it gives you gold. But Loan Shark going to be blocked with 3 damage leaking across. 0 for 4 on hit mark. I'm taking 4. Going to flick in this instance as well. Activate to get a blood spattered vest as well. And now is marked. Interesting. One of the big cards coming across it. Is that? Yeah, this card is really scary. Outer Dragon Fire, right? So it's going to be 7 damage leaking across, plus potentially draws a card as well. Currently has no go again, but has the Dragon Scalers if he would like. So suddenly the life total cut all the way down, but Quan has 4 cards plus the Sawbones. This is where you do start to get a little concerned. More moments of contemplation. Grave activation to eat up the last piece of gold. After he actually dug for one as well. Is that it? So finds an Unker. Not super relevant in this matchup, but it's another body. And the first ship of the game. This is the scary thing. He still has access to all of them. Conquer the high seas coming across now. 8 to go again. On hit, destroy your arsenal. Make another gold. Importantly, also has access to the... Oh, sorry, no, he can't. This is how you start to steal tempo away. Depending on how important that arsenal card is, he's going to actually pull blocks in. 8 going to be blocked out with, but importantly now has some allies in the bin as well. I think the only thing is I've not had blues come through, and an interesting card, Loot the Arsenal, going to be present as well. The next pirate attack, really attacking this Arsenal card now that Quan, it's kind of been shown that he doesn't want to give it up and will have to give up his entire equipment suite plus the card in hand. But he's just going to take the 6, going to make a gold, and that Arsenal card is gone. So committed so much and really smart sequencing there from Quan. Singular card, the Sawbones. Ravenous Rabble, reveal, has to hit a red, and it does, so it will die, but that's no damage going towards Quan. Quan gets a full grip, and found another boat as well. Doesn't matter if it's not attacking the arsenal, if you're only at 8 life. Prismatic Leyline as well, Portside Exchange is going to reveal a yellow, so it is going to be 2, 3, 4, 5 damage coming across. Has another boat as well, but it's probably just going to play the Unker, and this is going to start ripping the hand constantly. Gold's still available if he wants to try and dig for some more blues. Quan might have found the way of stringing together turn after turn to deal with these hyper aggro decks. 5 damage. Unker's just going to be played and attacked with 7 damage coming across, and it's just going to park the boat in the arsenal. Go to 1? Love of Vain Loyalty alongside what I think is a Warbonger's Diplomacy. But Unker, he does have 3 life. He's going to just take it. Love of Vain going into Unker. There's going to be this. He's going to call war. But has a boat, doesn't really care. And the ship's going to come through once again, not threatening anything other than the life total. 1 life remaining. Plenty of equipment left, but look at this, just going to block with it all. Has to give everything. And a second boat comes across. All 3 conquer the high seas, found in rapid succession for Quan Li, and is able just to eke it out versus Cindra. That is how you play this matchup. You have to just disrupt them as much as you can and force them into these situations. Don't give them the free draws. And a top 8 is where it looks like for Quan Li there, as that is our final round of Swiss. My goodness, standings not yet available as our round is still continuing. Players, plenty of time left, but wow. Said at the start of the game, didn't like the matchup. It shows how it is still winnable for the side of Quan Li. Incredible stuff. And it looks like one of the 2 gravies is going to be making it into that top 8. Having a bit of a look here, you actually look down a little bit. Gravy is not very prevalent at all. 2 available. Wow. Incredible stuff. That was such an amazing game. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to cut to a break. This might be a little bit of a longer break, just because the players are still playing out their round, followed then by cutting to our top 8. And we're going to be in for that. We're going to give the players a little bit of a break as well. My name has been Matt Bramwood. It has been a joy casting with you thus far. Thank you for sticking it out with me. And we're going to be back soon for the top 8 of the Battlegrounds presented by Fluke and Box.
I'm not trying. The first thing. You need to clearly find out where I do make one of things. So they don't want me to it's like
Why does everyone want?
Efficiently, I was like, got bullied by God and by three of them. I did not want to be bullied. Oh, I'm sad. That's crazy. I'm trying to make out that's something. I did. Okay, considerations. I see something. How impressive that is. I came out to God for a concert. Something else.
Is everyone ready for the suspense? Just yeah. Let's go. Hurry up, okay. Sorry, the top eight. After the 7 rounds, thank you everyone. Is coming in first seed is Alex Stoffer. Second seed is Jake McCormack. Third is Sam Sutherland. Fourth is Juan Lee. Fifth is Eric Chu. Sixth is Barry Swingler. Seventh is Andy Fair. And eighth is Thomas Smith-son. Well done. And we'll now scroll down so everyone else can see when they finish. But can I get the top 8 over here in this favourite, please? Sorry. I just need to get the tape. Yes.
The banner could just go flattening out. Yeah, I get it. That's fine. I think that space.
Alright. I've never seen these guys.
They're the official LSS ones.
Really? Wow.
Oh, so there's no odds or evens.
No, odds or even.
The three, there's no three.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, but they're different for a reason.
I'll do it.
Look, 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Expand it.
Yeah.
Alright.
I was silly thinking.
This one. So, are you doing electricity? As your veterans? What are you doing? Deck check. Not for electricity. Not specifically.
Because everyone's information.
Got one? You do all the things. Easy one. So you can shove it if you want to. I've got a room. So I've reached players to pass the street. It's on time. Because the players are back there, the board's passed to the flags. That's not right. That way you can be one of them. Sam, is this like that at everyone? Yeah, I feel yeah, that's fair. What can I say? I'm sorry, my car. I'm sorry. You never saw those, though. Yeah, you can. I'm rich.
We're flying up by choice. That's Alex, Juan, Sam, and Jake.
First or second, man? I would love to go for this. I'm excited. Yeah. I wish I could ask nicely and say second, or yeah. I fought hard to be able to choose my seating and then pair it to Victor and just check
Did you choose first or second?
Man, indeed. The boss man himself.
Quite chilly now.
Okay, promos.
Yeah.
You're both aware this is a cash event.
Yep.
Not really. Put cash up.
Oh,
It's 1100. The winner's 500. You've already made 50.
Alright, 6. Yeah.
And there's tiers.
50, 100, 250.
Something like that.
That's all, yes.
I can't remember, but I know the winner's 5 and it's 1100 stick.
Sure. Thanks, man. Thanks, John. Whichever. Sounds good.
There's a top 4 promo.
Yeah.
And there's a runner-up plate.
Battery 40%.
This comes sick.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the top 8 of the Battlegrounds for Flesh and Blood, presented by Fluke and Box. My name is Matt Bram, and I'll be casting the top 8 with all of you right now. We're jumping in immediately to round number 1, which is going to be Sam Sutherland, who we've seen once already on stream, playing Dash.io, going up against Farron Swingler on Victor Goldmane. A matchup we've not seen in a little while, but we are here and ready, ladies and gentlemen. This is our top 8. If you're curious to see who was inside the top 8, I will read that for you now. We have Jake McCormack on Kassai, going up against Andy Pham on Arachne Huntsman. A difficult matchup there. Sam Sutherland on Dio, going up against Farron Swingler on Victor. We also have Eric Hugh on Pleiades against Quan Lee's Gravy Bones. And finally, Alexander Dobler on Lyath Goldmane, going up against Thomas Mifsud on Ziggy Starlight. Crazy, crazy thing. So we have Ziggy, Lyath, Gravy, Pleiades, Victor, Dio, Arachne, and Kassai. An incredible place to be. Do not go anywhere. Stay glued to your seats. We're bringing you all the action. And just to start us off, we are seeing sideboarding is happening already. And I know Sam Sutherland has some very interesting game plans into these fatigue decks. Guys, thank you so much for joining me all day. We've been having an absolute blast. Tell me, guys, are there any decks you've been inspired to start playing from watching these amazing players play? I, for one, definitely feel like I want to try out this Ziggy deck. I want to see what it has to do. But none of that for now, because we are going up against Victor Goldmane and Dash.io. And you might see some atypical things from Sam Sutherland. We talked a little bit about it before, but he's going to try and set up these big turns instead.
Good luck.
Because there is always a chance of getting fatigued with these decks. Of course, these rounds will in fact be untimed, so these players might take a little bit more time than, you know, we've been seeing thus far, but that's okay. It is their right, as long as they're playing at a reasonable pace. Looks like a shield is being presented by Victor as well. It was one of those things where you have a shield or not. Sometimes you try and hide it. And it's going to be curious to see whether or not we're looking at Miller's, Titan's Fist, and what that goes from here. You can generally assume, though, Orgrim Aegis is going to be what we're using as Victor Goldmane. It's such a powerful piece of equipment. Allows you to start with a gold without having to start with a gold. So, having a bit of a look over, and you hear Sam go, I see Findlesping Tunic as well as Iron Fist Revelation. And interestingly, quick dodge flexes and balance of justice being the only options. And an interesting thing I will say that I've been seeing a lot of recently is the fact that a lot of players are actually opting just to put balance of justice in the deck. That is the only headpiece they're actually presenting. Obviously, Crown of Providence is fantastic, but we are seeing some people kind of skimp on it. And Sam Sutherland opening things up the way that we've seen him open them up before. Cerebellum Processor into the Tekla Core again? Are we just having the optimal start once again from Sam Sutherland? When he was on stream previously, this is exactly what he did as well. Actually, it may not have been Sam. It might have actually been Thomas Dowling did this exact opener. Doesn't let filter, keeps the card in the arsenal, and just sets up for this next turn. Victor does have a bit of room, and Cranial Crush is going to be sent across as well. On Crush, they can't draw cards, which is pretty important. But can't threaten a pummel or anything like that, so pretty face up here, and it'll be interesting to see where we actually opt to block. We've seen a lot of these super aggro matchups today, so I'm curious to see how the equipment is being used. Are we instead going to actually save that equipment for a little bit later on? Here the players just mulling things over. We've talked a little bit about it already. The Dash.io deck has so many.
No actions.
I'm not sure why the quality is like this for you guys. It's better for me.
Active,
Let me
Yep.
see if I can fix it for you real quick. Let me see if I can fix it for you.
Trigger fast.
Bear with me, chat. You're going to see the throttle coming across and the flashing out of a boom grenade immediately. So a nice chunk of damage is going to come across for the side of Sam's.
So it's almost sure. Yep.
Or not. Okay. I should have done this from the very start, and I'm very sorry that I didn't consider it, my friends. So I can tell immediately this looks much better.
Yeah, not Prank, resolve the fast counter on it. Coming in from there. So I would fit into this, sorry. I mean, technically I've gained one, so if there's a judge thing about that, but I'm always pitching this. Sure.
There you go, chat. That's much better to see. Sorry about that. I did not realize it was looking that weird for you guys. Is that better for you guys as well? What up? This is top 8. What are the top 8 promos? We'll have a look at them after.
Yeah.
So you have one.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, sure. A
little bit of a judge call happening here. Looks like things are resolving, and as I was trying to fix it up as well. Just pass it back, and we have actually seen more of a deployment here coming through. Teklo Pounder coming across, as well as that Boom Grenade having the counters on it. 5 go again being present. Five into 4, so pressuring the life total, but Sam Sutherland does have plenty set up on his end. Yeah, we're going to see Crown of Providence. And this is the usage of Crown of Providence we're seeing more often than not in this Dash Area deck, and why it is so impactful, because you know what you're drawing into. So 30. Passing it over now. Now set up for Sam Sutherland. Does have the gun. Sitting with counters on it as well. Zipper hit. Gonna be the initial one. Ticking down. 7 being presented. Doesn't have to pitch for a place off the Tekla core. Passing to reactions as well. This Victor deck is actually running Staunch Response. Breaking a gold as well.
I'll see what I had my arrow 1 second. Trigger Victor to rocket. Yeah. Right.
So pitches the Tropodani, making a gold with the Staunch Response to clear up all of the damage, alongside of the fact that we're also seeing, the replaces itself. Bias update into a 0 to 60 40, and it's going to be a Boom Grenade. It's going to come in as well. Going to now consider if he wants to crank it for the action point or wants to keep it for a longer. This is another set of 7. Same considering, and this is one of the harder decisions as well. What do you crank?
I'll crank this one.
Sure. Yep.
Coming in for 7.
Yep.
Seven damage coming across now. Now just needs to take a moment just once again to consider where and what he wants to be blocking with. Looks like plenty of options in hand as well. Goldmane Estate will actually be presented alongside the Organ Aegis.
I won't pay for that.
It's going to be a trounce as well. So if you win both the clashes, you make a Gold Might and Vigor.
So I don't draw as Rich Riches, but I will make a gold.
Yeah.
Then we clash with that. And then we tie, so nothing happens.
Yeah, so we'll tie. But importantly as well, doesn't draw another card because he's already done that off of the Tropodani draw as well. So important. That's if you're like, why isn't he drawn? And that's one of the big reasons why that card is so impactful as well. Generally speaking, is that you are able to draw a card if you win both the clashes, which in these decks more often than not they do.
Go again.
Super going to be presented now. And remember, we are threatening the Boom Grenade.
Gun for 2.
So yeah, so it's 38, I believe.
Fountain.
Sure.
Tekla Foundry Heart for the gun because he did crank the Boom Grenade. Considering now, just trying to clear the top of the deck. It's going to be a heist coming through. And interesting, I do actually believe it's a prismatic lens that was banished. So we'll be able to return it if the heist hits. Lens a really fascinating card as well. And yeah, it's going to just force more equipment once again. And shoots him at one more time.
Yep, that's me.
Plenty of game action taken. Not a huge amount of damage leaked from Sam Sutherland, but a lot of equipment being forced out to the side of Farron Swingler.
What was the source of the damage?
Which?
Hearing a bit of a judge call, so I'll be quiet while they figure it out.
2 gunshots.
Yeah.
Oh, there were 2 gunshots.
2 gunshots, yeah. Flash my stare. Tunic plus 5.
It's important to pass priority the correct way versus Dasher because Dash does have the ability to do things on your turn. I'm trying to keep track of the life totals for us. Just pulling out my phone to try and manually track them for us, chat. As you can imagine, it is a little bit difficult when I am in another state. Here we go, 7 heists. And another copy of those terrifying clash cards coming across this time. Test of Iron Grip. It's going to actually reveal off the clash, and now he's going to win this time by having to crack a gold, though. Sam forced a discard, and that's why Test of Iron Grip is such a powerful card. Also importantly, as we've seen, because there is a Lyath in the top 8, it does get around confidence. I will say Lyath very rarely will win a clash, considering it's a piece of text on that hero that makes it a little bit challenging to do so. Tekla Pounder has also been banished, though. That's not good for the side of Sam if he thinks that the fatigue line could start to happen for Farron. Just going to deploy again, Tekla Core.
There is.
Now just draws it up. So Tekla Core, a singular pounder, but it's just going to be the hammer coming across. And I didn't mention it before, but it is just the Titan's Fist. So don't have to worry about the deck damage in this matchup, because I think he kind of understands that it's really hard to fully fatigue a Dash-O, particularly someone of Sam Sutherland's caliber. So 17 for the side of Sam Sutherland. I don't know Farron's life total, but that's okay. The hit's going to come through for 6.
Yeah, that's the last. Yeah, sure. Okay, here, man.
So that is the last count, and we have also seen a pounder has actually already been put into the bin, so a little bit challenging. Test of strength in this instance, make a gold, and a clash has been revealed. Considering Dust gonna sack a gold to try and see if he can win the clash. Needs to win it here to draw the card back up. Reveal, and it's a pummel revealed as well. Yeah, so Dash-O is going to be the one that actually makes the gold in this instance. And as well, that pummel has been revealed, so Sam knows that pummel is on the table.
Reactions also then? Thank you. Yeah. I'll take you.
So 34. 17 plays 34 currently. And with a resource floating, it's going to look to continue the torment here.
No box directions.
Bender's going to come through.
Oh, sorry.
Going to stop a...
Okay, sure. I haven't looked yet. You get. Fine. They're ready on some socks, that's fine. So that's
seeing on whether or not
Yeah,
Sam wants to activate Dash. Oh, you hear him say shouldn't have. As the cerebellum process put into the banish.
Yep. Sure. No box fractions.
Soup Up's going to come through. And now 17 plays 30. The Soup Up is gone unblocked. Plenty of cards in hand for the side of Farron. Meaning that probably wants to crack with something, and now the 4 is going to come across.
No box fractions.
Yep, nothing coming.
So 26.
Another 4 to come through. 17 plays 26. Now the life total kind of narrowing. But Victor's keeping plenty of cards available, meaning he's likely going to be able to crack back very aggressively. Sam has to consider. You remember, he does have a gold as well and knows the top card of his deck. So that gold might be instrumental for him pulling something together.
Gold? Yeah, sure.
He is going to pop the gold as well. And it's going to play the Teklo Pounder, so I saw the Teklo Pounder on top. And as a result, was able, with the gold, to just convert. And so now sets himself up once again. Now isn't going to draw it.
7.
Interesting. Took all this damage to present 7 damage with a boulder drop. Look, I know that we've revered a pummel on the top, but Sam probably sniffs another one here. Sam needs to consider as well. Only at 17. So he knows if there's a pummel, he's going to lose 2 cards in this interaction. Needs to shore up so much of this damage and won't have much as well. And knows that there's a pummel coming. Not a good situation for the side of Sam Sutherland. And he's actually just going to lay down the blocks. 7. Pummel will come through. It takes the damage. Yeah, it takes 2 damage. So 26 plays 15. Yeah, so pummel, so he's going to discard. So won't have anything. Can shoot the gun, though. So still chip it away, but 26 plays 15. But also knows that another pummel is on the top of the deck right now. Ah, thank you.
So when it's gold.
So just making a gold here for the blocks, and that I guess is the problem when you shoot the gun. Command and Conquer. Hey, you know what else is coming? Has a tunic counter, but also has a blue. Well, it's just a Spinal Crush, but knows there's a pummel here, and Sam knows the pummel. Right, it was revealed off the clash. So 10 damage. He can go to 5 in this instance, but does he feel like going to 5 is enough? Is he going to have the ability just to swing this damage back across? Isn't threatening an Arsenal, luckily, so. Is that working in his favor?
9.
He's going to come across, and I think Sam's just trying to insulate himself against the damage and kind of almost force the pummel here, but
Yeah, that's fine.
yeah, Farron just decides not to fire it, and that's the scary thing about pummel. Is now Sam's going to have a card, may Arsenal, may attack with it. Just going to shoot the gun.
That's good too. So, yep.
Going to take the 2. Going to activate Tekla Core off the top, though. So another setup turn. So again, doesn't leave himself open to Arsenal disruption. 20 pull phase 15 is definitely a little precarious. A really lovely hand for the side of Sam Sutherland. Spinal Crush, though, coming across. Knows about the pummel as well, and the reprieve. Maybe we should have taken the damage instead off of the pummel. But hindsight is 2020. Sam just being wedged between these pummels consistently over and over again. The life has stabilized at least a little bit. You kind of have to force Farron to do it. You know, you have to. You need to get rid of the pummel so you can start playing the game again. Does have a lot of equipment block available if he likes the hand and wants to decide this is the time to turn the corner. The Spinal Crush is a card that really does stop these decks from being able to function completely. Spinal Crush, of course, on Crush means you lose and cannot gain go again. Now, if you have items, you can gain action points and that can help, but it's not consistent. You see Sam in the tank in this instance. This is a pivotal moment. Also is opting to keep as much equipment as possible. Perhaps needs it to turn the corner and is trying to just figure it out right now. Is this the time to turn the corner?
Oh, okay. Let's ask you that way. Okay. I would. I just jumped on this. Thanks for suspicion, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to force the pommel out now.
6-7. That's okay.
7 damage will come through. He's going to discard a card. Also, cannot gain go again.
No, Austin. Austin.
Yeah, just going to set the arsenal in now. When a victor just says, hey, I'm not going to arsenal, you kind of assume it's one of those clash cards, you know what I mean? So Sam has a choice now. The Teklo Core will have another tick down on the next turn if he doesn't want to push here. Yeah, no, decides this isn't the time. Knows there's a clash card in hand as well. Gonna pass it back now.
5, here we go.
5 go again. No blocks. We've seen Sam not afraid to go to really low life totals, and it is the way you kind of have to play. And the Titan's Fist is coming across now. Sam has equipment, and it's go time.
Yep. Let's get past him.
Yeah, once again. So Sam knows this information now, I believe, is going to be, it is one of those really impactful, probably testifying grip is what Sam's going to be assuming in this instance, but has kept the full grip. 5 go again. And he's going to start it off. Yeah, it is. Testifying grip.
Golden Suns.
Yeah, Golden Suns, so we'll draw the Golden Suns as well.
I am the chosen one. No, I'm kidding. You chose me today.
And force the discard.
Yep.
It's so you currently taking one.
Yes. Yep.
23.
Damage will come across. A card discarded, but Sam still has plenty of gas in the tank. And his going plan right now is to just try and force him off. Get him off cards, make it so it is nothing coming through. Spark of Genius, though. Taking a little bit more setup. My assumption is probably not a big setup turn. Cranking, most likely. Probably a Boom Grenade would be surprising. Needs to cut down the life total or force the blocks coming through. Interesting. Has a second copy of Spark of Genius in hand as well. Backup Protocol, potentially? No, it's just going to be the red Boom Grenade. Crank to regain the action point. A card is drawn, and then a secondary one, quite possibly. It's interesting, right? Because you can just machine gun out your hand, but you might see Sam take a bit of a weird line here where he attacks first before actually getting the second copy, just so he can actually see if he can force out an overblock at the start and force the damage through, or at least rip the whole hand. And yeah, you'll see here, 4 go again. Has a Cerebellum Processor also in hand now, I believe. This is threatening a lot of damage. And are we going to see the quick dodges here? No. Just the Tunic. Important thing to note, though, is Balance of Justice is what's there for Farron. No blocks. Taking 8 damage. And yeah, Farron, plenty of life to play with.
Sorry. Remember to take a counter. Oh, no, it did.
It had at least one.
I had one. Yeah.
15.
3 plays 15. The boom grenade will leave.
Appreciate you making it look close.
Sam says, I
It's on stream
appreciate
anyway.
saying, I hope it looks close. 4 cards in hand, and Sam knows one of them is the Golden Sun. Convection Amplifier being played. Arsenal. And yeah, Playground Balance of Justice here. Knows that the Golden Sun is available for Farron. Just going to be a boulder drop. Just wants to present the big numbers. Sam has to block. Now, does have access to one more piece of blocking equipment as well. It's not ideal, though, because there's no Galvanize available. He oh, no, wait, the cog is there too. So we could Galvanize the cog. He's considering if he plays around Pummel, I think, but I don't think you can at this life total. Sam could just present a card plus the last piece. I think, though, he's trying to save his equipment for this Golden Sun. But you're seeing one getting pitched now. You know where the others haven't been seen. So how do you navigate this situation? I do not know. Here we go, the first block being declared. This is not the only block, by the way, chat. Yeah. Galvanizing the cog.
Blocking 6, 1.
2 plays 15. Convection Amplifier is available, though. Has a Spark of Genius in the bin. So with a big enough attack, he might be able to fetch a boom grenade. Here we go.
7.
Ooh, interesting. Heist being the play. For 7, Clash available. 6 on 4. We'll draw the Command and Conquer as well. And it's going to be able to, with the heist, fetch something out from the bin. Ooh, here we go. Cerebellum Processor. So it's kind of identifying what does he want. He has the Cerebellum as an option. He also has Prismatic Lens. Now, the other interesting thing is he has his action point, but he can crank here to get another one. Also has a Spark of Genius in the arsenal. Now, there is definitely some scary stuff here. Because there is, of course, Quick Dodge Flex is still available. Crank to gain an action point now. So he can activate this. Knows the top card is blue, so probably wants to... He's going to Spark first. Gets a Boom Grenade. Can he do this? At least forcing Farron into a situation where he has to commit the hand? Was a Boom Grenade pitched away, though? As well, Boom Grenade more likely than not... Yeah, has been cranked. So still sitting at 2 action points. Shooting just to go down to 1 action point. Taking 2. Goes to 10. Now, a consideration here of what it is. 0 to 60 in the hand is pretty good. Also, still has a Dash IO activation should he find another item on the top. Gonna block it all out. Now, the thing to remember as well is that Sam has a way of being able to put items on top with the prismatic lens. So you reveal the top card of your deck, put an item of the same color from your banish zone on top. So that's why the lens. Here we go.
Yep. So I show you the top card. She's a blue.
Yep.
So I can put any blue item on top.
Sure. Yep.
What's a pounder on top?
Then I will Foundry.
Sure. Alright.
Oh. Interesting.
And 6. Go again.
Zipper hit 6. Go again. Coming across. Remember, this is threatening a boom grenade here as well.
Sorry, do you mind?
Hey, what's that?
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. Makes sense.
Now, the one thing with the convection amplifier as well, which is super important to know,
6 dominate, right?
6 dominate.
you can do it as many times.
You found her name, so that's in your funding cards.
Oh, sorry, yeah. It's like,
Yeah, so he's going to give it dominate.
sure, thanks, yeah.
So has no more counters left, but yeah, 6 dominate on hit with the boom grenade. Knows he's not dead. Because he cannot activate -IO right now. No resources available, but Sam Sutherland, from what appeared to be just in the absolute depths, having to just tank pummels just to be able to get through them, is now in a situation where his opponent is going to drop to a precarious life total and only have a singular card left in hand. Now, there is an arsenal available. The tunic will tick up to 3. But this is a lot of damage.
So let's make it better.
Yeah, take your time.
Yeah. Plenty of time to take as well. Now, Victor does have access to gold if he feels desperate. If he feels he needs to eat through the gold. We have a read of the Golden Sun as well. Does cost 4, but that's in hand. Pitch one away, 1 in hand.
No cards that have much about it.
No cards, no resources. Sure. It's all face up.
No, he's going to give the tunic up as well.
For the reactions.
Yep.
Yeah, so he's actually just going to take all of it. But forces a lot out here. And this is a... If you're Sam, you have a Tekla Pounder still available. And some room to breathe. Yeah, and the passive priority has been asked for, and Sam needs to take another moment of consideration as to what's going on, what's in the hand, what can I have, and what can I do.
Yeah.
Oh, it's going to activate the lens. Let me read lens real quick. It is a once per turn instant. It doesn't have any steam counters. But saw a blue on top. Put the cerebellum processor on top. Saw the hand is full of just... Now, I'm reading. Yeah, okay, never mind. I was reading the prismatic lens. I was like, can you activate it before it dies? But it's start of action, start of turn, or start of action phase. There is no blocking equipment left for Farron. Now, there's no more convection amplifier.
Yeah, check yours. That's right.
Yeah, please.
Just absolute sportsmanship from both of these players as well. And just lots, really, a much tighter game than I think both of them considered. You heard Sam lament about keeping it close, but it certainly looked, to me anyway, looks unbelievably tight. Just a lot of thinking happening. Yeah, just it's one of those things where Sam's trying to figure out how he can find enough damage to start playing like fatigue of his own. Not like traditional fatigue, but like fatigue through damage, forcing him to block, just continuously block.
I can't swim in these. Probably too good. Yeah, there's a card that when you can take.
So you have to remember, if Sam plays cards on his opponent's turn that have crank, it's really difficult. Like,
make happen right now.
The reality is false for me.
yeah, you hear it there, just the realities being played through. Call him Doctor Strange, because I see him doing the math.
That's right. Yeah, no, it's always worth double checking. You did nothing.
I wish I could tell you all what Sam is thinking right now, but I am not that good of a player. I really wish I was. So he knows that there's a Cerebellum on top, and he knows the card that's under it is blue. Counting through the deck as well. The set. So it was actually a processor on top that you can see.
So this dies, this dies.
So now we go to Sam's turn. He knows the top two cards. Oh, okay. So we are starting it. So Cerebellum Process is going to come in. This is going to be a throttle for, I think it's a blue throttle. So 3, so 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 damage coming across, but also puts in that Cerebellum Processor and allows him to crank it. So
Yep.
knows it's a processor. So the clash will come across. The second clash.
So I've got my vigor.
Yeah, draw Might Vigor coming across now, but this is a lot of damage. 3 damage will come across. Sam has the ability to draw a card whenever he would like during this turn, but also can activate the Techno Foundry Heart if he doesn't like what he sees on top. It's going to immediately draw it. That is like one of the more powerful cards that we've actually seen. I believe it's Outpace. Not that equipment's going to really be blocked with anyway. 7 plays 2. Sam counting the deck. Oh, found the boom grenade off the boundary. Was one away. Counting the deck once again. 4 go again. Still has the gun available. And I think at this point, if you're Farron, you're looking almost for the fatigue angle. Shooting for 2.
And then gun for 2.
I'll take 2, go to 4.
Goes to 4 though. Has, I think it was Enlightened Strike in hand. Sam took some time to navigate there. Figure will pop. Also has a Might to remember. Plenty of gold available as well. Sam draws the hand.
Yes.
E-strike for 8.
8 off the E-strike. Just wants to force as many cards out of Sam's hand. And this is potentially that pivot that we were talking about. Sam has no more blocking equipment available. So this is 3 cards from Sam here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cards left in deck. The thing to remember, one of the most powerful aggressive decks and offensive lines you can take is Dash.io. But it comes at a cost of eating your own deck. Gonna block. Oh. I didn't realize he had a block left on the Techno Foundry Heart, so 2 cards here. And now we'll see, can Sam cross the border? What is the top card? Really wishes he had that convection amplifier again. Backup protocol. Cranked in's gonna find a 0 to 60 here. My assumption would be boosted. No, not boosting. Worried about the deck instead. And yeah, this is the scary part now. Farron now can instead just... Oh, he's got a Foundry Heart actually. He did boost. Only 2 cards left. Gonna play it out. Has the resources available. Draws the last card in his deck. Gonna soup up for 4 because we have lost.
Unless we 4 down 2, something, right? Yeah.
4 damage. Does Sam have 1 or 2 action points is the question. Oh, this is so close.
Yep, so take
1.
Sure. Go to 1. Yep.
Go to 1. It is 1-1, but Sam has 2 cards left. And the Titan's Fist will come across. Can't block it all out. And Farron, in an absolute nail biter, takes Sam Sutherland out in the first round of top 8. An incredible, just an incredible display of skill from both players. Sam looked like he had a lot, was kind of down and out at the start, but was just able to squeak back, put it to a situation where a couple of missed value on blocking or anything along those lines definitely could have ended with that going the way of Sam Sutherland. So much to consider. What an incredible match from the two of them. And incredible. Absolutely amazing play from both players. Farron will continue on in the tournament. The sole victor, as well as the only victor available in our top 8, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Battlegrounds presented by Fluke and Box. We are going to take a very short break as our other matches finish up, and we'll be back for the second round of top 8 in just a moment. Do not go anywhere.
Let's run it back in 2 weeks, man. Should be good. Yeah, sounds good. I can. No, I'm staying. Me and the boys are staying. We're staying in St. Kilda. This is not too far away. Yeah, nice. It's like 10 minutes away. So yeah, like you, bro. Yeah, I'm pretty close to there. Oh, I think maybe 15-20 minute drive. Oh, nice. Yeah. Oh, yeah, man. Easy. Is there anything you'd rank cool for level, or just like just the race course and that's it? Not really much. No, bro. Alright, good. I'll see you. Thanks, man. No worries. Good luck on the rest. Do you know who did beat Pan? I have no clue. I'm just hoping some farms are gravy. It's like I got 1 ship. I get dinner with gravy. 3-6. 3-6. Yeah. There's still a world I like to dominate the fish stars. The next time is domination. Yeah. That's it. Yeah, this dominant product. You basically forced me to give you flex instead. Yeah. I had to do it. I was in die. It's no choice. But yeah, I like forcing it. There was a Foundry activation I had early on. I'm gonna heist afterwards. Yep. And you have a shield on the chain, not the arms. I'm gonna send soup up them to heist. Yes. If I Foundry first, I foreshadow that I am gonna play a 2-cost from Arsenal. Yes. But if I Foundry after, I don't do that. But if I Foundry first, you can't block twice with the arms. Yeah. And I think I should have not done that. Yeah. Not allow you to block twice. That's right. Exactly. Yeah. And then you have to tune. I think tune it exactly. I would have given way early, which mean basically would have been. I think I would have lost at least 3 full value of the game off that. So okay. Yeah. Very very close game.
Yeah, you're on full health for like the
long time. Yeah. I think I misplayed a little bit, but I'm biased.
Yeah, it looks like the Mario Maximum. It's about Astral. Etching is hard.
Yep.
I turned 0. It was Restless, Etchings, Phantasmaplasm, Miraging.
Yeah.
I took that fucking ignored.
Yeah.
And then went Restless, the Calming Breeze, Astral, three counters on Restless.
Yeah.
And there's that carrying me. Like you just had to fuck the phone. I also had Shelter from the Storm discard. Really like. Let's get some food.
Oh.
Sorry, guys. Espresso. Not boring. Yeah, well, it's sweet dinner, and then
we played that, I stumbled on that F1 and it kept on talking, longer than possible. I tell you, it's new things that you know, yeah, I know, like, but you know, it's it confused me. No idea for what there was be. I mean, definitely this, if I like got to maybe get on dueling and doing, I definitely would just play refractor if you just at least far more accurate. Like I think I need to try it was probably just world stage thing. That makes things really hard. Yeah, yeah. But I think I could see the spectrum earlier because I sort of forced you. It's kind of hard for you to committed on boards. You kind of have to do the spectrum. With like notification, you're gonna have to very full speed on time. It's because it's not too nice wheel. It's like I know it's like maximum you get like the crowd and it's really I fucking know you're gonna get the crowd. That would be definitely like having better instructions. Yeah, I got the truck. Oh yeah, I think it's really relevant. So
this you can, I mean, that's usually counts. Objections, yeah, it's still reasonably close. It's 20 something off the 20. Oh, wait, no, we are friends. I'm very excited. Yeah, so I had 26 cycle melted film flavor. Okay, awesome. Because I didn't even read all my features. I tried to buy all the books before, and like, this is you have already, you know, like, right, yeah, sorry. Yeah, which is so certain. Yeah. Other opportunities after the visible. And I decided for my famous book, that's what I did. Was and then the idea of it is just some of these things need to listen and at least we track of it. And I will say, yeah, these are the cards that just can be very clutch. Yeah, and against a left, they go back in. Yeah, one from the side and back in. Yeah. Real. You need the number and then I should just press that next. It really doesn't really help unless you actually just listen to the text at the matchup. Right? So that's it. I think I might go to run it back. Of course, you said after I despite the fact that I'm trying to get more since okay, but it's because I'm not fine. Something like it. But he's worked to build once in the most copies of much all of it. He can aggregate from one city to it's having 20 miles. And almost swung the hammer through going because it was rough instead. Thank you. And I'm not really high in the first 100 minutes to bounce it out. It's quite ridiculous. But when you're sitting there and you looked at it and then you played it out, and I was like, oh, okay. And then you took it back and I was like, why? I didn't think I was I can't say it, you know. Yeah, it's like the biggest technical but like that, I was like, was it to ask me about ambush, and I was like, did you read the card? Plus power as well. It's like plus I get the name taken like if I was watching I'd be I'm on Alex Vinny Farron on stream. Oh, yeah, just Daddy,
First, it doesn't sound like I drew 3 straight hands and reds. So it's just like waffle.
Just use the number in the bottom right.
That's it. But it will say box 3. Oh, amazing. Wait, this says box 4? 0 to 60? Wow. Crazy.
Goldman Brothers.
Goldman Brothers.
Family dispute.
Family disputes happening.
Hello, friends.
Oh, what's up, Marcus? Hey, man, how are you?
Alright.
Okay, all good.
You can put your man house. Just so you know.
Oh, sick. Okay, thanks, man.
I need the confidence.
Okay, fair enough. It's alright. Almost there. It's an all day. Almost done. Almost done. So close. Let's go first or second, man. Sounds good. Makes sense. Makes sense.
I got a catch a bite. So, come and see. Okay, thanks. So, jokes. But thank you.
going back overseas? Are you from Scotland?
Yeah. I'll be out of Manchester. Are you flying for this? Yeah, for this. Cheers. Fly. Did you fly for this? Sorry. Did you fly for this? This morning. Oh wow. My flight's at 10. Morning at 9:30. I'd rather give me my plane next round. Better to catch up.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the second round of our top 8 of the Battlegrounds Classic Constructed presented by Fluke and Box. My name is Matt Bramwood, and I am here to present to you some brotherly, some familial violence as we have our second round of top 8. Lyath Goldmane going up against Victor Goldmane, and we're going to see which brother actually is going to be able to eke it out. Now, for those of you wondering what our top 8 actually was, Lyath, Alex Dobler that we see was our top seed, with Kassai being played by Jacob McCormack in second. Sam Sutherland was third, Quan Lee fourth, which was Dash.io and Gravy Bones respectively. Eric Hugh on Pleiades came in at 5th alongside Farron at 6th. Andy Pham on a Huntsman was at 7th. And finally Thomas Mifsud was coming in that 8th seed. Now, what do we have left in our tournament? We have the two players that you see on screen right now, Alex Doppler and Farron Swingler, going with the 2 gold mains, alongside Quan Lee and Jake McCormack sitting on the other side of our top 8. Alex has actually... where are we? Yeah, so Alex has opted to go first as the highest seed, and actually off stream we've heard that Quan's actually conceded to Jake. Now that is an incredibly difficult matchup for Gravy, if not the worst for Gravy, the Kassai. So Jake McCormack, you know, off the back of a calling win, is looking to try and lock up. He's in the top 8, seeing what his opponent's going to be, and this will be the deciding factor. I am so excited, chat. We are super excited to see Lyath being represented super well. Tell me, chat, regardless of what you think of deck skill, which deck do you guys want to see win? I am biased towards Lyath, so I'm curious to see.
Probably playing Ziggy.
I think Ziggy's a very solid thing. I think Victor is also... I think it's a more solid thing than Victor's.
Yeah, so yeah.
Ziggy's a very solid thing.
Annie, do you remember which way I had to face?
Maybe it's life for
This way.
You lose.
Was that way?
See the players are getting ready.
Alright, well, I'll have that one.
Maybe it's life first and thing. Playing life and dance.
I would like to.
I mean, good deck, man. It's a good choice, I think.
You got my nuts, Scrap?
Yeah, I'll be there.
He's going on Friday.
Yeah, Friday, yeah. I'm actually pretty sure it was Mr. Wassick school Saturday as a teacher, so I was really nice to have the whole week off of work to test, and
That's nice.
yeah, that's good. And then fly out Friday morning.
That'd be great.
Yeah, the players sort of chatting amongst themselves,
Yeah, so man.
just coordinating,
We've been trying to work towards it.
figuring out what they want to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think definitely having more side events at next weekend is a net positive.
We tried to bring out all of the calling prizes and all that kind of stuff that we had, and then LSS said no. Oh, we were very disappointed.
I was going to do this hour Sunday, couldn't do it.
Yeah.
So Alex Dobler going up against Farron. Now, if you are just tuning in for the first time, this is not...
Are you fighting the winner of this? Yeah.
This is not going to be the Lyath deck that you might be afraid of, which is that Fatigue Lyath deck, but this is the super aggressive version, and that's going to be represented by the equipment. You might not be able to see all of it, but it is going to be, as we expect, Snapdragon Scalers, Rampart of the Ram's Head, Two-Faced, alongside the Lion Claw Maul, Attention Grabbers, and of course the Fendel Spring Tunic. On the other side, we're seeing the exact same lineup as previously, the Singular Gold being started, because I take it back, actually, he is actually going to start with that Crown of Dominion. Now, for those of you who haven't seen a huge amount of Lyath before, I promise you he's not cheating. He does just get to draw 5 cards a turn. And as he is the highest seed, he does get to opt to go first, which does mean that he has the opportunity to set up those suspend counters, counting down even quicker. And we'll see who gets to punch harder.
Good job. Are you going to be on that?
Started off 2 steps ahead will be the first, and then just going to filter some cards by activating Lyath here. It's going to untap at the end of turn anyway, but 2 steps ahead is probably like one of the best cards to start with as a Lyath. It just sort of sets you up going forward. The best thing though is when you do Imposing Visage into another, like to find the 2 steps ahead into then like another aura, like leave them hanging or whatever. But we have, you know, we've seen how powerful that can be, and it's just going to be disable the starting attack. Attacking the arsenal here. Now, one thing to note about Lyath is that it's pretty likely he's going to lose every clash that we see. And that's just because of his hero ability, you know, halving the attack and defense of all of his cards is persistent. It's always, even if you reveal, the only way you can win. It's so funny as well. Versus Illusionist, if you're Lyath, the number one thing you need, like the only thing you can do is put in that big 14 damage attack just to make sure, essentially. It's pretty wild, to be honest with you. See a bit of a pause of which cards want to be blocked with. Likely going to be able to cover this one all up. Isn't threatening a pummel or anything along those lines too, which is pretty lucky. We said this is top 8, so untimed rounds, which does also mean that the players, yeah, it's sort of the thing.
It's all good.
Lyath hands are not easy, just generally speaking.
Thank you, Marcus. Thanks, man. Oh, it's on time. That's right.
It's quiet.
Just trying to figure out which cards he wants to block with. And if he even cares about his arsenal. A second copy 2 steps ahead will be presented. Currently blocking 4, so 3, so no crush. Does leak some damage, and again, like I said, unable to threaten a pummel. And now we'll see.
Sure. Much bigger 2 steps ahead drinks.
That's a confidence of 3 months in the back, right? Yes. Okay.
So plenty set up for the next turn, as we said, 2 steps ahead, preparing you a couple of turns in advance. But now we'll see what made this hand so complicated. Are we looking at the ability to front pump? And that's one of these things with the Lyath tech that we are seeing more so than we usually see, is a lot more of these front pumps. Just wants to convert a lot. And no, instead is actually going to be just this escalate violence, which if it attacks, if you control a might token, make 3 more. So really just setting up for this big confidence turn like we've seen. Crowns will be the clash here. Clash a second time.
Yes, this is a double clash one.
See the double clash coming across. 1 versus Trop as well, though. The one time you're going to see this Lyath deck actually win. Yeah, so it's going to leave it. Nothing happens here because doesn't want to spend his only gold. Now I'll pass back. Plenty of cards still left in hand, though, for Victor Goldman. And Lyath really set up, so presenting 6 damage with a confidence as well. Now, importantly, with confidence, it does mean that the block cards don't really care. So the confidence is less guaranteed than you would sort of expect in a lot of other decks. So this is one of the few where Tear Asunder is super important to actually close the game out with Dominate, more so than that confidence. Cranial Crush coming through, and really Lyath isn't too worried about the crush effect, but a big 8 damage beater is definitely something he needs to be a little worried about. You're going to see that Rampart used a lot, and this is an interesting fact here as well, right? He might not be declaring... Yeah, so he's going to activate Lyath and then just activate the Rampart just because he wants to have another Might as well. So taking 7, can't draw any cards, but Lyath generally doesn't draw cards anyway. So 7 damage will clock across.
So 30. Cool. Crush active. Sega.
Now here we go. The first big Lyath turn available. 7 mites alongside this confidence token.
+7 and confidence.
So it's 2 cards. 2 cards total, right?
2 non-block
That's 2 cards total.
cards.
Yep. Off the confidence, right?
Yes, 2 non-block cards. You can use block cards freely.
Okay, sure. Let's do non-block stuff. Okay, sure.
Yeah, so Lyath, Nimblism coming across. So 7, 10 plus 10.
This is coming for 7, 10, 11 with confidence.
Sounds good.
11 with confidence, and then on hit, make another mite. So wasn't able to find the big attack, but still lots of damage coming across. He's down 9 life already, though. Reaching for the Aura Magus.
+1.
Ooh. Razor Reflex over the top. The last time we saw this.
So trigger Riches with the golds.
Ooh.
Trigger Victor, Alvarado.
So good. Just being able to staunch response and then draw a card off of just pitching your Tropodani.
So I'll take 5.
So 5 damage will leak across. Razor Reflex. These were actually all Hunter or Hunted away in a previous and still managed to get there. Go again is going to be prevalent. And another copy of 2 Steps Ahead. Really just setting himself up to go back to back to back to back every single turn. Really, really smart stuff from Alexander. I love the use of Razor Reflex there. You would expect like an attack, but just wants to set himself up. And I think he needs to do that versus Victor, because Victor isn't afraid of blocking.
Tunic Resource. 9.
9 damage. And you would think that, you know, a card like Spinal Crush isn't that effective into a Guardian, but Lyath does actually use a lot of Go again, just as a way of being able to, as we've seen, front pump a lot of his options. So, big number for Lyath to deal with as well. Costs him technically 3 cards, but you have to remember he has 5. And that's a weird thing. If you've never played Lyath before, you have to kind of reevaluate what you have to kind of reevaluate the math numbers, and you actually hear Alexander go shit as this happens. So he needs to consider, because the important thing with the Lyath hero ability as well is it buffs up action cards. But if you're trying to block with like non-attack action, like if you find reactions, that'll get buffed up. And so if he has just found a hand of reactions, or even worse, hands of cards that don't block, this is really scary. Now Alexander Doubler just taking a quick moment. 9 damage, and currently Farron in the driver's seat has done a fair amount of defense. Stumbling just a little here. Has been able to find the big scary attacks. So she's going to take the 9.
So Crush is active.
No Go again available.
Picks up 2 Steps Ahead breaks.
Yep.
Here we go. So the aura will be destroyed, and once again we have 3 mites and a confidence, and just a mocking blow available. Now, this is the scary thing about this versus the RKO Dex fact. It's currently coming for 1, but if he activates Lyath's hero ability, he gets booed, so it buffs it up by 5. Which is pretty good.
Our results
what I've heard.
first.
I choose it.
Oh no, I choose.
No, as in I choose which card to discard.
Oh yes. Sorry.
Oh yeah.
Sorry.
No.
Yeah, you choose discard. Yeah.
You're resolving test first?
Yep.
The double clash of Test of Iron Grip.
Sure. 6.
Deal.
So discard trigger.
Yeah.
So there will be a discard available here, which is a little bit annoying for Lyath, but Lyath does have ways of working at instant speed if he needs to. We are just going to see.
Cool. And then Trounce is also I'll win the first clash with Trounce.
Imposing Visage was the discard there. The first clash was obviously 1.
5.
Because the cards were kept on top.
Gold, Might, and Vigor. And I draw it.
So winning the Trounce as well. Gold, Might, and Vigor finally breaking the curse of on stream. Trounce. Now we'll see. Yeah, just going to pass it back. No point in buffing it up there. Keep the cards in deck. And that would look like a lot from Farron, but he still has plenty available. Might and Vigor here too. 3 gold also available to himself. Consideration.
I'll just spend Spinal for 10.
Spinal for 10 this time. So if Spinal for 9 was good enough before, how about a Spinal for 10? Particularly because it has the confidence, but not many mites. And a big thing with how this works, as we were sort of saying before, is you really need to...
This is bad.
You hear him say, this is bad. Hasn't been able to find much. Because, yeah, we've seen a lot of these front pumps have go again, so it's really important for his deck.
Big brother is like...
Big brother's like, this is going over, are you?
Yeah, you're just betting me, like...
So dad wants me more.
Yeah, the players.
I do. Oh,
They're really just betting.
Life's too short to move the bet.
He's trying to do this falls off his knee. He's like, okay.
Great banter coming across from both players as well. Just sort of lead it through.
Someone's here from just like staring.
Oh no, even better. It's this lane.
Now, just Alex, this is the thing, right, with Lyath, is that when you do get on the back foot like this and you don't find the big attacks, you don't find the disruption, it's really hard to claw back because your defensive value is just so rough. This is the thing with Lyath, you need to keep a lot of cards to be able to do the things that Lyath wants to do most of the time. Just look at that. Just looks like the whole hand is just being presented. Alex Dobler just needs to block. Yeah, this is the thing. It has mites and confidence. They are not a choice when they pop. They will just pop. So it's probably not going to get much, if any, value at all. Maybe we'll keep a singular card, but isn't going to be able to pressure the way that this deck really wants to. Yeah, this is one of the more difficult decisions of the game thus far. And these players has access to plenty of equipment as well, but hasn't been able to find any of these suspense cards either, which is kind of like a big part of how this deck kind of sings.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Apologizing, really having to consider here.
No, I realize this is getting pretty bad in terms of like how long this is taking.
Yeah, that's it.
Alex just sort of really in the tank here. Luckily, it is an on-time round, but apologizing regardless. And Farron saying, you know what? I get it. I'm sending 10 of this enormous damage at you. Of course, you need to think about it.
No box.
All right.
No box being declared. Another 10 damage will leak through. 34 plays 11 with the crush here.
Confidence.
Sure.
We'll see where this goes.
For 5.
Spew Obscenities for 5. Remember, though, can block with 2 cards with confidence regardless. And the Spew Obscenities only actually gets the effects if it hits. Now, if you haven't seen this card before, you make a confidence on a might, but we are going to see, yeah, just...
Blocking 5. I'll choose not to trigger items.
Not going to trigger. He's going to look for a reaction here as well. Now, remember, he can't actually play D-React in this instance because he used both his blocks. A second copy of Razor Reflex now is being presented.
Sure. So, taking 3.
Yep. 3 damage to come across, but again, does not get the go again because he is currently crushed.
Yep.
So he will make another confidence and another might, so he will be set up for the next turn. Just gonna pass it back.
Oh well. So it's on Tunic.
Now we'll see 11 plays 31 here. Big brother. Gotta be using an E-strike.
5 go again.
For 5 go again. Plenty of resources floating. Oh, Two-Face is going to be the block out here. So draw a card and then you get to discard one. So kind of hoping that he gets some information in regards to, does he need a blue to be able to swing a hammer? Is it something from Arsenal?
Sorry.
Draw, and then I look at your head and choose a card.
So draw a Farron's a choke slam and a visit the Goldmane estate. So probably wants to put the.
One card in Arsenal.
Yep, one card in Arsenal.
I think the scariest thing for him is that so technically you.
Estate.
You sure it's this card, right?
No, you
can
use this card. This.
So this is sure.
Yeah.
Good.
You're gonna keep the Goldmane estate. Use with the blue, so the choke slam. So 4 damage will leak across. It's just gonna. Oh, it's gonna get punished for it as well. The Command and Conquer. So I gave him the blue. As a result, the Command and Conquer being punished. Probably just trying to play around the fact of maybe it was just like a defense reaction once again. Now we're gonna see 6 coming across, and again, it does not like to block as much as it is. So technically could go to 1 in this instance, but I don't really know how you're coming back from that. Particularly if the card in the Arsenal, which, you know, he kind of didn't have a choice about whether he played it or not. But regardless, though, probably wants to keep it around for as long as possible. Seven plays 31.
Yep.
The box will actually come through. Wants to protect the Arsenal in this instance, but a huge mountain to climb. Confidence is available. 2 mites based off of the previous attack alongside the Lyath.
Coming for 8.
For 8.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so 8's going to come across with the confidence, and that is a cut a long story short, which literally just says has no effect because it needs to tower for 13 if you are, unless... No, but even a Razor Reflex doesn't get it over the top, so this is just 8. 8 is a lot of damage, but when your opponent's at 31...
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah,
you just heard as well, I don't have a 1-card 5 pump. Even for 1 resource.
Alright, it's okay.
23.
23. Alright, sure. Tunic takes up.
We'll see. Just the
So
pass back.
I am the chosen son because I get to go to downstairs.
Oh,
we're away?
Forward.
Alright, sure.
You have 2 cards in half?
2 cards in half, yes.
interesting. Is the Golden Sun? You hear Farron say, "Oh, you're going to ripple away me," but instead, ripple away is an option, but we're actually just in response going to start by digging with palm of your hand. So draw an additional card. And do we have the Intimidate? We do! So finally able to fire to leave them hanging. So you're going to Intimidate one of these 2 cards away. But he's going to draw a card off of the gold being created.
Oh, sorry. Which one's vanished? Oh, this was the Intimidate one. So Intimidate, this is my hand. So... Oh, gotcha.
Yep, you're good to visit that.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I say you're good to visit home.
Cast the gold, something fly my tokens. Trigger back to order a card as well.
Yeah, so remember the Aegis is still there, so is still going to actually create enough to make the mites here. And now this is a lot of damage being presented. Draw a card as well.
I'll send Hammer for 4.
It's just a hammer. Remembrance being pitched just in case it was a Fatigue Lyath, I think. Maybe hedge that card into the sideboard. And yeah, this is kind of go time for the side of Alexander Dobler. Isn't under any sort of crush effect. And using the attention grabbers just to tick down and draw an additional card.
Yep.
Using that palm of your hand.
Salaton, in the palm of your hand's gonna die. Yep. This is gonna go down to 1. I draw a card.
He's also going to have a +4 on the next turn with the leave them hanging, but +4 is not as good as Farron's +5. Cruel Ambitions is going to make another 3. So we are kind of stacking it up, but is it too little too late? Or is there not currently no pops for the side of Alex Dobler? Whatever this attack may be.
send like wounds after you. I'm like, sure.
Before? Alright.
Goon Beatdown's going to come across. So Goon Beatdown is just a
Rush.
0 for 4 on hit. It gets booed, but I mean, the perfect answer.
Does this all resolve at once? Or do I have the chance to respond after?
Once the card starts resolving, you have to resolve the entire card.
Yeah, so just hearing the judge so asking about testifying grip.
Sure. Sounds
He's
good.
going to pitch to Lyath so he doesn't have to force the discard. Clash will happen.
0.
8, so yeah, all good.
Yeah, 0 for 8.
I have 1 floating.
Activate Lyath's in response. So it doesn't have to discard in this instance, which is nice, but it is totally shored up. Oh, passing back over to the most terrifying man.
I'll razor for +3.
He's got a razor it as well, so the +3. So take 3. Make a might token here as well. 70 plays 20. Doesn't have anything to follow the razor up.
So I'll turn pop 5 knights.
5 mites will pop, and we'll see here.
Sure.
No intimidation.
CNC for 11.
11 CNC is pretty good. Has another copy of Leave Them Hanging in Hand as well for the side of Alex Dobler, if he is worried about a pummel. But I think he has bigger fish to fry, to be honest. There's 11 damage. Command and Conquer is charging its way towards him. There's a resource floating as well. Tunic available, and also we've seen that he runs pummels in this deck for Farum.
Have 7 HP. That's coming for 11.
Yep.
Have a tunic counter and oh Jesus. Okay, wait.
Hear it in his voice. He's afraid in this instance, but definitely does have ways back into the game. Now, his next attack's getting buffed by 9. I had a bit of a look at the hand. There's not a huge amount in there when it comes to attacks.
This is definitely going.
Yep. Sure.
Just considering how much blocking we want to do, how much life total we want to preserve, and I think at this point you kind of can't play around the pummel. If you play around the pummel, you're just not doing anything with this +9 you're about to have, and you need this damage to push through. The scary thing though is that Farron still has access to quick dodge and plenty of other things as well. So 3, 6, 9, 10.
Oh my God.
Does have the pummel as well coming from hand, the red pummel. So instead of taking 1, takes the 5, rips the final card, and these 9 damage is not going to go anywhere. Tried to keep the 1 card so he'd be able to tunic and swing the weapon, but it,
+10 is gonna go into nothing.
Okay. Oh.
This was a exceedingly poor showing of the deck.
So good, man.
Go ahead.
Tunic.
the tunic will come back up, and 20 plays 2.
5 go again.
Enlightened Strike for 5 go again. The thing Lyath does not want to see is the ability to go wide.
Yep, taking 1.
Taking 1, goes to 1 here. Off the boo, a might will be created, but Farron has another card coming across. It's just a 7 boulder drop. 7's pretty good, particularly when your card's blocked for half, but is just going to drop the hand through, and suddenly Lyath, struggling to get anything started here, is able to block out completely, but it's only a matter of time before Farron finds something with Dominate, or even scarier, something like a Golden Sun. We've seen 2 Goldman Estates already. One being used, one being pitched. Speaking of the Golden Sun, here it comes, showing why he is the favored gold main in the family. 10 overpower will be present here. And now, is there enough defense to actually get through it? Tunic counter is available as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 at most.
You need to pay for Rampart.
Paying for Rampart.
Discard Ripple Away and die.
Oh, the discarded Ripple Away as die. Just like that. Alex taking some really fun game actions towards the end of it, but showing why the consistency of Victor Goldman is like this deck so close to Living Legend. And just in saying that though, Alexander Dobler with an incredible run of it. being the #1 seed coming out of Swiss on Lyath Goldmane, something that you would not have expected. But, ladies and gentlemen, we have one more game for you. We have Farron Swingler going up against recent calling champion Jacob McCormack on Kassai for one final battle. Thank you guys for sitting with us all day today. We're going to take a short break, and when we are back, that last game is going to be here. Do not go anywhere.
Yeah, you fortunately don't lose much when you board for fatigue.
Yeah, that's alright. So if we're just having to walk for Emerson, it's fine.
I also cited in my fatigue stuff. So I don't find that it often goes to fatigue. It can if I have the tempo.
Well, that's it, right? The name's just like, it's like a safety net, I guess, so just in case it does. Like, I can, have a 1 time, send 3 call signs back. Oh, here we go.
Oh, I got this breaking was Crippling Cross. Sorry, not Crippling Cross.
Back-to-back funnels, yes. The back-to-back funnels are up, yeah.
And he was holding.
I was holding like a full
you were holding full front bump.
I'll spend the first one, though. When I saw the second one, I was like, okay, I guess this is what we're doing.
When I saw the first one with your hand, I was like, oh, that's painful. And then the second one came through with that hand, and I was like, oh, that's even worse.
I got that.
It was even close.
It was.
It's pretty cool. Yeah.
Victor proved that he's the better son.
Yeah.
The battle of the children.
Hey, you forgot to go to Dad's house.
Daddy Goldmane must be so proud of both of you.
Oh, Daddy.
I don't think he likes it.
As you think about it, like, he's allowed to go to the Dad's house, but Lyath isn't allowed to.
Oh.
He can go to Dad's house.
Is Lyath not allowed
Lyath's not
to go to
Dad's house.
No,
He's not going to Dad's house. Oh,
he doesn't visit Daddy's estate.
He doesn't. He doesn't.
Yeah, like, he said,
Can you
he's got
play?
drunk at one too many
Yes.
No, it's a
It's a big
specialization.
It's not a gold main specialization. Yes,
Yeah,
like band.
So, what's the card?
You're playing from Daddy's
Good luck, Farron. Good luck,
Thanks, man. Thank you, Fang. Yeah, what's your Victor specialization?
Good job, Alex.
Thank you.
You did well all day.
I am quite happy about the deck.
I would be very happy with that, to be honest.
Yes. Yes. If I put him over the line, we'll see. We'll see. I'm ready to jump in if you want, man. I'm ready to jump in if you're over.
Yeah.
Let's do it. Sweet. I'm okay. I'm happy to go. I'm ready to go. I want to display your. Are you staying here?
You're driving back?
Yep. Oh, nice. Thank man.
Oh, you should drive up at night.
I drove up here this morning. They cannot be safe.
It's like
10 hours.
I went to architecture school. My record is 7 days well.
Yeah, because at that point you get like,
What's your longest time?
Yeah, you do start seeing things.
yeah, it's like,
What's the longest time without taking a day off?
Just stay safe, man. 3 months?
I beat me by a month.
My job is pretty cool.
So it's still in architecture.
I'm like technically on break from my master's, right?
Oh, yeah, fair enough.
I'm going back in February, allegedly. No, I am going back.
Still studying the same thing.
That's laughing. Daddy Goldmane is so
Yeah.
Oh, bless.
I need to.
We clearly
Sure,
do
man.
the favored son,
Yes.
the golden son.
Yeah, just Jamie and Tyrion. If anyone has watched Game of Thrones.
It literally is. They literally are, man.
That's like the borrow law from like other franchises.
Don't forget your food.
Do you want to go first?
That's the second, man.
Oh yes, that's important.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to grand finals of the Flesh and Blood Classic Constructed Battlegrounds presented by Fluke and Box. My name's been Matt Bramwood. You guys have been hanging out with me all day, and we have one last game to show for it. Kassai of the Golden...
Sorry, Jalen.
Kassai the Golden Sun? Sorry, I'm getting all of my heroes mixed up completely. We have Kassai the Golden Sand versus versus Victor Goldmane, High and Mighty. Lots of gold being thrown around here, and it is going to be Jacob McCormack going up against Farron Swinger. We've seen Farron on stream a lot today, doing incredible work, and now Jake, being the home seed, has opted to go second.
Pretty sure we played the coin toss here, I think we did.
Now we'll see which of these two will be walking away with our grand prize. For those of you who don't know what the Battlegrounds franchises is, there's a bunch of things. I'm going to pull them up for you. So the first thing, and this is super important as well, is one professional tournament invitation. So you get a PTI for winning this, which is incredible. It's the only way you can get PTIs without being a part of the World Tour, which is amazing. You also get a one random drop gold foil of common, rare, or majestic variety, as well as a champion resource coin, which is awarded to the first place winner. And from what I've heard, these things are hefty. There's also a couple of playmats for first and second, as well as cold foil promos and rainbow foils to everyone. Tournament packs will be available, and everyone participating as well. Some judge packs will also be given out to our judging staff, who have done a fantastic job all afternoon and day. We are going to see now the final bout between Jake and Farron, who is going to walk away with the PTI, the gold foil as well. I do believe there is actually monetary incentive for this specific event. Let me double check exactly before I'm lying to all of you.
Well, I mean, technically, you only have to do 2 different types of shuffling.
Yes, that's true. You already went over the sleeves, right?
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure, but I am pretty sure that this is pretty incredible event for everyone. So thank you, everyone. I know 83 players for a Battlegrounds is pretty wonderful. We've heard people flying in from all over the place to be here. And thank you all for joining me, Matt Bramwood, from Adelaide. The person who has been a voice in every single game. My voice is losing. I'm recovering from being sick, but I could not miss out being a part of this incredible day of flesh and blood. Players just having a bit of a yap. We'll let them talk ever so slightly before we jump into this final game. And it's crazy to think we've seen so much different, and the top cut of the top 8 had 8 different decks, which I think is incredible to show you how diverse this game is right now.
So that was quite impressive. Oh wow, last one. Sorry. I got iron growth. It was a problem. Yes, that is a card that exists. Yeah.
And you see the players already have presented Brave Forge Braces, Grains of Blood Spill. This time opting for Crown of Dominion, as well as those Valiant Dynamos. For the side of Jake, for the side of Farron, the exact same layer we had before. Quick dodge flexes, Fendel's Spring Tunic. I was going to say Fendel's Fighting Spirit, but no. Iron Fist Revelation and the Crown of Dominion alongside that Orgrim Aegis. Once again, opting for Titan Fist. I'm curious to know when Miller's Grindstone is brought in. Because you would think that versus Kassai, you'd be winning the clashes. I do not know. I'll be curious to chat to him about it afterwards. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The final of our day. Jake being the highest seed, opting just to go second. Wants to start with that tempo. And immediately Farron swinging for the fences. But Jake just drops the hand and goes, you know what? That's fine. Because a hot streak is going to be the first play of the game for Jake McCormack. Trounce being clashed with a double.
That's where I want it.
Oh, and it looks like Farron.
I missed the gold. It's Matt's story. Just put up
Here we go.
You must start with gold.
I was gonna say, you have to start with it, so that's why
I'll leave it. That's fine.
I know Jake would allow him to do it anyway. So it does lose the clash there, so nothing off this Trounce. Now just pass it across because he blocked with a block card. Wasn't able to give it go again. 5 go again for the side of Farron Swingler now. We're going to see Provoke being used as well as take it on the chin. Give him an agility to guarantee some of that go again for the next turn. There's just going to be a boulder drop for 7 coming across. Just that beautifully efficient turn. And we are going to see he's using the Blood Flow's blade alongside the Valiant Dynamos just to cover it up. Takes some damage but doesn't get crushed. And it's going to be interesting to see how much Jake cares about the Cell Swords in this matchup. We actually saw it there. One of the most interesting pieces of tech, and the first time we've actually seen it used, because on stream Jake has not actually versed against anyone using Tunic, but High Current Currency rips the 2 counters off of the Tunic, converts to gold, and suddenly Kassai all set up. 4 damage will come across, just going to block with a singular card, Sharpen Senses. You see already Pummel has already mixed up. Already. Pummel being pitched alongside that Golden Sun. So Farron playing the long game here, knows that this is likely going to go through to second, maybe even third cycle. Spoils of War being presented. Swing that Centauri Saber as well. Jake would be very versed in this matchup, so 4 go again. One hit makes some copper as well.
It's always that test of strength the first 3 turns of the game. Still different, bro. Nah. We'll trounce though.
Yeah, Trout's coming through once again. First clash is one. That's side of Farron swing. The second one.
I'm taking my phone out of my pocket just so you know. That's gonna.
Can't see what the card is, but it does look like it's a loss.
I'll crack a
He's going to crack the gold as well. Puts it to the bottom. What's the reveal? Has to hit an attack and does. Macho Grande will be it. So makes another gold, figure, and might. And then we'll draw the Macho Grande as well. Hot Streak coming across. Had the go again on the Centauri Saber just from Spoils of War. As Hot Streak can get go again if he blocks with an attack action card here. Which he is. But no, nothing to follow it up with, just passes it back. Interestingly, I don't think Nourishing Emptiness is actually in the deck for Kassai. I know some decks run it, a lot don't.
8.
Boulder Drop for 8 going to be this time. So this time demanding multiple cards. So before we saw just using of a card alongside those Valiant Dynamos, but in this instance it needs to actually defend with a couple of cards or present some equipment as well. Yeah, 2 cards plus the Valiant Dynamo. It's essentially a free block, so it takes 1 damage, nothing additional to be gained here. And Farron likely not going to be pummeling Jake in these early turns. We've seen him already pitch 1 away. Ooh, and it's actually going to be, interestingly enough, a Gorganian Tome, a card we haven't seen very consistently since the Chain days. Just draws a card, means that these weapons cost 1 less.
No box.
Hot Streak passing to reactions here. Considering whether or not he can give it go again. Flint's going to be the first one. And it's interesting, right? Because you see Jake considering. The reason why you consider in that instance... Ooh. Once again. So it's actually going to glint here and then activate his second copy of High Current Currency. Just to actually, once again, go to 5 gold. Just so he can actually just rip them all the way out. And now go again is going to be the mode selected for Enlightened Strike. And Farron hasn't been able to tick that tunic to 3 this entire game. Command and Conquer. A follow-up. Just going to present 2. No way of being able to play Pummel from the arsenal, if that is a Pummel. It's going to be the Centauri Saber. Now, it's always interesting when you see them pitch a Blade Runner. You see them pitch the Blade Runner and you go, well, they've got to have another way of giving it go again. Draw, and then a gold to be presented. And the card flipped up here as well. I think, was it maybe a Raise an Army? Now, Raise an Army, for those of you who don't know, is a 0 cost, an additional cost to destroy X gold to make that many cell swords. And based on how much gold we see Jake stacking up, you know, in a regular matchup, he could have cracked it, but I think his game plan must evolve around playing the cell swords and swinging a bunch of times. Centauri cell swords, of course, one of the more terrifying allies in the entire game. For those of you who don't know, Centauri Sail Sword is a once per turn 1 cost attack go again. If you've swung a weapon, it attacks for pardon me. Sorry, attacks for 3. So 6 damage is going to leak across here. Can't draw cards on this turns. Finally, we're going to have enough to be able to activate Kassai. So it's going to threaten gold on hit once again. Can't draw cards, importantly, but that's okay. Provoke being pitched. Jake doesn't really need it in the matchup. The third copy has Trounce. Chosen Sun's going to be drawn up here as well. So just so you know as well, the reason why is if you reveal the Golden Sun to clashing, it has an effect as well. So if you just create a gold, which means you get to draw it, and then Righteous Cleansing. So both will be ones. So Trounce, 2 for 1 in this. Oh, sorry. Yeah, 2 for 1. Now, one of them you did have to manipulate, but even so, Trounce working out really effectively for the side of Farron in this game.
That's how it works. Good to know, good to know.
Now, the hot streak going to come across again. All of these attacks are threatening a gold creation on here, and I think Farron knows the game plan for Jake as well. So he's actually going to give it go again using the disable. But he's going to block it out.
So I will take 3. I'll take 2, sure.
And then just plays one of the few actual attacks at the end, which is going to be... Oh, no, sorry. We're going to activate the Jagged Edge in that beautiful fallout to give +3. It means that damage can't be negated. So he's going to leak some damage, but more importantly, makes a gold. So 6 gold is now available for the side of Jake McCormick. Tunic finally hits 3 for the first time in this game. Farron's going to be pretty happy about that, particularly if there is a pummel sitting in that arsenal. 10. We've seen this before, Farron playing out a card that is pretty terrifying, has been ever since the very first set of the game. Spinal Crush. It's going to be plenty of defense reactions here. So see double defense reaction alongside the Valiant Dynamos, so 9 on 10. It's going to take 126 damage being presented, but again, I think Jake is kind of playing with impunity and isn't really afraid of the pummel because I think Farron knows he needs to push them to the end. Finally going to actually crack a gold in this instance. Maybe Jake's hand just really is not finding it, and he's actually struggled to find these go-again enablers consistently. We've seen the deck hum and hiss the whole time, but this is how a good way to start. Unsheath being presented here, so finally has a way of just being able to give go again to this first attack. Kassai also going to threaten gold being generated as well. Tari Saber, because you don't need to guarantee. It's already got the go again guaranteed.
I want to resolve right behind you first. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Yep. And then Test of Iron Grip.
Test of Iron Grip also being present as well. Going to discard, and actually discards a Blade Runner. So discards a way of being able to buff up the next attack. Oh, and does actually have it here, though. So finally, the game plan being enacted. And from the arsenal, raises an army. 5 gold being spent to make 5 of these Centauri sellswords. And this is where the game starts to potentially pivot.
Do you have Centauri sellsword tokens?
So here we go. 5 Centauri sellswords ready and accounted for. And this used to be so hard to do, but off the back of the high current currency, punishing people for assuming it's going to be slow, it means now that there are so many attacks that can come through, and all Jake needs every single turn is just resources and one way of giving go again. We'll see just some equipment being presented for the hot streak here. And now Farron has to decide, does he need to keep pumping through the damage, or do the sellswords need to be killed? The other thing as well is that these decks have multiple other ways of making them. Blood Follows Blade being one, and often a second copy. He's going to kill one of the sellswords.
We need one less token now.
And now it's going to be kind of like playing against Gravy. But starting it off, because he's attacking the sellswords, he doesn't get much. Kassai activation again unsheathed. And so we're going to be able to see a lot of damage and a lot of attacks coming through here. So 5 go again, guaranteed, followed up by most likely a bunch of little sellswords attacking as well. 2 cards in hand. This also threatens a gold. What we've seen the entire game thus far, staunch response from the arsenal, drawing off a gold as well. First sellsword coming in. It's going to be 3 go again, because as we said before, it just needs to be you've swung with a sword this turn. Another 3 coming forward. Block presented from this one. Still has plenty of cards in hand too. And we've seen the entire day that Jake McCormick has really kind of like leveraged using Grains of the Blood Spill, but hasn't had an opportunity. Forcing the cards out of hand. Gonna reset it up here. Just decides to arsenal the last card. Doesn't want to swing the hot streak. Bang another sellsword out, and suddenly look at how much life Jake is being saved every single turn, but also Eventually, he's going to draw into a power hand. We have 5-card hand available here. Speaking of power cards, Jake just able to play out that Spores of War, threatening some copper as well. That's a good little draw here. It's going to force a discard. But I do believe that's the 3rd copy of Test of Iron Grip. Blade Runner as well, going to pump 2 over the top. So 2 damage will leak through. Some copper being generated now as well. Has some sellswords to continue the onslaught. Last one coming across. Command and Conquer will be the block. Has the glint. Here's the 2nd, followed by the 3rd, and then also has another dagger to attack in with as well. Pummel being blocked up with.
Yeah, take 3.
3 more damage, and then finally, is it going to be the hot streak? It is 4 damage because of the Blade Runner. And now he has to consider whether or not he wants to block with this last card. 4 damage is a lot, but you need to be able to keep some. You need to be able to keep something. Just gonna block with that piece of arm equipment. Go to and makes up 4 copper. So now, you know, we're likely going to see another sellsword. Still has 2 remaining. You see how powerful these cards are. Bonk into it. So the last 2 sellswords are available, but Jake is being left with a full grip every single time, and now also has blood on her hands as a potentially viable option as well. Is a bit light on gold, so is going to struggle to do it again, but as I say that, a Tropple Dani is being pulled. 2 with a gold here, and currently no goal again. No box being presented. It's going to be able to give it go again as well. The blood follows blade. Is going to make yet another sellsword. That's the 2nd copy, so it has plenty left. Here we go, 3 more damage coming across, and Farron realizing that this feels like trying to push the boulder up the hill, but it keeps on coming. Another one. This is going to be the Aegis actually placed in front of it as well. And then finally, is it going to be the 3rd one? He is, still has a card in hand. So this has go again. 3 more damage, and look at the life disparity that was built up over the first few turns. Just Jake swinging it all the way back. And Farron can't just avoid and just go for face here, right? Because there's so much damage every single turn. And yeah, he's actually just going to pump. And that's really heads up from Jake. They're actually using the Fate for Scene because he knows that the game plan from Farron has to be, you have to kill these sellswords. He's not going to be able to use it anyway. Wants to keep the arsenal clean. Enlightened Strike's going to clean one of them up. And then the other one will get hammered. So that's a nice efficient way. But that's so much damage not being presented to the side of Jake McCormick. And once again, he has...
Not that much of a game over on
You see them talking as well. Draw swords has been played. And we'll see 3 cards in hand. And we want to talk about more damage. Here we go. The classic Kassai answer. Blood on her hands. 4 copper going to be spent. I want to hear modes. I'm not sure what they were, but it's like
a little stash of yellows in the bomb were fucking great. I've been saving them for later.
Spite, man. The spite, bro.
+1/+1 and go again to sacrifice. All on that saver.
Okay, so all on the one. So +1/+1, go again can. So just really committing. So this is going to be for what? So 7, go again, can attack twice.
We'll put to 8. Clash there.
Clash is going to come across.
Cargill's talking to me.
Cracking Gold just going to put it to the bottom. Clash again. Staunch response.
GG's.
You hear it from Farron, says GG's. A single point of damage is going to leak over, but even so, remember, can attack again. Another goal is going to come through because it actually was Jake that won the clash.
It's going to be 4 go again.
So 4 go again.
So it keeps go again as well.
Yeah, fair enough.
Oh, sorry, 5 triggered.
Yeah, so if you didn't know, so it gives go again while attacking, right? So it because it's again, it's going to give it another set of go again, so you can swing both at the same time.
I'm just going to push the quick dodge. That's all.
Quick dodge is going to come across. Remember, he has a sellsword still available. Also has the hot streak here too. Has 2 gold available, so can also make more sellswords. So Farron, you know, not out of it completely yet. But speaking of, going to take 3. Take 1, sorry, because of the quick dodge, and then the hot streak's going to come across as well. But the more important thing as well is that there are no cards left in hand for the side of Farron, which means this singular sellsword is going to be able to stay around. No copper available left either, but plenty of damage is done. And suddenly that 26 life that Jake was dropped to so early on in the game has been consistent as his opponent's life total keeps plummeting faster and faster. Kassai is going to be activated once again. And the hand for Farron looks quite strong here. You know, we see a staunch response. We also see in the hand a golden sun and a couple of blues, but Outland Skirmish is also going to be presented.
I wish.
Spoils again. Wants to set up for one more blood in her hands turn.
I'm going to say no blocks fractions.
Staunch response will come across.
That makes sense.
Sellsword once again for 3. And this sellsword's likely its last attack, but Jack's gotten so much value out of these sellswords.
Yeah, block 3.
Yeah, just going to block as well. Knows that he has weathered the storm at least a little bit.
2. Sure, go box.
2 with a hot streak. 2's going to come down, dropping the life total to 10. Because of the Kassai is going to have the 3rd gold as well. 3 copper, 3 gold. Which means any more of those draws is live, and yet the last one will be killed off. So 6 sellswords will finally be forced through, and Farron can start to look at pressuring Jake. Now, we do know for a fact there's a couple of interesting pitch stacks for the side of Farron. But is it too little too late? 10 life is not a lot when you're facing down a deck like Kassai, who can just be so tricksy all the time. And it'd be curious to see how many of those staunch responses are even left in the deck for the side of Farron Swingler. Ooh, Jacob doing exactly what it wants to do. Just machine gun the hand out under the table every single turn. Slice and dice alongside the card that we've seen kind of do so much is that Unsheathed. 6 goal again. It's going to be pumped up by +2 though. Blade Flurry, so 3 damage is going to leak across. You're going to see the hot streak coming through now. This is going to be for 4. Card and Arsenal is just going to drop the hand in front of it. Does have go again, but doesn't have anything else to do with it.
Tunic. Costumes.
Yep. Interesting. He calls it cast bones as well. So going to go up to the 5th gold, which is going to make 5 marks.
Before he dies. Apologize for the bad things he ever did.
Also opens up the tunic.
Have you seen the art? He's like actually hot.
Yeah, oh yeah, so it's the
Daddy Victor.
Talking about
house killer? Yeah, that's what it is.
It's actually just going to pitch it there, going to block, take 3. So has set himself up, Farron, for a big turn, but probably not going to be able to keep a huge amount of cards. Now, it's important to note mites do work on weapons. The draw swords are going to be the start. Provoke being pitched away. So all of these weapons are free. Outland Skirmish again. Slice and dice. Repeat.
Very fair, man.
9 go again with this entire saber. Whenever you block with an attack action card, gets +1. Threatening some more copper. Still a card in hand. And the other sword, guess what? Does actually come in for free. So 6, 7, 8, and
to 10. Yeah. It's a block. Blocking 8.
Take 2.
Yep.
And important to note, it's so it's 1 or more. So it only gets pumped up once, I think. It's going to be 5 because of the slice and dice. The Outland Skirmish also threatening. Block with the tunic. Has no pump, and it's just going to come across now. Kept a singular card, so going to be able to swing this hammer in for a large amount of damage here. 9 going to come across, but does Jake even care?
9.
Take it.
Yeah, take 8. Jacob just wants to keep the whole hand. 1 life remaining.
15.
Yep.
Let's see what has Jake found in the hand. Has copper, has gold, has so many resources just to be able to try and close this one out. It's going to be another draw swords. Pitching away the other copy of Raise an Army. And it is going to be blood in her hands available. Listen in. Likely going to be the exact same options. +1/+1, go again, and can attack twice.
7/7 clash.
Clash will be revealed. Does win the clash for Farron. A 6 gold available. 6 again.
Yep, sure.
This can't trigger more than once.
Oh, yeah, sure.
And then the hot streak coming across as well. Gonna force it all out. But no damage is coming across because of the bonuses from the slice and dice. And just like that, Jacob McCormick continuing his run of victories, winning a calling and now winning the Battlegrounds here, hosted by Fluke and Box. What an incredible day of Flesh and Blood we've seen, ladies and gentlemen. Such a diverse top 8 presented. So many incredible players coming from all over to play in this absolutely stacked 83 player tournament. Remember, our top 8 heroes from top to bottom was Lyath, Kassai, Dash.io, Gravy, Pleiades, Victor, Arachne, and Ziggy. Some incredible diversity that we've seen.
Yeah, but the thing about the coin is that it's kind of worthless. So like, you can keep it as a movement too.
Yeah, that's it. It's like super like the wonders thing, right?
Yeah. It's like, oh, this is a cool thing.
So you quick dodge or keep the quick dodge?
I've still got it. I'm keeping it.
Also not. Yeah.
I don't see a reason to sell.
Yeah, fair enough. Understandable. Also, not a PTI as well, so it's nice.
Yeah. How many out now?
So I've already got my Worlds invite and my Vegas invite. I've got one in the bank. Yeah, so I deferred my invite from Worlds last year.
Okay.
Because it was in Philadelphia and
Who wants to go to America?
Yeah, well,
I had stuff on at the same time, so it's kind of cursed.
Yeah, but yeah, Paris is pretty legit, man.
Paris is one of my favorite cities as well. So very
there you go. That's it, man.
come back. I'll go to Sydney for calling.
Hell yeah, bro, running back.
I'm not gonna go home for like 4 weeks.
No.
Beautiful, man.
And then he's gonna drive 12 hours back home again.
You're joking?
He's just gonna leave the car.
What's gonna happen? He's gonna fly to Paris from Sydney. He's gonna drive to Sydney and fly to Sydney. That's the plan.
You're joking? But like the actual plan is, I think me and Bill and Thompson are gonna go drive up to Queensland and then drive all the way down the coast back to Melbourne for Christmas.
Holy shit, that is respect, man.
But not like in a row. Like
No,
it's like,
no, you get
like drink in a lot of holes. Like
See, I respect it. I'm from Brisbane originally. I just fly back home. I can't be fine.
Are you from Brisbane?
I'm from Brisbane, yeah.
I hate the flight to Sydney. It's one of my least favorite things.
So first station is airport. Yeah. So it's like every time I see because like, no, fuck, I'll pay $100. I'm gonna fly. I can't do this shit too. Does not just have a few beers in the terminal. Walk out for half an hour. I went out an hour and a half. Sorry.
This is the judges like that. That's
like
learned for me. It was very. Oh, no mind. It came around.
Let's see what I got.
They want to know if you're opening the gold or street.
Oh, you know?
Yeah, I will.
Oh, that's so good. Sure. So good, man.
I could save it for my channel, but just for you, John. I'll open it. That's fine.
Very nice.
Scheme, whether they
okay.
you don't know.
Yeah, I'm not.
Very nice.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The gold foil being presented.
Maybe just a bit, man. Oh, that's very nice.
That's too much. He's a good gamer.
Very nice.
Snapdragon Sweets? Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
I know it's worth a lot, but it's very cool. Yeah. Although it probably is worth a lot for the right person. I don't know.
Filmless. Oh, I guess it's on.
Do you want me to be?
I was gonna say it's like strict. It's gonna say for the Melbourne people, but
that's my box.
Give it a sec. Give it a sec.
Yeah, so then.
The reason I say give it a sec is whether he's cut the camera on it.
Oh, okay.
That makes sense.
Isn't that Brandwood who's doing the stream?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You know, he's ready for it.
Hi, Matt.
Yeah, so it's
I hate you like my sleeves.
Hey guys.
Oh, but the new
one.
Great one, beautiful.
That looks pretty.
That's actually pretty good.
Yeah, it's not bad.
It's like really surprisingly good.
No, that's
so because it's the best steel.
Very cool.
That's good. That's much better than the glory.
That's
I'll just take a winner and runner-up photo.
Yeah, sounds good. Sounds good.
You made some cash.
Oh gosh, she's very thanks. Guys, well done, guys.
Amazing, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for hanging out with all of us today and joining us. This has been the Battlegrounds for Classic Constructed Flesh and Blood. You know, such an incredible time to be here. I wish I could show you my face right now. This is what I look like according to all of this, but that's totally fine. My name has been Matt Bramwood. Thank you for hanging out with me all day, and I will see you guys